I remember back. Let's, this is my main now, and maybe more, hopefully.
It's fine. Everything's fine. He's ready for this. He's not worried. He feels great. He's gonna ace the test and eat a nice hot dinner when he gets back home. He's not panicking. Nope, not at all. Except he totally is. Mom, where are my new shoes? I can't find them. Midoriya yells, frantically tolling his half-dry hair and hopping into a pair of track pants. It's 6:30 in the morning, and by all accounts, he should still be asleep. But even though the exam isn't until 9, he's getting ready. They're in the hall closet, on the second shelf, still in the box. His mom calls back. She's in the kitchen, happily frying eggs. Yelling a thanks, Midoriya finally gets his pants on and throws the wet towel into the dirty laundry. He pulls on a pair of socks brand new with miniature All Might faces and slips on a heavy long sleeve. His jacket is last, and he quickly looks himself over in the mirror. He looks like a total nervous wreck. His hair is a mess, and there's sweat on his forehead, and oh God, his hoodie strings are uneven. Midori rushes to fix this, at the same time looking over his room for his backpack. It's in the corner, and he just knows he'll forget it if he doesn't put it somewhere else. And, "Sweetie, come eat," his mother yells, walking down the hall. "You won't do your best on an empty stomach." Midoriya muttered something kin to agreement but kept hastily adjusting his outfit. Have his pants always fit that bad? They really shouldn't show off his thigh definition, but he got them 3 months ago. Should he change? Yeah, he probably. Izuku, eat him now. His mother orders, grabbing him by the arm and dragging him to the kitchen. Plopping down at the table, Midoriya looks over his breakfast. It's large, but smaller than usual, probably because he's not doing his morning workout today. Half the plate is filled up with eggs, and the other with brown rice. There's a small bowl of grapes, along with a tall glass of chocolate milk. He picks up his fork and stares. "Thanks," he says quietly. I'm not hungry." His mother looks at him worriedly. "Honey, you need to eat. Even if you don't feel up to it, eat the eggs at least. They don't reheat well, but no buts." His mother cuts in. "Today's a big day. You need food." Midori eats slowly. There's probably a million thoughts that run through his head between each bite, but he manages to set everything down despite the fact that it tastes like nothing. After breakfast, he slips on his shoes and looks through his backpack 5 times. 4 pens, 2 black, 1 red, 1 blue. 6 pencils, number 2. A sharpener. 3 erasers. A 1-subject notebook, college ruled. Highlighters, 1 green, 1 yellow. Emergency cash, which is enough yen to get him home even if he's 50 miles away. Phone set to silent. A wallet with his student ID and the printable UA hopeful card. Keys that should be everything. He looks again 2 more times before he's finally standing in the doorway. He's crying, which is normal. His mom's also crying, which is also normal. It still feels different somehow. "Mom, Midoriya doesn't know what to say. His mother doesn't either and settles for pulling him into a tight hug. Midoriya's worries melt in an instant. He feels light as a feather now, but he hasn't stopped crying. "Do your best, son." His mother sobs into his chest. "I'm already so proud of you." Midoriya squeezes her tight, trying to blink away the tears that won't stop. "I will, I promise." They separate after that, and Midoriya turns to walk down the hall to the elevator. He's probably late now, but that's fine. He's got this. "Wait," his mother says, suddenly disappearing into the living room. Midoriya sighs, a bit annoyed, but mostly eager to go. "Mom, I gotta leave. I'm already." His mother reappears, a heap of bright red in her hands. She thrusts it into his arms. "Here," she says, backing away. "It was your father's." Midoriya blinks, half tempted to ask another question. "Mom?" He starts, but he's quickly interrupted. "Go," his mother shouts, practically slamming the door in his face. "I'll tell you later. Good luck, I love you." The run to the train station was a bit hectic, but he got there just in time to swipe his card and take a seat. Well, he would have taken a seat if one was open. The amount of people taking the UA entrance exam must be in the thousands because the normally half-full train car is packed to the brim. Carefully wrapping an arm around a pole, Midoriya looks over the lump of cloth. Unfurling it, he finds that it's a scarf. It's about 4 feet long and a bright red-orange. It smells of gunpowder and fire smoke, which, considering his father's quirk, isn't surprising. He'd never met his father. At least he doesn't remember meeting his father. It's a little weird having something to remember a man he'd never even talked to, but it's comforting somehow. Like the scarf is definitive proof that the man existed. Wrapping the cloth around his neck and tying a loose knot, Midoriya looks around his train car. Most of the people in it are kids his age who he's seen around the neighborhood. There's even a pair of students from his homeroom. One spots him and whispers in the other's ear. Midoriya has to burrow his head into the warmth of his scarf to escape the giggles. Everyone gets off the train at the same stop, or at least it seems that way. 50 middle schoolers eager to enroll in Japan's top hero school all march in one direction to the school's gate. The crowd thickens as they get closer, and Midoriya winds up with a couple elbows in his ribs and a stomped foot. The line at the gate moves quickly, and Midoriya feeds his pass into a machine, which prints out a card. Midoriya Izuku, it reads, Quirked Superpower, Exam Heroics, ID hash 9999. There are strict instructions to head right for the test room and even a couple pros hanging around keeping an eye on the mob of kids. Midoriya doesn't think anyone would be stupid enough to break into UA at any point, but if he had to pick a day it'd be exam day. The pros soothe the worry that comes with that thought, though, so he moves along. The written portion of the exam is separated by middle school, so Midoriya has to sit and wait in his seat surrounded by hopefully soon-to-be former classmates. He gets a couple jabs, but a pair of teachers walk and start to hand out tests, which stops it. The exam has 3 portions: mathematics, writing, and reading. Each is an hour and a half long with 30-minute breaks in between. Midoriya has been studying for this moment for half a year. Most of the info online said that the written UA exam wasn't notoriously difficult, but still wasn't something to brush off. Midoriya definitely hadn't brushed it off. The first part, mathematics, flies by. It's only barely like the practice test he found online, but the fact that he's allowed a calculator for it eases his worry somewhat. The second part, which was reading, also goes well. He'd always been a quick reader, mostly out of his need to glean information quickly out of different articles and books. There are odd passages, though, and even one in English, but he gets through them all right. The final portion, writing, is probably the easiest for him. He's tasked to write an essay on a theoretical hero. Said hero has a simple yet useful emitter quirk and specializes in close combat. Midoriya and presumably every other student has to explain the hero's strengths and weaknesses, make up super moves, give them a name, and explain their best course of action in a variety of scenarios. Midoriya doesn't turn in his paper early even though he can. He isn't stupid. An extra half hour is something that he should spend wisely, so he proofreads 4 times and tweaks a couple sections. He also adds a little to his breakdown on the hero's quirk. The written test is finished after that. Most people make a beeline right for the free snacks outside the testing room, but Midoriya decides to head for the auditorium. He isn't the first one there, but he's the only one in his row, which is nice. He texts his mom that he finished the exam and that the practical is about to start. Gradually, the massive room fills. Midoriya is surrounded by kids from his middle school, along with others from schools near his. They all talk among themselves, but ignore him, which is fine. He can focus on keeping his muttering in check that way. At exactly 3 o'clock, Midoriya only knows because he was looking at hero stats on his phone. The lights dim. A hush immediately falls over everyone. A single spotlight shines down on a raised podium where a man now stands. Hey, hey, hey! The man yells, cupping his hands over his mouth even though he is a microphone. How's everyone doing tonight? There is absolute silence. Midoriya tries not to freak out about the fact that President Mike is standing right there. Holy shit. Oh, I see. Playing it cool. I feel ye. Anyways, Mike pulls a remote out of his back pocket and hits a button. You all read those pamphlets, so you should know how this exam works. There's 3 types of villain bots, each with different point values. A screen lights up behind him as he speaks, displaying the silhouettes of 4 robots. 1 pointers are worth, you guessed it, 1 point each. The hero continues, they're kind of fast, but really weak. 2-pointers are next, they pack more of a punch. And then there's 3-pointers, which are basically tanks. Any questions? Someone coughs about 10 rows down from Midoriya. Yes, you with the raised hand. Yeah, you who looked behind yourself. President Mike chuckles. A spotlight lights up the area Mike pointed to, showing an outstanding girl. You only named 3 robots, but there's 4 on screen. What gives? President Mike looks behind himself and rubs his glasses. Oh yeah, that. The 0-pointer's just an obstacle. It's worth nothing and you should try your best to avoid it. Anyone else? There was a moment of silence. All right, let's get this show on the road. Can I get a yet? More silence. Yeesh, tough crowd. Go get changed and try to get a little excited. This is UA. A short bus ride to the exam ground later, Midoriya stands before a gigantic gate pressed between 200 other kids. Everyone seems to be doing some kind of warm-up. Midoriya sees someone with a rather long and fish-like tail stretching it over his shoulder and a tall girl splaying her fingers over and over again. The sheer number of people and quirks nearly overwhelm him. It's like everyone here has a strong and interesting quirk and is prepared to use it to the fullest potential. How can he compare? He had 2 months with this power, and every person here had at least a decade. He'd probably make a total fool of himself and end up with nothing. All Might and Gran would be so disappointed, and he'd have to go to Ketsubetsu, which wasn't bad, but UA was famous for making top heroes, and if he wanted to be number 1, he had. Stop muttering. It's distracting. An annoyed-sounding voice comes from his left. Sorry, it's just a nervous habit. Midoriya turns around. Good luck, I guess. The person behind him is a tall, shirtless boy who has large pink spikes growing out of his torso. The boy sneers, turn around unless you want me to flatten you when this thing starts. Right? Yes, sorry. My bad. Midoriya whirls around to face the door and suddenly finds himself counting backwards from 100. All right, listeners. The voice of President Mike screams from up high. Midoriya looks up to see him sitting in some kind of tower. Are you ready? Exclamation. For the first time that day, the hero hopefuls respond with a disjointed yet. Perfect. Here's your countdown. 10, 9, go. Most of the kids there look up at President Mike with confusion. Many of them laugh at what they think is a poor joke. None of them move except for one. Midoriya, who'd been training with the world's top hero, and his teacher, who'd had it beaten into him that real fights don't have countdowns, shoots forward in a blur of green lighting. He manages to wall jump all the way up a pair of 5-story buildings and slam down onto a 3-pointer before Mike calls out that the test is starting for real. But Midoriya doesn't hear. By the time the person behind him gets 10 feet into the exam ground, he'd already racked up 5 more points from ricocheting off a series of 1-point bots. He only has 10 minutes, and common sense leads Midoriya to believe that there aren't enough bots in the zone for even half the people to pass. He has to make every second count. Leaping off an apartment building, he steals a 3-pointer from a tall boy who curses at him. Midoriya responds by jumping away and punching the head off a 2-pointer. That makes 13. Midoriya's main strategy is to keep high and pick off groups of bots from above. Falling down on them makes his attacks that much stronger, and it's probably safer than running around the streets like a headless chicken. He's proven right when, not 5 seconds after climbing another building, Midoriya body slams a 2-pointer and uses a hunk of its metal as a makeshift throwable to knock out a series of 1-pointers. That makes 18 points. Midoriya keeps going like that for a while, and he's eternally grateful that Gran Torino made him think of a strategy instead of letting him go in blind. Midoriya also uses some of his time to help other students in danger. He pulls 2 out of the way of falling rubble and takes out a couple bots that were surrounding another, but despite his 47 or isn't it 49, he lost count points. Midoriya finds himself losing focus. The feel of full cowl coursing through his veins is so liberating. There's moments where he almost feels like a bird gliding through the bird. He feels floaty, and that's when it hits him again. As Midoriya takes another leap off a 10-story building, his mother would have a heart attack. He wills himself to stall midair. He floats there with a massive grin on his face. My trigger. I get it. He has to feel a certain way to use float. For the last month, he'd been trying to meditate and achieve peace of mind, but that wasn't it. He just needed to feel free. Midoriya finds himself soaring through the air, yelling in joy and nearly forgetting about the exam. It's a little rough, he can't quite turn, but he can accelerate decently and even control altitude. But then it all changes with a rumble and a scream. Axa, not a very good crop this year. What a shame. The single tired-looking, dried, black-colored eye opens to take in the world for the first time in. The eye swings over to a nearby clock, 3 hours. With a begrudging sigh, the other eye opens, and the man attached sits up. "Oh, Aizawa, how nice of you to join us. Please have a look," a cheery voice says from behind a tea mug. The man, Aizawa, unzips his puffy yellow sleeping bag and steps out. He stands accepting a cup of lukewarm coffee from a colleague. He mutters a thanks and turns to look at the large wall of screens. "How do they look?" he says, sipping his drink. He very nearly spits it out when he realizes that it's not coffee, but in fact herbal tea. He shoots a dirty look at the one who handed him it. Of course, it was midnight. No one else in the staff drank anything but black tea or coffee. Disappointing, Principal Nedzu says with all of his usual cheer. There are a couple interesting subjects, but most are nothing compared to last year. Aizawa zeroes in on the biggest screen, which shows a plain-looking green-haired boy. He's got a smile that's way too cheerful and is soaring through the air without care. It annoys Aizawa, but the kid's got 52 points, so there's a little leeway. "I take it you like the green one," Aizawa says, setting the mug of tea on top of Samantha's monitor. The cement hero is judging rescue points for Zone A this year, which Aizawa's grateful for. It means he can squeeze in more sleep. "You know I'm not allowed to play favorites," Nedzu says, getting up from his chair and walking over to the zero-pointer button. "But he is the current top scorer, 52 villain points, and if I had to guess, 20 rescue points to go with. So he's a shoo-in," Aizawa says, gazing at the other screens. "Any other kids I need to keep an eye on? Check out Examine 8761. Midnight suggests, pointing to the bottom left corner of the screen. "She's not too bad, 45 villain points. No rescues, though. Examining number 8771 is an average height, muscular girl. Her quirk appears to be some form of meter that lets her generate spikes of metal from her abdomen. From what Aizawa can see, she mainly uses them to spear robots, which will need to change as she wants to get by in UA. Sticking to one move in combat is peak irrationality. I'll take both of them," Aizawa says, slinking back over to his sleeping bag. "Don't wake me up unless someone's dead." Midnight gives his bag a soft kick once he's climbed inside. "Come on, you'll miss the best part. I get to push the button this year. I'm not grading rescue points this time, and I can get the videos showing my students later. There's no reason for me to watch." Aizawa sips on a jelly packet and rolls over. Midnight mutters something about where to shove his logic, but turns away and happily pushes the big red button that's on Ned's armrest. Despite himself, Aizawa cracks an eye open to watch the two top scorers. Interesting. When President Mike said that the zero-pointers were an obstacle to be avoided, Midoriya didn't think that he meant that they were the size of skyscrapers. By the time the gargantuan machine pops into existence, there are only 2 minutes left in the exam. Midoriya stops floating in order to focus on snagging a couple more points from the leftover bots in the far end of the city. He isn't the only one with that thought process, though, because the boy from earlier is around, pulling spikes from his body and hurling them at robots. He isn't very good, and Midoriya has to take out a couple robots that were about to shoot him in the back. But then the zero-pointer shoots up from right under them. It utterly levels the whole block, and Midoriya has to grab the shirtless boy by the ankles and get him to safety with a 6% jump. It hurts his legs a bit, particularly the joints, but it's worth it to save the guy from being crushed by rubble. "I could have gotten out of there myself, glory hog." The boy spits, brushing his hands on his pants as he glared. Don't mention it." Midoriya squeaks, cringing at his choice of words. The boy makes a nasty comment about Midoriya's hair before climbing down the fire escape on the side building. Midoriya is left to watch the zero-pointer level half the city on the roof. Eventually, President Mike calls out that the exam is over and for all participants to make for the gate. Midoriya hops off the building. The walk back is awkward, at least for Midoriya, who has to walk 20 paces behind a guy who very clearly dislikes him. The Spike Boy himself mutters a lot, mostly about how dumb the exam was and how his quirk was useless, which Midoriya thinks is stupid. Seeing the quirk in use for a couple seconds sent all types of ideas and strategies through his brain. Eventually, Midoriya reaches a crowd of other test takers. The small army of students is apparently waiting in line to be healed by a recovery girl. Midoriya, who has no injuries, walks by. She catches his eye and even gives him a quick once-over before nodding. Midoriya figures that she's happy about the fact that he isn't hurt, unlike the boy before him, who has a rather nasty cut across his temple. He makes his way out of the mock city after that, half giddy from figuring out float and half exhausted from using it. Quirks are like muscles, after all, and Midoriya had basically run a 100-meter dash with a brand new calf he didn't know how to use. But that's fine. Grand and All Might will still train him back at the gym, and by the time he's in UA, he'll be golden. If he gets into U8, that is. Oh God, did he get in? The letter won't come for a week, and he's already panicking. What if the judges docked points because he fooled around with float at the end? What if he didn't get enough points? What if he failed the written portion? It's all he can think about on the train ride home, and at dinner, and while laying in bed, and in his dreams. Midoriya doesn't tell his mom about it being his anxiety, not the exam. She got almost every detail about both tests and was just so happy that he couldn't force his doubts on her. Gran Torino, on the other hand. Kid, you look like someone ran over your dog, he says bluntly as Midoriya walks into the gym after school that next Tuesday. Midoriya flinches. I think I bombed the exam. Gran Torino raises a single gray eyebrow. Explain, and Midoriya does. He had to start and stop a couple of times, Gran chiding him on his word vomit, but he gets the picture across eventually. Once he finishes telling his story, the older man laughs loudly. It's not funny. Midoriya cries, fighting back tears. I might not get in. All my work might have been for nothing. Gran Torino shakes his head. Kid, I taught at UA for a year. Trust me when I say that you absolutely killed it. What Midoriya knows Gran was All Might's homeroom teacher. God knows his predecessor was full of horrifying stories of those days. But does the man really know how UA would pick students? The heroics exam ain't what you're thinking of it. Gran Torino explains they look for potential. Most of the time, yes, the potential shows itself in points. But even if you didn't make a single scratch on a robot, they'd probably let you in for saving the kid from the zero-pointer. They want kids with heart and brains, not just flashy quirks. So I got in. Midoriya asks quietly. Gran Torino shrugs. I'm an old man, what do I know? Then after a second, if I had to say, yeah, you got in. But don't get your hopes up. That old rat is a weird one. No telling what he'll do. Now hurry up and stretch. Tashinori's coming by later, and I want you to actually carry the big oaf this time. None of that falling over halfway through crap. The week goes by like normal. Midoriya gets some jeers about the exam, which he expected. No one at school knows he has a quirk, but for the most part, the days fly by and soon the letter arrives. So you're telling me that most of these kids have no potential. Azawa says, flicking through a stack of folders that contain the profiles of every heroics applicant that managed to pass the exam. Most aren't all that impressive, but that's nothing new. Judging worth based on smashing robots is something he thought was dumb from day one. Across from him, Principal Ned's nods. Yes, unfortunately, the batch of children was rather weak this year, and they're even more disappointing if you compare them to the ones we got in the 2 years previous. How can we be sure of that? Samantha speaks up from the far end of the long table. 10 minutes is hardly enough to gauge the strength and talent of thousands of kids. Perhaps they didn't have the right quirks for the practical. That's a good argument, but you judged rescue points this year, Snipe says, idly tipping back in his seat so only the rear legs of his chair touched the ground. You ought to know whether or not Nedzu's right. I graded 1/10 of the applicants. That's hardly a broad enough sample, especially among thousands of children. Samantha's counters. It's not just rescue or villain points we're talking about here. Midnight says most of the test takers couldn't give a half-decent analysis on the written exam. Not to mention the rather crude ways most of the top 60 used their quirks, which were mostly simple emitters and transformatives suitable for taking out robots, I might add. A wave of murmurs breaks out among the teachers. Each and every one of them was either a judge for rescue points, his own manager, or both. They're who decide what prospects get picked and are probably the most important part of the UA staff. And at this moment, they're unsure. We can't just not have a heroics course. President Mike speaks up, casually flicking through a lesson planner. Most of the staff look at him incredulously. What, he defends both Racer and Nedzu, say most of those kids don't have potential, and we all know what that means. But we can't refuse to teach some of them just because they can't be great. The world needs average heroes, too. Not everyone can be all might. Excellent point, Yamada. Neju says, swirling his teacup around. But we are UA. Our motto is plus ultra no. We take those with potential to be great and make them so. No less. We could shrink the hero course. Aizawa suggests, carefully scrutinizing the profiles of the top two placers. You said most don't have potential. Give me the ones that do have some, and I'll put them through the usual and then some. Can we really do that? 13 asks, tapping their fingers together. Just change the outcome of the exam after it's over. Most of the teachers present seem to agree with her sentiment. Aizawa does not. It's been done before. Neju says, I know that in the early days of our school, the staff would annually vote on the number and size of the heroics classes. They discontinued it after they realized the average was 2 classes of 20, but we could bring it back for a couple years if needed. You'll give Eraser the cream of the crop and leave me with nothing. Vlad King complains, thumbing through his own stack of student profiles. Aizawa lets the corners of his lips twitch up just a little. There's always next year, and besides, I might end up expelling them all. Then it's not like there's much to look at here if I'm honest. You all saw the videos, you know how little cream of the crop there is this year. There's a small mutter of agreement, but most of the teachers still seem unsure. Let's have a vote. Nedzu decides. Our 2 options are having 2 classes of 20 like usual, splitting the top scorers in each class and molding our rather meager crop as best we can. Or we have only 1 class and handpick the best students for Aizawa to teach. They vote. The result is 8-7 in favor of Aizawa's idea. The man himself takes a long look over the 4 recommendations. Students' contracts stipulate that there had to be 4 no matter what, but there's nothing too interesting there. The top 2 who took the regular exam, though, well, he certainly hoped they wouldn't disappoint. Izuku. Oh my gosh, it's here. Honey, come quick. The letter. It's for you. The sound of his mother frantically jogging through the apartment shakes Midoriya from his trace. Quickly closing his hero notebook volume 14, he gets up from his desk and leaves his room, nearly knocking his mother over. A rather heavy envelope is thrust into his hands. Open it, his mother cries. Midoriya blinks, almost not believing that the expensive feeling paper with gold lettering is real. Can I open it in my room? He asks mostly because he wants to be composed for when his mother finds out. He knows she'll cry no matter what. Sure, honey. But please make it quick. My heart can't take all this waiting. Sitting back down at his desk with his mother pacing on the other side of the locked door, Midoriya sits down at his desk. He stares at the envelope and pokes it with one finger. Biting his lip, he carefully pulls away at the seal. He gets the envelope open but sits back in his chair. He can't do this. The weight of everything is just too much. The letter will determine his future, and he can't bring himself to open it. Every poster of All Might in his room seems to stare down at him anxiously. A bead of sweat flows down his neck and onto his collar. He has to do this. Staring determinedly at the letter, Midoriya reaches and pulls out a heavy metal disc. It lights up in a hologram, and Midoriya drops it in shock. A tall is he tall. The hologram can't be more than 6 inches, but Midoriya feels like their tall, scruffy-looking man is displayed on the screen. He's wearing all black, and his face is covered by his long hair and a 5 o'clock shadow. Hello, I'm Aizawa Shota, heroics teacher at UA High. The man holds up a remote and clicks it. The screen darkens and expands. A large stylized spelling of his name now takes up most of the screen. Midoriya Izuku, you took the heroics exam and placed in the top 5% in the written portion. A little 95th percentile blinks under Midoriya's name. However, academics isn't all we look for. Midoriya swallows nervously as the man reappears on screen. This is it. The practical is much more important in the long run. But lucky for you, you aced that too. The screen changes again, displaying a colorful list of 10 names. Is in the top left corner, bright gold with a bold 1 next to it. There's 3 rows of numbers next to his name, reading 60 villains, 25 rescue, 85 total. Congratulations, this is your Hero Academia. The screen blinks out and collapses back into the disc. Midoriya can hardly breathe. He reaches for the disc, hoping to play the recordings again, but his hand shakes so bad he drops it. He sits there for a while, trying to process. It's a lot. Too much, really. UA, his dream school, accepted him, and he's number 1. He pinches himself hard a couple times just to be sure he isn't dreaming. He's not dreaming. His eyes start to water, but he wipes away the tears before they fall. He did it. He did it. He's not useless. He's not foolish. He passed, top of the rankings. He's gonna be a hero. But next, he has to tell his mom. Getting up onto his shaky legs, Midoriya walks across his bedroom and gently opens the door. Immediately, his mom rushes forward and wraps him up in a hug. She's crying hard. I was listening through the door. She sobs, Izuku, I'm so proud of you. Midoriya can't help it. He cries too. Mister. Yagi. Toshinori hears a voice yell. He turns around and smiles as he sees his successor jog towards him. I got in. I got in. The boy slides to a stop, sending particles of white sand everywhere. He's smiling like usual, wide and bright. It's a different one than the one he has for combat and weight training. Toshinori can't decide which he likes better. Congratulations. Though I can't say I'm surprised. We did work you hard this past year. Toshinori pats the boy on the shoulder. Young Midoriya laughs and rubs his neck self-consciously. Yeah, I placed first, too. With a total of 85 points, Toshinori raises an eyebrow. That's only 10 shy of my entrance exam score. Though I'm sure you did better on the practical than I did, so it balances out. You got 95 points. Midoriya's jaw drops. Did you beat the 0-pointer, too? Toshinori laughs. I tried, but I couldn't quite take it down in the allotted time. I did get a lashing from the support department head for denting his creation, though, so you probably dodged a bullet by not attacking it. Toshinori blinks. Wait, you didn't attack it, right? Please tell me you didn't break your limbs smashing that thing. I don't need another lecture from Recovery Girl next time I go for my monthly checkup. Young Midoriya chuckles. No, I didn't try to. I did pull another guy out of the way of it, though. He wasn't very happy about it. Toshinori shrugs. Some people don't like getting help, but that doesn't change the fact that they need it. There's a comfortable silence after that. The two stare out to sea, enjoying the cool air and the sound of the waves. I can't believe I'm actually going to be a hero, Midoriya says after a while. Toshinori looks at him oddly. Still, I'd have thought you would have accepted that a year ago. God, it's already been a year since that fateful day. Toshinori can still remember how Midoriya looked as he slung his backpack at the villain. Yeah, I know, it's just. The kid looks down at his feet. I was quirkless for so long, I think I just got used to how people assumed I'd never amount to anything. But now that I got into UA, I can start to prove them wrong. I'd say you already have, Toshinori says, gesturing to the beach and the sea beyond. Young Midoriya looks a bit confused at his words, so he continues, you already are a hero. No, I'm not. Midoriya denies I don't have a license. Sure, I have a quirk now, but that doesn't mean anything. I need education and experience, and he's cut off by a newspaper clipping being shoved into his face. Anonymous youth cleans dag up a trash heap. The boy reads aloud. Spotless sands and clear waves make the former dumping ground a new summer hotspot. He looks up to Toshinori, confused. How does this make me a hero? I did it so I could hold your power. Cleaning the trash was just a plus. Toshinori sighs. Do you remember what I told you that first day on this beach, when it was covered in trash? That if I used your full power, my limbs would fly off. Technically correct, but no, I said that being a hero is about service. This beach was dirty, but you reverted it back to its former glory, bringing joy to thousands. You helped those in need and expected nothing in return. Toshinori says, and last year, the day I met you, you proved yourself as well. By risking your life to save another, you embodied the traits of a hero: servitude, self-sacrifice. They are what make a hero a hero. You, my boy, have already shown both, here on this beach and the day we met. The boy sniffs, and Toshinori thinks for a moment that he's going to cry. But then he wipes his face and stares him directly in the eye. His mouth is curled into his fierce smile, and his eyes burn with passion. I promise to be a hero worthy of your power, he says, his words wavering. I'll be the successor you and the world need. Toshinori can't help but beam. The kid will go far, he'll make sure of it. X. I am here. I am here. I am here. I am. A fist smacks down on the head of an All Might-themed alarm clock, silencing it. Midoriya stares wide-eyed at the ceiling. He's been up for 2 hours and got 5 hours of sleep the previous night. He lays there under his covers for all of 10 seconds. Then he shoots out of bed and hurriedly gets dressed. After tearing off his pajamas, he throws on a pair of socks and an undershirt. Then he slips into the gray slacks and tucks the white button-down in. He grabs his blazer, belt, and backpack as he hurries to the kitchen. His mom is there already, happily sipping on a mug of hot tea while Midoriya's usual breakfast is there. Morning, sweetie. Big day today, she says, standing. You forgot your tie, but that's all right. I'll run and grab it while you eat. Midoriya mumbles out a thanks as he slips his blazer on and sits down at the table, shoveling food into his mouth as his mother came back into the kitchen with a red tie. Part of his mind reminded Midoriya that classes started at 7:30 and that it was only 6. He ignored that and kept rapidly shoving rice in his mouth. You know, if you keep eating like that, you'll get the hiccups, his mother chides. No, Midoriya hiccups won't. He turns bright red and quickly drinks a glass of water. And that's how his first morning of being an official hero in training went, earning the glares of fellow train passengers as he awkwardly hiccups the whole ride to school. It could be worse, he reflects as he walks through the gateway of UA. The train could have broken down, or he could have overslept, or the UA faculty could decide that he's not good enough and expel him in the first day. Boy, would that suck. All Might and Grand's looks of disappointment would haunt him for years. Midoriya decides to stop thinking about that halfway to his classroom. Instead, he focuses on getting there on time. It isn't like he needs to, after all. He's a full 20 minutes early and has directions from the front desk, but he needs something to think about. After less than a minute of walking, the rooms for the hero classes were closer to the entrance, probably because U was a hero school. Midoriya reaches a class 1. Taking a deep breath, he pushes on the absolutely massive door. Stepping in, he's greeted with a familiar, yet odd sight. There's a group of 5 girls in the back, talking and laughing despite the fact that they probably just met. Similarly, a quartet of boys, all taller than Midoriya, converse loudly, while another pair who look like twins play hacky sack in the middle of the room. A couple people are sitting at their desks, but they're all talking too. One boy with an obvious lizard mutation flirts with a red-faced girl. It's just like middle school. And wow, that's weird. Midoriya thought that the kids who got into UA would be better disciplined, but then he remembers. They all probably have strong quirks and were allowed to be rowdy. He'd seen examples of that every day for the past 10 years. Why would high school not be the same for them? Midoriya sits down at his desk in the second row. He's student number 9, so he's pretty close to the door, which is good, though it'll suck being so far from the window. He gets out all his pens and pencils. It's the first day, so homeroom should just be a syllabus and maybe some introductions. Actual hero classes are in the afternoon, but even those shouldn't be too intense. The minutes go by, and more students trickle in. The one who is left is a dark-skinned girl with an ear piercing and short black hair and an undercut. She gives Midoriya a once-over, then busies herself with organizing a notebook. At least someone else is trying to be a good student. By the time there's 2 minutes before the first bell, everyone is in their seat. They're still talking, though, which can't be helped. Everyone in the room is a classmate, and they should get to know each other a little. No one talks to Midoriya, though, but that's fine. It means more time for him to double and triple check his utensils. Then he hears it, a soft, barely audible over the hum of talking teenagers thump. Midoriya's eyes hover over to the doorway. There, lying on the ground just outside the classroom, is a massive caterpillar. Said caterpillar has a human face. Said human face looks ridiculously sleep-deprived and mildly annoyed. The girl to his left must have noticed the creature. Midoriya wants to think it's human, but the world's so weird that he wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't because she lets out a soft "what the fuck." Finally, the bell rings. The ongoing conversations in the room dim a bit. Most start talking about their lack of a teacher. Midoriya and the girl to his right both watch with identical confused expressions as the caterpillar unzips from a yellow sleeping bag and stands up. The man, because it's definitely a man now and no longer a bug, leans against the door frame, looking terribly disappointed and tired. It's the man who made his acceptance video, Midoriya realizes. He somehow looks a bit more scruffy than before, with bigger eye bags and greasy hair. He looks like hasn't shaved all week, too. Eventually, the rest of the class notices the man in the door. They all quiet down as he looks them over seriously. Finally, it took you all over 2 minutes to quiet down, and that's completely illogical, he says. This is the UA Hero course. We don't tolerate time wasters. He lets everyone think on that for a second, then Amazawa Shota, as some of you may recognize. I am to be your homeroom teacher. He reaches behind himself and into his sleeping bag and pulls out a world-famous UA gym uniform. Put these on and meet me outside in the nearest courtyard. Then he pulls a pouch of something from his pocket and disappears into the hallway with a loud slurping noise. The whole class erupts into pandemonium. It takes a while for everyone to calm down and get changed, but eventually they all make it out onto the field. Mr. Aizawa is already there, casually standing in the sun as he wears all black. Everyone stands in front of him, and he waits for everyone to stop talking before he speaks. Midoriya, you placed first in the regular entrance exam, Mr. Aizawa says. Midoriya shrinks as 19 pairs of eyes settle on him. How strong was your grip strength in middle school? Midoriya blinks, looking up in confusion. 50 kilograms, I think. Aizawa nods and tosses Midoriya a heavy, rectangular device. Midoriya recognizes it as a machine to measure grip strength. It's more high-tech than the one his middle school had, but that was to be expected. Take another try at it, but use your quirk this time. His teacher says. Midoriya looks up at him, then back down to the machine. He takes a deep breath and tries to ignore everyone's stares. He grabs hold of the handhold and activates one for all. Technically speaking, grip strength comes from the arm muscles, so Midoriya only has to channel the power into his arm, but he decides to activate full cowl anyway. Better safe than sorry. After a couple seconds of squeezing as hard as he could, the machine vibrated. 820.5 kilograms. It says in a robotic voice. Impressed whispers break out across the crowd, making Midoriya flush. That's how these tests should be done. Everyone turns their attention back to Mr. Aizawa. The Department of Education and the Civilian Quirk Use Committee just don't get it. A person's potential can't be determined without their quirk. That's why you'll be taking all the regular middle school tests: grip strength, side-to-side jumps, pitch, 50-meter dash, distance running, sit-ups, push-ups, and long jump, using your quirks however you like. There's a beat of silence. Then, oh hell yeah, this is great. I finally get to cut loose with my quirk again. Dude, this is gonna be fun. Awesome. Awesome fun, Mr. Aizawa quotes. His tone has changed from casual apathy to anger. You think this is a joke? That using your quirks in my class is anything other than a serious test of your skill? The utter silence from the crowd of children is telling. How about this for fun? Aizawa continues, the person with the lowest rank out of all of you gets expelled. But that's not fair. Midoriya can't keep himself from crying out. Mr. Aizawa snorts, and villains and natural disasters are. The world of heroes may seem like nothing but flashy super moves and interviews, but it's deadly and above all unfair. If you can't overcome that unfairness, then you've got no right to call yourself a hero. The tests start in earnest after that. Some people halfway regain their enthusiasm, mostly the people who have good physical quirks, but most seem single-minded in not being last. Midoriya was among the anxious majority. Grip strength is the first test everyone does, and he gets first in that. The boy with the lizard mutation got close to his score, though he used both hands. After grip strength is side-to-side jumps. Midoriya gets third, just behind the dark-skinned girl he sat next to, and a boy whose quirk must be some form of linear acceleration. The dark-skinned girl must have placed pretty high on the exam, Midoriya figures. She has a good, versatile quirk that lets her grow steel-like hunks of metal from her abdomen. She mostly uses them for mobility in the tests, getting respectable scores in all of the exercises. A quirk like that would be good for heroics. Simple quirks like that usually are. They allow the user to do all sorts of creative things due to the basic nature. It's also pretty flashy, which would lend itself to decent popularity. On top of it, you're staring at me, the girl says, looking Midoriya dead in the eye. The jacket of her gym uniform is undone so she can use her quirk without damaging it. It also makes Midoriya flush. He looks away. Sorry, it's just, you have a really great quirk. I really like quirks and whatever. Just stop looking at me like I'm some kind of test subject. But aren't we all test subjects right now? Midoriya immediately regrets asking the question. She narrows her eyes. All right, smartass, you, Midoriya. Noburo, stop talking and line up for sit-ups. Mr. Aizawa interrupted. We don't have all day. Midoriya stopped staring at the girl in the bureau. He reminded himself after that. By the time there are only 5 minutes left of the period, the tests are over. Midoriya places first in everything except side-to-side jumps, the pitch, and distance running. Though, if he was being honest, he doesn't really deserve first place in the 50-meter dash. The boy with the linear acceleration quirk should have beaten him by a mile, but he got distracted by something and tripped. Midoriya, who was floating through the air, passed him and stole the top spot. Everyone is lined up in front of Mr. Aizawa now, and the man himself is lazily looking at his phone. Then he holds it out and taps it once, causing a hologram to appear. The hologram shows a list of names and numbers. These are the placements for the quirk apprehension test. Some of you did good, some of you did awful, but only one is going home today. Midoriya quickly picks out his name, which is the very first one. He lets out a sigh of relief, much to the ire of his nearby classmates. Then he hears someone behind him start to cry. He can't help but turn around and look. It's one of the tall boys from before who could turn his arms into fire. Considering he can't use them for propulsion, and that fire didn't really have a lot of mass, it makes sense that he's last. Oto head to the principal's office immediately. Aizawa orders. The crying boy quickly ran off the field, and a heavy weight was soon felt in the air. Tai Yu, Katz, Li, Wan. 5 other students looked up to the teacher with fear. You 5 are out of the hero course. See the student counselor about transferring to Gen Ed immediately. You can't do that. We all placed in the top 12. One girl yells. The other 4 also chime in, voicing their anger. I'm a hero course teacher at UA, where freedom of expression is valued above all else. I can do what I want. Mr. Aizawa says, slipping the phone into one of his pockets. But we passed the test and the entrance exam. Another boy cries, wiping a tear from his face. Yes, congrats. You beat up enough robots with your destructive, flashy quirks. But I can tell at a glance none of you have the maturity for this class. Aizawa crosses his arms, laughing, making fun of those who do worse than you, half-assing the test just because you can. You're not fit to be heroes, but you'll get another chance at the sports festival. Now get out. They walked off of the training field, leaving the remaining 14 students to stare wide-eyed at their teacher. For the rest of you, this isn't over. You passed the first test, but as far as I'm concerned, every day in this class is going to be the same. If you don't try your hardest every single day, I will not hesitate to kick you out of my class. Midoriya gulps at his teacher's words, shrinking down, but that only gathers the man's attention. Midoriya, you're on thin ice, he says. But he got first. a random classmate defends. That means he's better than all of us, right? Oh, he performed better than all of you today, that's true. Mr. Aizawa stared at Midoriya, but he didn't utilize his full potential. Why didn't you fly for the pitch or distance running? You could have easily done better if you did. I can't control my flying yet, Midoriya cries. I can barely control the speed and direction, much less stay in a 2-meter circle. That was true. He'd worked on float for days following the entrance exam. All Might slapped a helmet on his head and had him train for hours while he and Gran helped. Help probably wasn't even the right term because neither of them could fly. Sure, Gran had forgotten more about aerial combat than most would ever learn, and All Might glided regularly, but they couldn't fly. Midoriya's float training boiled down to him running into walls while his two mentors shouted out tips from Flying for Dummies. Fine, Mr. Aizawa says, turning around and walking back towards the building. But you're still on thin ice. All of you get changed and pick up a syllabus. Make sure you aren't late for math. And that's how Midoriya's first homeroom at UA went. Somehow, he feels it still could have been worse. At least no one thinks he's useless. 7, and then we got normal classes for the rest of the day like nothing happened. We even have our first hero practical exercise tomorrow, costumes and all. Was this what UA was like for you? Toshinori carefully sets down his stack of papers. He'd been busy for the past couple of days and was taking time to catch up on paperwork while checking in on Midoriya. No, absolutely not, Toshinori says, circling a rather important line in a confrontation manuscript in a bold red. A villain he'd taken down recently had said something that seemed to pertain to an ongoing case, and just because he isn't on it doesn't mean he can't help. But considering your homeroom teacher is Aizawa, it's to be expected. You've worked with him before. Midori asks, pausing his back squat. Is he any good? Or I mean, he teaches at UA, so he has to be. But what's he like? Toshinori thinks for a moment. Focused, he decides. I haven't worked with him directly, but I've read reports of his work, and since you, my successor, are enrolled in UA, Nedzu allowed me to read up on him. In all the documents I read, Aizawa was described as the type to do a job to the best of his ability as quickly and efficiently as possible. He's a little rough around the edges, but since he doesn't have an agency or a public persona that's excusable, he flicks over a leaf of paper before setting it in another pile. Switch to deadlifts, will you? Sure, Midoriya says, carefully setting the bar on the rest and then on the ground. So he's underground then? Toshinori nods. Yes, he considers himself to be an underground hero, more a licensed vigilante than a public figure who responds to ongoing crime and disasters, in my opinion. Why do you ask? Well, the boy says, loading up his normal weight for deadlifts. All the teachers at UA are heroes, heroes that I know, too, except Mr. Aizawa. He carefully rolls the bar back and forth before lifting it up to his waist. I've been trying to piece it together all day, but I haven't figured it out. He slowly lowers the bar back down so there's an inch between it and the floor. But you know who he is, so. Toshinori considers for a moment. I think I'll let you figure this one out on your own. Despite his surprise, Midoriya doesn't falter. How come? Toshinori sets down his pen. Think of it this way. If I had all of the great power one for all grants me but had the mental capacity of a 7-year-old, would I be an effective hero? Definitely not, though I can think of a situation or two. I wouldn't. Let's just keep it that way for simplicity. Toshinori waves his successor off. My point is that your brain is just as important, if not more so, than your quirk. It's vital that you exercise it like you would any other muscle. So you want me to figure out what Mr. Aizawa's hero name is. Midoriya puts the bar down, done with his set of deadlifts. Yes, Toshinori stands, but your only resources are ones available to the public. No going through old UA documents that you're not allowed to or using an old yearbook you bought online. UA graduates sell their yearbooks online. Midoriya interrupts, confusion evident in his expression. Yes, actually. It's mostly because the hero graduates. The 3 with me in them fetch a pretty high price. Anyways, only a basic search engine, whatever UA releases to the public, and you're not allowed to spend any money. Toshinori grows to his muscle form. Now, you said Aizawa was disappointed by your use of float. I cannot stand for that. Slap your helmet on, young Midoriya. We're doing intensive training. X. Homeroom the second day of school is much easier and less heart attack inducing. Mr. Aizawa had them all read various opinion pieces on a variety of heroes, and then made them write a 500-word essay on how public opinion affects field performance. He doesn't even threaten expulsion once, which Midoriya finds to be much more scary than how he acted yesterday. Their teacher mostly lies down in his sleeping bag, but Midoriya gets the impression that he's only half asleep at most. Azawa's an underground hero, too, so it makes sense that he wants to rest so often. The man probably operates at night on top of regular hero duties. Azawa raises an eyebrow when Midoriya turns in his essay, which is way over the 500-word minimum, but other than that he seems content to act like yesterday was a perfectly normal day. Maybe it was. Midoriya wouldn't know because there's no info online about Mr. Aizawa, excluding the bare-bones profile UA has of him on their website, which hardly counts. After homeroom, they have a slew of regular high school classes, though they're sort of tailored to heroics in a vague fashion. For example, English focuses on learning phrases and verbs useful for working with international heroes, as English is used for most international team-ups for whatever reason. Math and art history are also linked to heroics, focusing on physics formulas and old paintings or images of heroes respectively. And now Midoriya has lunch. He'd already gotten in line and ordered what All Might's meal plan had laid out, but struggled to find a table. He'd always eaten alone back in middle school. Should he keep doing that here? Can he sit with the older years, or are freshmen supposed to stick together? Would he be welcome at the tables his classmates sit at? He placed first on the quirk apprehension test, that is to count for something right. Eventually, he chooses to sit at a half-empty table, giving a polite nod to a group of older students who don't even look up from their stacks of blueprints. Midoriya figured that they were support students. Calmly taking a bite of his beef as he digs through his bag for his notebook, Midoriya is startled by a tray of soba slamming down right in front of him. The noodles bounce around, one falling out of the dish. Letting out a squeak, he looks up. It's Naburo. Can I help you? Midoriya asks. The girl examines his face for a moment, her own expression schooled in deep concentration. She sits down across from him and pokes at her soba. You're weird, she says after a second, slurping up some noodles in a way that Midoriya's mother would have scolded him for. Midoriya blinks. Thanks. I think, he says, cautiously setting his notebook on the table. Naburo snorts. It's not a compliment. You just don't make sense. What do you mean? Midoriya watches as she continues to eat like this is a normal, everyday conversation. You're top of the class, she says, taking a swig of some brightly colored drink, first in the entrance exam, first on the quirk test. But you're such a wet noodle. Midoriya can't help but stare for a moment. Naburo doesn't seem to mind and continues to eat. And wet noodle, he says after a while. Yes, she nods. I heard some idiot brag to me about getting 40 points in the exam, but how many points did you get? 60 villain, 25 rescue, 85 total. Midoriya lists. Yes, see, you thrashed everyone in our class, but you barely talk, or bragged, or gloat. You can't even walk through the damn hallway without staring at your feet. She points her chopsticks at him rudely. I don't like it. What? Midoriya says dumbly. Naburo sighs heavily. The top of my class has the temperament of a green bean. Don't you see how bad that is? No, what does having the temperament of a green bean even mean? Is it an insult? He'd been insulted a lot in middle school. Was it normal for kids to bully the top of the class here? Was he being bullied? Or something else? You're thinking too hard, I can see it. Naburo interrupts. Stop it. Just don't act like a doormat in hero class, and we'll be fine. I can be happy with number one not being an ass, but if you're one of those idiots who thinks anyone can be great and everything's sunshine and rainbows, we're going to have a problem. But if they work hard enough, then anyone can be amazing. Midoriya defends. Naburo rolls her eyes. Yeah, sure, like some punk with extendable eyeballs could ever be half the hero I'll be, she says cockily. Then I can already tell that we're gonna have problems, so what do you mean problem? Midoriya interrupts. You keep acting like there's something wrong with me. Is there? Nibiru stares at him for a moment. Yes, you see, you're at the top. I'm just below you. If you walk around acting like a wet noodle, then everyone in the school will think our whole class is full of pushovers, especially me because I'll be playing second fiddle to someone like. She gestures to the entirety of Midoriya at this. You just gestured to all of me. Midoriya mutters. Yes, that's the point. Nibiru rests her head in the palm of her hand. Just don't be like. She points at Midoriya that in the middle of combat and we'll be fine. And that's that. Nibiru quickly finishes her lunch and leaves for class without a word, and Midoriya finishes his food while filling out another page in his hero notebook. All in all, it was definitely better than some of the lunches he had back at Aldera. He had a conversation, filled out a page, and managed to eat the whole thing, but now he is hero class. Midoriya's stomach flips as he walks back to class one night. Mr. Aizawa said he was on thin ice. And just yesterday, he kicked 6 people out of class. All Might said he'd be fine as long as he shows how much of a hard worker he is, but will that really be enough? He hopes so. Any and every expectation Midoriya had for class is promptly ejected out the nearest window the moment he steps in the room. There, nervously fidgeting in his seat with a wrinkly UAE uniform, is the boy Mr. Aizawa expelled the previous day. Midoriya wipes his eyes to make sure they are working and pinches the back of his hand. Nope, he's not dreaming. Which means, are you going to stare all day like a fool or sit down? The telltale sign, yes, it's only day 2, but who else in the whole of UA walks around with a sleeping bag of a long, rusty zipper? Draws Midoriya's attention to the floor just below the teacher's podium. Mr. Aizawa stands, and it's only then does Midoriya realize that he's been standing and gaping like a fish. He flushes and quickly sits down in his spot. The remaining students fill in quickly after that, some making comments about how amazing lunch tasted, and others still mid-joke. They all freeze when they see Oto. No one gets long to stare as Mr. Aizawa snaps them out of it and makes them sit down. Once all 15 pairs of eyes are facing firmly straight ahead, Mr. Aizawa pulls out a thin stack of papers. Today is your first practical hero exercise. As your homeroom teacher, I will be present. However, I will not be your main educator. I expect you to take this class very seriously and that you treat the other teacher and the training facility with respect. Am I understood? A chorus of yes, sir rings through the classroom. Aizawa nods, satisfied but still wary. Follow me. You won't need your things, he says, tucking his sleeping bag under one arm and grabbing an overfilled clipboard with the other. Their teacher leads them through the massive corridors of U8, turning every now and then until they reach a classroom marked Foundational Heroics. He herds them all in before zipping up his bag and lying down on the floor. Most of the students take their seats and begin to talk amongst themselves. Midoriya doesn't, instead fiddling with the cuffs of his sleeves and scanning the room. Eventually, the bell rings and heavy footsteps can be heard briskly walking down the hall. Midoriya has just enough time to sit up straight as the door to the classroom is kicked open. In walks a rather tall and muscular man wearing a red hero costume with thick, white gloves, boots, and a yellow-orange visor on the upper part of his head. His gray hair is spiky, and he has a peculiar jawline with 2 teeth sticking up from his bottom lip like fangs. He stands at the front of the room and looks them over. Hello, I'm Kanseki Jiro, also known as the pro hero Vlad King, he says with a slight lisp. I'll be your foundational heroics teacher. Then he looks down to Aizawa, who appears to be asleep. There's fewer than 20, Aizawa. Care to explain? The homeroom teacher cracks open one eye. They weren't ready for this class, so I booted them to Gen Ed. They'll have a chance at the festival, Aizawa says, not even bothering to sit up. Vlad King huffs and flicks through the clipboard Aizawa had left on the teacher's podium. I'll just have to work with 5 less than planned, I suppose. He looks up at the class. Everyone here. No one replies. Vlad shrugs. Good enough for me. Now a quiet click can be heard, and soon the sound of hissing fills the room. The students look around, confused. Midoriya is one of the first to notice that parts of the walls are swinging outwards, miniature doors opening like lockers to reveal cubbies. These are your hero costumes, Vlad explains. The cases are numbered the same as your student numbers are. Suitcases are sitting in the cubbies, one of which has Midoriya's hero costume in it. Already his mind is going a mile a minute. There's a set of locker rooms across the hall. Vlad King continues, boys on the right, girls on the left. Hurry up and put your stuff on. Meet me by the door at the end of the hall. Midoriya and 7 other boys enter the locker room nearly at a run. Odo, the boy Izawa expelled, is quickly surrounded by everyone but Midoriya and questioned thoroughly. Tuning the noise of the other boys out, Midoriya focuses on opening his suitcase. It's rather high-tech, which is both odd and expected at this point. It's UA after all. The top swings up smoothly and without a sound, unveiling a dark green piece of cloth and a leaf of paper taped to it. He pulls the paper off and tries to read the script. It's hard. Whoever wrote it must have been in a hurry, but he gets it eventually. Dear student number 9, your original costume design gave me a real good laugh when I first saw it. I even snapped a pic of it and showed it to my friends. They also laughed. It's now become sort of a joke here in the support department. Even the seniors are poking fun at it. I've even managed to duck the usual freshman hazing by giving something new for the upper years to mock. As you've probably figured out by now, your design was bad, real bad, like it was drawn by a 5-year-old bed. So as a favor, I redesigned almost all of it to better suit your needs. Enjoy. Midoriya blinks. That was a little mean, but also nice. He isn't a costume designer, so he can understand a little bit of change. But was it really bad enough to warrant a nearly complete overhaul? The only way to know would be to ask the support department, but that's something he doesn't feel like doing. Why, yeah, I get a second chance because I put forth my best effort. At least, that's what Mr. Aizawa says. Midoriya looks up and over to Odo, who's chatting with other boys as they finish putting on their costume. Midoriya hurries to take off his uniform. That's so weird, dude. Another says, like, can you imagine if a medical school did that? They'd probably be torn to pieces on the evening news. Yeah, well, this is UA. They've got enough street cred to get away with loads of stuff other schools couldn't even think about. A third boy points out, that's fair, but Aizawa kicking 6 kids out then welcoming one back isn't normal. I checked the graduation statistics of UA, and almost every hero course has 20 make it. If they don't, they have 18 or 19, someone else says. A loud banging startles the room into silence. If you have time to talk, you can leave the room. The voice of Aizawa comes through the door. This isn't social hour. Remember, UA doesn't tolerate time wasters. Picking up the pace, Midoriya hurries into his costume. First is a thin pair of black socks, followed by a pair of white compression pants and a similar shirt. Then comes the dark green jumpsuit, which is all one piece and has built-in pads for all of his vital bits. That's definitely an improvement over his original design. The one he submitted was rather lacking in protection. After the jumpsuit comes the belt, gloves reinforced with extra studs for grip, and shoes, which are thankfully the same dark red he asked for. The 7 other boys plus Midoriya, who's still hastily slipping on his respirator, quickly exit the locker room after that and gather by the door like Vlad had said. The girls eventually join them, and with one last once-over from the 2 teachers, Vlad King speaks. All right, pay close attention, because I'm going to explain the combat exercise. The man in red opens the door to a dark, high-walled room. Most of the space is dominated by one huge screen, which is hooked up to a rather small computer. The class files in, with Aizawa behind them. Vlad waits for the excited chatter to calm down before speaking again. Today's exercise is a team 1. You'll be in pairs, fighting in a mock sewer. It's dry and clean, so there's no need to worry about that. He reaches over and hits a button on the keyboard of the computer. A short starting animation plays on screen before a loading bar takes its place. Cameras are installed, so everyone else will be watching the matches. Vlad looks over to Aizawa, who continues. We'll be going over your performances in class tomorrow, as well as picking an MVP for each match. Keep in mind that every aspect of this is intentionally designed to test your current ability. He pauses and looks over the class. His eyes zero in on Midoriya. Remember that you're expected to give your all and then some. Vlad, you can call teams. Vlad King draws a breath to speak, but is interrupted by a hand shooting up. Yes, he says, I can take a few questions. What is it? Naburo lowers her hand. Isn't this a little sudden? Shouldn't we get a lesson in how to fight indoors first? You will, tomorrow after I critique your performance. Aizawa answers, I want to know what you need to know before I teach you. It's better that way. Naburo nods, accepting the answer. Right then, Vlad taps his clipboard on twice, regaining attention. Your groups are listed on the screen behind me. You're not allowed to talk strategy until your group is called, and when you are called, you will get 5 minutes, after which you may engage in combat. Some of the students seem to perk up at that, but Aizawa cuts that off. However, we're not going to let you go all out with your quirks. Injuring your opponent is allowed, but unnecessary roughness isn't. You'll also be given fake capture tape to use. When applied to at least 3 of a person's limbs, it signifies defeat. Midoriya's homeroom teacher eyes the class over critically before looking up at the teams. Scanning the screen, Midoriya quickly finds his name boxed in with Oto Kenji below a bold letter C. Looking around the room, he quickly finds his partner, who's standing on the edge of the group. Midoriya manages to catch his eye and shoots the boy a smile. His partner smiles back nervously and gives him the thumbs up. Satisfied, Midoriya faces forwards again in time to see the screen change to a live video feed. Team C and F, you're up. Vlad calls, double-checking each of the cameras. Aizawa will escort you to the entry point and give you the capture tape. Then your 5 minutes will start. True to Vlad's word, Mr. Aizawa leads the 2 teams out of the dim room and out to a mock city. Midoriya takes a moment to look over Team F, which has 3 members. One is Naburo, whose costume is based on biker wear with a crop jacket that lets her use her quirk. The other 2 are boys, one in a yellow jumpsuit and helmet, and the other wearing a sleeveless coat and leather pants. Midoriya remembers that one has a linear acceleration quirk, and the other can extend his arms up to 50 meters. Aizawa stops walking in front of a pair of low cement buildings. He reaches into his scarf and pulls out 6 rolls of white tape. Turning around, he tosses each student one and an extra to Oto. Team C is on the left, Team F on the right. When your time's up, head down the ladder. Don't disappoint me, Aizawa says, walking right back to where they left. Oh, and your time starts now. Midoriya immediately grabs his partner by the arm and takes him into the building. Inside is a table, which he sits down on and starts to think. Linear acceleration wouldn't be too good in the confines of a sewer, but extending arms and spikes of metal would come in handy. With full cowl, he could move around easy enough, but floating would be difficult. His partner's flames would be handy, but very eye-catching. Stealth, while preferable due to the number disadvantage, was probably out. Maybe. Yeesh, you've got a quick head. Oto comments, drumming his fingers in the wood of the table. I think you've already got half a plan. Midoriya feels himself go red. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to exclude you. What do you think we should do? Just because I got first doesn't mean I should be in charge. Wait, sorry, I didn't mean it that W. Oto laughs and rubs the back of his neck self-consciously. Yeah, I guess I didn't make that much of an impression yesterday, so it's cool. His expression turns serious, but I'm here to change that. Now, you said my quirk is too flashy. Midoriya nods sheepishly. Yeah, mine too. And the sewer is probably really dark, so too much light wouldn't be good. Plus, your costume is kind of bright. Oto tugs his flame orange tank top with a smile. Yeah, I figured I'd go for eye-catching. That way more people will focus on me. Midoriya stares at his partner for a moment. I think that could work in our favor. Oto cocks his head. How so? You're flashy, very flashy. Midoriya explains. If you go down and make a lot of noise and light, then they'll come for you assuming we're together. If you can hold them off long enough, then I can sneak up and take out one of them. After that, we can fight on even terms. Oto thinks for a moment. Okay, but your quirk makes light too. How will we make sure they come for me? Midoriya mulls it over, then stands. One for all and float were once separate, right. So maybe he can fly without the green lighting. Triggering his quirk, Midoriya keeps the level below 1%. Then he closes his eyes and concentrates on the way he felt at the entrance exam, the feeling reminiscent of flying through the air on his own wings that he remembers vividly from the first time he used float. By the time he opens his eyes, he can already tell he's hovering above the ground, and there's no green lightning, just a little bit of glow coming from his skin. It's difficult, but he could probably hold it long enough to get the drop on someone. I think I got it. Odo smiles confidently. If you can keep that up, then we've got this in the bag. Midoriya grins and lets himself fall the 2 inches to the floor. I hope so. Aizawa sucks down a jelly package as he stares intently at the screen before him. The teams for the hero exercise were not random. He picked them himself. This first match between C and F had the 3 students with the most potential, plus a couple more that some other B-list hero schools would be happy to take, but certainly not you. Teams C and F, your time is up. Please enter the sewer, Vlad says into the intercom. Aizawa focuses on who descends first on each team. Odo does for C, and Nibiru does for F. Both teams have solid, if simple, plans. F intends to focus on brute force and overwhelming numbers, while C has decided to try something more sneaky. Aizawa himself is slightly biased towards the stealthier option, though he's professional enough to realize that both have merit. Why should Team F bother to come up with a complex plan when they could comb the whole of the location and deal with the enemy using their number advantage? They shouldn't. Keeping things simple at the skill level there it is important and the best way to get a feel for the basics. Let the third years come up with the multi-phase operations. The freshmen will keep it nice and simple, for now. Of course, Aizawa has a slight inkling of who will win in this matchup. Or more accurately, what the outcome will be based on the first contact. If Midoriya and Odo manage to knock out Nibiru with their plan and they would go for Nibiru, she's the biggest threat, then Team C would be victorious. But if Team F manages to shake off Midoriya's capture attempt and keep all their members, then the brawl that follows would end in a Team F victory. Hey, Midoriya? The voice of Odo sounds through Aizawa's earpiece. What is it? The pair are quietly walking through the low-lit sewers, waiting until they hear signs of the other team. I was thinking maybe you should take my tape. I can't exactly use it with my flame arms. There's a short pause. Only if you're sure. Aizawa watches as Odo tosses a roll of tape to Midoriya. Satisfied, he switches cameras to have a better view of Team F. The trio are aligned in a triangle formation with Nibiru at the point. That's a good move. Her quirk works better in a straight line, and the other two would do well with a distraction keeping the enemy occupied. The two teams gradually draw closer to each other, though it takes some time. Odo hasn't begun making noise yet, which makes the viewing a bit dull for the students behind him. Then, all right, makes some noise, Midoriya orders, barely visible as he floats up to the ceiling of a particularly tall room. He must have heard one of the enemy students trip over their own feet. It's dim enough that Midoriya is nearly invisible, though his proximity to the single naked light bulb in the room would give away his position if someone looks down. That, however, could be forgiven just this once. Odo would make enough light to banish the shadow. A torrent of flame erupts from the upper body of Odo, roaring like a wild beast. 2 3-meter pillars of fire swing about the room, the originator smiling like any teenager does when they use their quirk. On another screen, Aizawa notes that Team F has heard and is already rushing to the source of the noise. So far, so good. Then the student with the speed quirk breaks formation and rushes ahead. Nibiru curses and rushes to catch up, and the third teammate follows. The boy who broke off reaches the room with Team C first, about 30 seconds before the other two would get there. Aizawa leans forward slightly, interested in how Midoriya and Odo would repurpose their plan. Odo wastes no time rushing forward to better distract the other boy, and Midoriya mirrors his actions 15 feet up. Zashi, the boy with the speed quirk, tries to get around Odo, but flanking a person who can swivel their arms 360 degrees is almost impossible. Zashi ends up tripping, and Midoriya quickly pounces, wrapping his legs up in a strip of capture tape before doing his arms in a separate strip. Zashi Mori has been eliminated. Vlad calls into the intercom. On screen, Odo smiles with delight as Midoriya hurriedly readies another roll of capture tape. It was a clean capture. Aizawa is almost impressed, but he's more disappointed in Zashi's willingness to break from his team. Barely 5 seconds pass after Midoriya subdues the bigger boy before Noburo bursts in with her teammate on her heels. Aizawa notes that she quickly scanned the room before rushing Midoriya, who leapt into the air. The suddenness of it all seems to catch Odo off guard, and Moku, the boy with extendable arms, quickly slams him into a wall. The boy's flames flicker out, and Odo is sloppily wrapped in captured tape. Midoriya, most likely seeing his partner being knocked out in the corner of his eye, kicks off the ceiling, going right for Moku. The boy barely manages to sidestep Midoriya's punch, but ends up slamming into Noburo, who tried to follow Midoriya. Aizawa can practically see the gears turning in Midoriya's head by now. The boy bites his lip before a wide, almost manic grin splits across his face. He shoots forward right between Noburo and Moku as green lighting trails. Both of the remaining Team F members try to retaliate, Noburo swiftly growing a trio of angled, dulled spikes. Aizawa mentally thanks her for showing restraint, and Moku attempting to tangle Midoriya in his arms. The two attacks collide, with Midoriya flying off towards the ceiling to evade. Noburo swears loudly before angling her body upwards. A single spike, perhaps 6 inches in diameter, hits the concrete above. Midoriya shoots down, having narrowly dodged, and wraps one of Noburo's arms in captured tape. He tries for a second, but Moku quickly extends an arm, forcing Midoriya to dodge. Noburo tries to pick the captured tape off, but Midoriya rushes her again, forcing another set of spikes and a pair of extended arms to tangle. Midoriya takes that opening and sticks a strand of capture tape to one of Moku's arms, then uses the same strand to tie up one of Noburo's legs once he gets close enough. Noburo and Moku try to pull apart but only succeed in falling over. Midoriya quickly ties them up, having to dodge a few last-ditch spikes. Noburo, Mai, and Moku Ren are captured. Team C wins. Vlad calls the match. Aizawa watches as Midoriya sheepishly unties Noburo and offers her a hand up. The girl begrudgingly accepts it. Well, that is definitely a match to rewatch. He is impressed, but also curious. What training did Midoriya have before UA? A right good match, U5. The deep voice of Vlad King carries through the room. Midoriya feels himself start to smile at the praise. But now we must pick the MVP. Anyone have any suggestions? He turns his attention to the whole of the class. The majority of want to look around at each other, stuck in the all too familiar limbo of wanting to answer but being too nervous to share what they think. Considering the behavior of their homeroom teacher, Midoriya can't blame them. Well, it's gotta be Midoriya, right? One girl finally pipes up. She immediately goes red and tries to shrink into herself. Midoriya feels a pang of empathy. He knows that feeling all too well. Vlad nods. That's a good pick, and I won't disagree, but could you explain? He knocked out all of Team F and won a 2-on-1 fight. The girl quickly replies. That's a very bare-bones answer. Mr. Aizawa speaks up, still scribbling notes on a clipboard in a way that makes Midoriya's heart palpitate in apprehension. Would anyone care to expand on it? No one does, Midoriya can tell at a glance. Mr. Aizawa seems to have expected this, though, so he sets his clipboard down and surveys the class with a critical eye. Out of the 5 participants, Midoriya acted the most like a pro. He came up with an effective plan in the allotted time, listened to his partner, stayed with said partner the whole exercise, and adapted when things went off the rails. Some mistakes were made, yes, but for a first lesson he performed near perfectly. The rest of you should think about what he did and learn from it. Midoriya feels a wave of heat creep up his neck and onto his face. A bead of sweat forms on his forehead and trails all the way down to his collarbone. He acted like a pro. The words play on loop in his mind for a bit. Odo, who's still standing beside him, looks at him a bit worriedly. Midoriya waves him off and tries to listen to Vlad. Thank you, Eraser. The taller of the 2 teachers gives Aizawa a grateful look. Midoriya's head suddenly loses its embarrassed flush. Eraser, is that a weird workplace nickname or an actual title? Maybe it's an inside joke. Maybe it's Aizawa's hero name. Teachers in UA went by hero names sometimes, though mostly insisted the students use their actual names. Now the Blood Hero continues, cutting off Midoriya's train of thought. We must critique the losers. Would anyone like to start? There's another long and painful bout of silence, and Midoriya tries not to fidget too much. Well, all right then. I guess I'll do it for you, Vlad says, slightly miffed. He flips a piece of paper over his clipboard before continuing. The most glaring issue is that Zashi broke off, he states bluntly. Whether it was out of overeagerness or plain stupidity, the mistake was still what cost Team F the match. Midoriya sees Zashi shoot his teammates a dirty look from the corner of his eye. It's not my fault they couldn't keep up, the boy in yellow mumbles rudely. Yes, it is, Aizawa sternly corrects. Use your quirk to get in position without talking to your team, not to mention that you ignored the plan you agreed to, which, I will add, had a shot at succeeding. You're the biggest reason why your team lost. Get over and learn from it. Zashi mutters something that sounds a bit like a curse under his breath, but Moku elbows him and gives him a warning look. That's all we'll talk about for now. Aizawa will go over more in homeroom tomorrow, Vlad says, locking eyes with the other teacher. All right, next match. Teams ND, you're up. X, the rest of the teams took way longer than us after that. Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Vlad gave lots of tips throughout the whole thing, though, so it was still really informative. Midoriya rhythmically continues his hanging curl-ups, enjoying the satisfying burn of his abdominal muscles as his forehead nearly meets his knees. Sounds like you came up with a new thing for us to work on. Gran Torino casually flicks through channel after channel on the TV he mounted in the back of the weight room. The whole setup is rather impressive, considering he jerry-rigged it with a roll of duct tape and an old coffee table. What do you mean? Midoriya pauses his curl-ups, an upside-down view of a gray wall completely covered in inspirational posters, all Mike got from the surplus of his merch. Midoriya had to vehemently insist to him that no, hanging up posters of himself in his own building isn't egotistic and would even be welcome, but that didn't stop Gran Torino from cracking jokes about it on the daily. Use float in a new way, allowing you to maneuver midair without extra light. That can be very useful, Gran explains, mouth half full of teriyaki. Midoriya thinks for a moment and realizes his point. But when I use a power output that low, I can't move as fast. Sure, I can bounce off of walls and stuff at 1%, but that makes noise, which defeats the purpose of using one for all at 1%. All the blood's gonna rush to your head like that, Gran Torino warns, getting up from his seat. He gives Midoriya a half-hearted whack with his cane, and the boy continues doing his hanging curl-ups, the vest full of weight plates straining his muscles. And we'll work on your reflexes and attack line reading so you won't have to worry about moving too slow. He makes his way over to the basement door, presumably to change into his hero gear. Once you're done with your workout, I'll have you chase me around with float at 1% in the light. Once you get that down, I'll call it a night. I still have regular hero duties, you know. Midoriya hurries through his workout after that. As fulfilling as weight training may be, combat training is infinitely more fun. That's not to say that he skimps on his exercise, though. He'd be a fool to since one for all requires as much muscle mass as possible to be effective. Finally, after he finishes his cool-down jog and stretches, Midoriya heads up the flight of stairs with Gran to work on float. All right, show me this stealth mode thing, or whatever you're calling it. His teacher orders, rolling his shoulders and cracking his neck. Midoriya blinks. I'm not really calling it anything, but he closes his eyes and lets one for all cover his body in a comfortable 1%. All of the energy is staying in his body, strengthening him. Then he reaches out for float. That's slightly harder, as the free feeling needed to use the quirk doesn't exactly go with intense concentration. Eventually, he gets it and hovers a couple inches off the ground. Gran Torino looks him over and nods. I can see how this came into use in that sewer. If it's dark enough, you'd be nearly invisible. Nice work thinking on the fly like that, kid. He crouches down, knees bent and hands making contact with the floor. But if you really want to be clever with it, you'll need to be able to move. Midoriya barely has time to regret ever suggesting more training on top of Gonna UA before Gran shoots forward with a whoosh and slams feet first into his gut. Midoriya hits the floor, rolls over, and dry heaves. I can see why you think it's not good for much. You definitely can't go half as fast with it as you can with those moves you stole from me. But after today, I'll make sure you can use it somewhat reliably in combat training. Grant shakes his legs out as though slamming into Midoriya's stomach had somehow managed to hurt his knees. Midoriya takes a couple deep breaths and gets back up. He calls upon the quirk again and rises into the air. Gran Torino rushes him without warning again. He's slower than normal, thank God, but still fast enough to graze Midoriya as he dodges to the side. Gran's doing his usual tactic of bouncing around the room, but at a relative snail's pace. He's also making sure not to use a pattern. See if you can keep away from me for 5 minutes. After that, we'll shut the lights off till Toshinori gets here. Then he'll have a go. It takes 30 gut punches, 20 face splints, 10 wall collisions, 5 near broken windows, 2 actually broken windows, and a kick to head for Midoriya to get a barely decent hang of using float at 1%. It doesn't help that Gran Torino keeps varying his speed of attack and using too many feints and fake-outs for Midoriya to keep track of. And Gran is only half satisfied with his skill level. That means more and more training in the coming weeks, and since Midoriya wants to excel, he'd come in for practice on weekends too. But he's fine with it. Stealth training is probably reserved for upper years at UA or for students whose quirks are stealth-oriented, and Midoriya doesn't want to wait. All the difficulty of Gran's training is instantly tripled the second the man flicks off the lights. Yes, there are the 2 broken windows to let in some afternoon sun, but the whole training room is still neatly pitch black. At first, Midoriya thought it would be a level field. If he couldn't see, then surely Gran Torino, a man in his late 70s/early 80s, couldn't write. Wrong, Gran could see way better than Midoriya, though if the boy is honest, his mentor doesn't have to. The man's other senses easily covered for his loss of sight. His mentor takes pity on him about 2 minutes into lights-out training. After receiving a couple basic tips on fighting in the dark, don't rely on your eyes too much. Sound travels slower than you think it does. Fast-moving targets always displace noticeable amounts of air. Midoriya fares a little better, though Gran stops prematurely and says that they'll work more on stealth after he can move better. Midoriya relaxes for a while after that. All Might's on patrol from 11:05 and won't be able to visit the gym until later, so Midoriya works on his homework and occasionally scribbles or edits something in his journals. Most of his classmates have rather interesting quirks. One girl could make portals 50 centimeters in diameter anywhere she could see. One boy could magnetize parts of his body, and there's even a boy who could shrink whatever he touches with all 5 fingers. Of the 14 others in his class, however, only a handful put a decent amount of thought into using their quirks. It frustrates Midoriya to no end. They all have amazing abilities along with a decade to think on uses for them, but they simply refuse to get creative. His notebooks offer some solace. Studying, classifying, and applying quirks has always been a comfort, and after a day like today, it's greatly soothing. Midoriya is halfway through sketching a picture of a rather interesting support item he'd seen on the news that morning when the door to the gym creaks open. He stands and looks up to greet All Might like he always does, but his predecessor isn't alone. A rather tall man in a beige trench coat and matching hat gives Midoriya a stiff nod as he holds the door open for All Might's skeletal form. Really, Toshinori, you could have picked a better building. This one's barely up to code. The man carefully undoes his cost and folds it over his arm. It's hard to find a cheap building on such short notice, you know. The boy needed more training before UA, and this was really the only option. All Might leads the man over to where Midoriya is sitting. Hi, hi, Yagi. Midoriya greets awkwardly. He closes his open notebook and dusts off his t-shirt. He'd gone home and gotten changed like usual, but the shirt he is a little wrinkled. Young Midoriya, All Might says, where's Gran? Taking a nap. Midoriya answers, said I had too much energy and wanted to get some rest before he went out tonight. The other man smirks. That sounds like Gran Torino, all right. Midoriya looks at him oddly, and the man notices. I'm sorry, where are my manners? He reaches out a hand. I'm Detective Sukachi of the Mustafu Police Department. I've known All Might for years. Midoriya takes his hand and shakes it, looking to All Might for confirmation. His mentor nods. Sakachi is safe. He knows all there is to know about One for All. We've been working on a case in the area, so I figured I'd bring him by and introduce you to him. Nice to meet you, Detective, Midoriya says, letting go of the man's hand. I'm Midoriya, All Might's successor. The detective chuckles. I already know who you are. All Might thinks quite highly of you. Midoriya feels his face turn scarlet. He tries to say something, anything, but everything comes out as a garbled mess. All Might pats him on the shoulder. Yes, he's quite amazing. I'm sure you'd find his progress to be impressive. He thinks for a moment. Actually, would you like to watch a bit of the boy's training? He's to be home soonish, so it won't be much, but it'll still be interesting. I guess I've got some time. Sakachi replies, taking off his hat and setting it on the counter. Where do you two train? Just upstairs. All Might explained, already moving to the staircase. Midoriya, get the balloons from the closest, will you? And do 70 obstacles this time. On it? Midoriya answers eagerly. By the time Midoriya gets the bundle of balloons upstairs, All Might is in an animated discussion with the detective. Instead of interrupting them, Midoriya sets up the usual course for float training. It consists of 70-odd black balloons and 10 white ones scattered randomly throughout the room at varying heights. The goal of the balloon exercise is to get all 10 white balloons without popping or touching the black ones or the walls. All Might's initial rules involved not touching the strings either, but that proved to be way too difficult. Once he's done, Midoriya looks over to the corner where All Might stands. His mentor gives him a thumbs up, and Midoriya pushes off the ground. Immediately, he is to swirl to the left, narrowly dodging a low-hanging balloon. The closest white one is maybe 10 feet straight up, so Midoriya rises into the air, spinning around a couple black ones. Already his movements are causing the black balloons to float around, and one very nearly grazes his arm. Grabbing the first balloon, Midoriya lets himself free fall for a couple feet, twisting out of the way of a black one before shooting off to his left. The next target is surrounded by a bunch of black balloons, so Midoriya stops dead and lets the breeze that always seems to follow him when he moves with One for All to scatter the group of rubber orbs. As he grabs the second balloon, Midoriya realizes that he's almost a foot from the wall. Barely having enough time to react, he harshly stops, very nearly losing control of float, which would have sent him falling to the floor. Taking a couple deep breaths, Midoriya moves again, flying towards the closest white balloon. It's pretty isolated from most of the other ones, so Midoriya allows a bit more power to creep into his body, going a bit faster than strictly necessary. He doesn't see the tiny, underfilled black balloon sink into his trajectory until it's too late. Midoriya collides face first with the latex, popping the balloon with a mortifying crack. He sinks to the floor, disappointed. You did better that time. All Might congratulates as he walks over with Sakachi. This is a hard exercise, but you made it look easy until you got overeager. Midoriya winces. Yeah, I know. I think you did quite well, actually. Was that your first time doing that exercise? The detective asks, standing at All Might's side. No, but it was my first time with that many balloons. Midoriya answers. I started with just the white ones, then added more. I can manage 50 pretty well, but 70, well, you saw. Sakachi nods. That's the right way to go about it. Start simple, then build from there. Then All Might tells me that you used a new move in class today. Care to explain? Midoriya cocks his head. How did? We're both on good terms with Nezu. All Might explains, he allowed me to watch your performance so I could better understand how you needed to improve. Old Midoriya says, well, it wasn't really a move. I needed a way to surprise the other team, and I have the habit of releasing a lot of light when I use One for All, so I barely used any power and made sure to keep it all in, then floated up to surprise them. I'd say that's a move. Sakachi argues, sure, it's not complicated or flashy, but it's good that you're not focused on imitating your teachers. All Might nods. Yes, I've never felt the need for sneaking around, and Gran Torino really only ever bothers with stealth out of necessity. What? Midori asks. Not imitating All Might or Gran? They're what he bases nearly everything combat-related on. Gran taught him his moves, and All Might literally gave him his power. How could he not do what they do? It's something to think about. Sakachi settles on after he notices Midoriya's confusion. Well, it was nice meeting you, Midoriya. You'll be a fine hero one day, and if you need a friend on the police force, I might be your guy. All Might bids his friend goodbye, then leads Midoriya downstairs. They take a seat by the counter. Midoriya's predecessor seems to consider something for a long moment, looking at his hands. Midoriya waits patiently for him to speak. Do you understand what Sakachi and I were getting at back there? He asks after a while. Midoriya thinks. Not really. I mean, I'm not you or Gran, but you two teach me. Shouldn't I take what you give me and go with it? All Might nods. You should, but also shouldn't. Midoriya shoots him a confused look. All Might quickly explains. It's good to draw inspiration from people who are better at the same level or even worse than you. But you shouldn't mimic everything to a T. Midoriya blinks. I still don't get it. All Might sighs and twiddles his thumbs for a bit. It's like writing a paper. He settles on. When you write something for school, do you take what information you find online or in a book and put exactly what it says on your assignment? No, that'd be illegal, Midoriya answers. But you still use what your sources say in your project, All Might asks. Of course, Midoriya agrees. I don't know everything, so I use what I can find, take the best parts, and mold them to my needs. You said it. All Might smiles. You said exactly what I was going for. Take the best parts and mold them to my needs. Midoriya repeats. Yes, not everything I do will work for you, but you can still learn from me. All Might gets up from his seat. Think about my style, grants too, and how you can take what we do and make it better suited to your needs. But you're both pros with decades of experience. How can I improve on that? My boy, you don't have to surpass me just yet. All Might explains gently. There's no rush. I have a couple of years left as a hero if I'm careful, which is plenty of time for you to grow. Take your time and think things out, all right. You're good at that. Now come on, I'll walk you to the train station. X. The next day at lunch, Midoriya sits in the same spot next to the support students. Like the day previous, he barely gets to settle in before a tray slams down across from him. Flinching, he looks up to see the smiling face of Odo. Hey, his former partner says. Can I sit here? Midoriya blinks. Sure. Odo grins even wider and slides into his seat across the table. Sweet. He quickly takes a bite of his lunch, some strong-smelling chicken over rice, before asking, hey, did you get the last bullet point in English? I couldn't quite make it out, and everyone else I asked doesn't have it either. Oh, yeah, sure. Midoriya quickly flicks through his backpack and pulls out a red spiral notebook. He slides it across the table and opens it to the most recent page. It's nothing too important, just a couple more examples of homonyms. Odo chews as he looks over Midoriya's nest notes. He swallows and offers a grateful smile. Thanks, man, appreciate it. Midoriya nods and pulls the notebook away. No problem. Sorry if it was a bit messy. I write too quickly sometimes. Oh, I could read it just fine. Odo reassures. I write in chicken scratch. For the second time that day, a tray slams down onto the table. Midoriya jumps in his seat and looks at the tray to see a steaming dish of soba. Then he looks up to see Noburo, whose face is schooled in a confidently curious expression. Talking shit about me behind my back, she asks, calmly sitting down next to Midoriya. Odo snorts. Hardly. If anyone should be talking shit about anyone, it should be you about your team. Noburo rolls her eyes. Whatever. At least I passed. Midoriya winces because, well, some people didn't pass. Mr. Aizawa has apparently never heard of taking it easy for the first day because he graded all 15 students of one like some kind of demon. Yeah, well, you still lost. Odo counters, a piece of chicken hanging out of his mouth. How does it feel to lose on the first day? Noburo raises an eyebrow. I'm sorry, but how quickly were you taken out? It happened so fast I couldn't keep track. Odo's left eye twitches a bit. All right, I'll give you that one. But I will still stand by the fact that my team won and yours lost, so there. Noburo let out a puff of air, amused. She doesn't answer, instead choosing to focus on eating lunch. Midoriya does the same, eating his pork as he fills in his hero notebook. Hey, Midoriya? Odo asks, "What are you writing in there?" Midoriya stares at him for a moment. "Hero notes," he says carefully. His notebooks weren't exactly popular back in middle school. A lot of other kids called them stalker journals or mocked him for being a quirk nerd who didn't have a quirk of his own, like regular notes but for hero stuff. Oda leans forward a bit, trying to read Midoriya's writing upside down. "That's cool. Azawa has us write notes in class, but I've never thought of writing more in my free time." Yeah. Midoriya slowly moves his notebook closer to him. "It really helps me out sometimes. Like yesterday, I got Nibiru and Moku to hinder each other instead of help, like Midnight does sometimes. How cool. My parents do advertising work for a couple hero agencies. They have to look at a hero's behavior and moveset to better showcase them. Is it kinda like that?" Odo sits back, the chicken on his chopsticks forgotten. "A little," Midoriya says. "I'm not using other people's moves to be more flashy or to show off. Instead, I use what I've seen in situations where I need it. Like yesterday. So you beat me because you're a nerd?" Nibiru asks. Her tone isn't mean or hurtful. It seems friendly almost, but has a little bit of edge. Yes, Midoriya tries to look her in the eye but can't quite do it. "Relax, I'm messing with you." Nibiru swirls her soap around with her chopsticks. "I'm not mad or anything, just a little miffed that I couldn't think of a counter fast enough." "Oh, all right," Midoriya stutters, looking back down at his lunch. It feels like they've been talking for a while, but he's barely half done with his food. Usually, he has a ton of time to do homework or look at his phone during lunch. Then the bell rings. The three of them glance at each other, then their barely touched lunches. "Shit," Nibiru mutters, hurriedly scarfing down her still steaming noodles. Midoriya ignores her mutters of how hot the broth is to quickly eat his lunch. He can already tell he'll have hiccups in class, but that's better than missing half a meal. Odo is already gone. Somehow he managed to pour the whole of his lunch down his throat and swallow it whole like a snake. It was actually quite impressive, and Midoriya would have taken notes or maybe drawn a sketch if he wasn't busy chugging his glass of water in between bites of pork. Once he finishes his food, Midoriya packs up his backpack with practiced ease and makes for class, Nibiru just a few steps behind him. They make it to the hero course hall with 30 seconds to spare, passing a tired-looking Azawa who doesn't even bat an eye as they sprint into Class 1. The two sit down, not noticing the odd looks of their classmates. Like homeroom that morning, Azawa walks in with the bell and casts a sweeping gaze over the entire room. "Good, you're all ready." He reaches into a pocket and pulls out his phone, types something out, then slips it back into his pocket. "We'll be doing another practical class today, though it won't be combat." A couple students mutter at that, exchanging curious looks. "It'll be rescue," Azawa says before the chatter can get too out of hand. "Vlad and I, plus our resident rescue specialist, will be taking you to the USJ, our search and rescue training facility." Sir, one girl in the back row raises her hand. "Where is the USJ?" "On campus, but far enough away that we need to take a bus," Aizawa replies. "Any other questions?" No one else raises their hand. "All right. You can wear your gym clothes instead of your costumes if you like. It's best if you wear something comfortable for this." He gives them one last once-over before turning around and walking out of the door. "Go get changed and meet me outside. We don't have all day." Midoriya is the first one to get changed, foregoing his hero costume for the heavy blue fabric of his UA gym uniform. It's not that his hero costume is uncomfortable, but it's more complex than most of the others' costumes, with its pads and multiple layers. Odo and Iburo join him quickly, both wearing their costumes, which are almost street clothes in comparison to his. Azawa, who's standing watch by the door of a short bus, makes a couple marks on his clipboard before waving them on. The bus has exactly 16 spots plus the driver's seat, arranged so there's an aisle going right down the middle. Midoriya picks the left side and Odo and Nibiru follow. It's a little weird having people his age who want to be around him, but it's a pleasant change of pace so he doesn't complain. Eventually, everyone else gets on and sits. A couple of the boys look at Odo a bit oddly, probably because he chose to sit next to Midoriya, but they all brush it off and talk. Vlad King also steps in with Azawa, and they take the seats up front, talking in hushed tones as the bus starts and pulls away. The ride to the USJ is a quick one. Midoriya has a casual conversation with his two friends, acquaintances, rival and former ally, Nibiru and Oto. He'll stick with calling them by name for now. After 15 minutes, the bus stops and everyone gets out. Azawa and Vlad lead them up to the doors and halt right in front of them. USJ is written in gold lettering above the doors, and the whole facility is domed in, presumably for climate control. I expect you all to be on your best behavior, Aizawa warns. Pay attention and respect the other teacher. They know their stuff. He and Vlad then open the doors and hold them open for the class. 15 students and 2 teachers walk into the main courtyard, and Midoriya has to bite his lip to keep from muttering because the Space Hero 13 is right there. Holy shit! Hello, students, 13 says, approaching with a friendly wave. Like some of you may know, I'm 13, UA rescue specialist, and the designer of this facility. They hold up a gloved hand. Before we get started, I have a couple things to say. In the 2 days previous, you found ways to use your quirks in different ways. In your quirk test, you used them in a practical manner. In combat training, you used them to harm. Today, I'll be teaching you how to use your powers to rescue. Midoriya can't help but brighten at that. He's always felt that rescue operations are just as important, if not more so, than apprehending villains. One for All has very obvious combat capabilities, but All Might has used it in countless situations to save people's lives. Now he could learn to do the same. Now, does anyone have any questions? Midoriya is half tempted to raise his hand, but refrains when no one else does. Most of his class seem to only half pay attention, which, judging by the look on Azawa's face, is a very bad thing. Seeing none, 13 continues, their voice just a touch less eager. Let's get started with something simple. Apparently, something simple doesn't mean the same thing in UA as it does in the rest of Japan because 13 leads them to a larger dome building that's pouring rain inside. Midoriya is glad that he wore his gym uniform. He's got 3 sets and only 1 hero costume, which would be a pain to dry. In the downpour zone, 13 gives them a rundown of what a building affected by heavy rain needs, along with ideas of how to help people caught in it. Heat is most important, they explain. Water is really good at cooling down bodies, so warming citizens is a top priority. Building integrity is also touched on, as extreme amounts of water can weaken foundations. Next up is conflagration, which comprises a whole city block that's perpetually on fire. It's a nice way to dry off, and Midoriya learns that most fire rescue is performed by actual firefighters, as most heroes aren't equipped to deal with flames and intense heat. After conflagration is the landslide zone, then the flood zone, then the collapses zone and ruins. Above all, 13 stresses speed and structural integrity when dealing with urban disasters, and by the time they make it to the mountain zone, Midoriya's head is spinning. He should have brought his notebook because any and all notes he had on famous rescues aren't up to snuff. 13 had mentioned that most rescues seen on TV were the worst kind, where drastic and potentially dangerous measures were needed to save lives. Therefore, Midoriya had been misinformed on rescue for years. It takes a couple dirty looks from classmates and a soft elbow from Nibiru for Midoriya to realize that he's muttering again. He apologizes, but she just shrugs it off, insisting that it was just slightly distracting having to listen to both him and 13. And that's the mountain zone. It's different from the rest, with no buildings and all, but I thought it was important for students to practice in non-urban areas, 13 says, wrapping up their segment. Are there any questions? Midoriya watches as one boy mutters something in another's ear. They both nod, and one raises his hand. Yes, you. 13 points them out, happy to have the first question of the day. Midoriya tries to listen in to what the boy asks, but another classmate, this time a tall girl, grabs his shoulder from behind and pulls him closer to the edge. Predictably, Midoriya flushes, stuttering the whole way over to a huddle of students, which is basically every boy except Minato. The girl lets go of him eventually, joining the rest of the group who's looking over the edge of the fake mountain. That's a long way down. One boy comments. How long? Another asks. I dunno, at least 50 meters. The girl replies, "Hey, Midoriya." Another boy asks. Midoriya recognizes him as Moku. "Have you ever been bungee jumping before?" No, Midoriya says truthfully. He has nearly fallen off a three-story building, though, which must be pretty close. "Do you wanna?" Moku asks with a slightly devious look on his face. Over by the front of the group, 13 finishes answering the question they were asked earlier. Not Midoriya doesn't get to finish his answer before one of Moku's arms is wrapped around his ankle and he's pushed off the edge of the fake mountain by another boy. Time seems to slow down. He calls for float, but he's too panicked for it to work. But then long, thin strands of heavy, warm cloth are wrapped around his body, and the arm around his ankle goes slack. Midoriya is pulled up, heart racing as he drinks in the feeling of solid ground. You seven are going to tell me exactly what your thought process was, or all of your academic careers are over. Mr. Aizawa's voice is deathly calm and dripping with disgust. His eyes glow a bright crimson, and his scarf lets go of Midoriya and wraps back around his neck. The entire group of students, along with the two other teachers, are completely silent. No one dares to answer. Very well, then. Aizawa crosses his arms. "I'll be having a phone call with the principal on the way back. We'll make sure everyone in this class, bar Midoriya, is blacklisted from every hero school this side of the Pacific." "No, wait." The girl who led Midoriya to the edge cries. "It was the seven and Lin. We just wanted to laugh. Just push him off and then pull him up, you know." "I'm afraid I don't," Aizawa says coolly. He blinks and the glow in his eyes disperses. "Lad, take those 8 and walk them back to school. Show them to Nedzu. Tell the rat I recommend expulsion. The rest of you on the bus. Now." Everyone quickly obeys. 8 crying children are led away by Vlad, and 6 slack-jawed and wide-eyed students are rushed away by 13. Midoriya, however, can't move. He stands there, staring at Mr. Aizawa. His teacher stares back. "You okay, kids?" the man asks. His expression has softened, but there's still trace amounts of anger in his eyes. "Your eraserhead," Midoriya breathes. Aizawa raises an eyebrow. "I'll take that as a yes." He turns and gestures for Midoriya to follow. "Hurry up. I don't want to be late getting back. There's business to attend to."
Hey, let's see. 9, 10, 11, 12. We'll get there. Fuck, you know.
Part about getting shoved off a 50-meter cliff. The worst part about getting shoved off a 50-meter cliff, Midoriya thinks, is how worried it makes his mom. Midoriya is a strong woman. She is to raise a quirkless kid alone. But she's got a very sensitive heart and the ability to cry a literal puddle of tears. His mother's tears are why Midoriya tries to get Nedzu and Eraserhead. He still can't believe that the Eraserhead has been teaching him this whole time to downplay the events when they file an official report. It would have worked back in middle school. God knows that everything and anything to do with Aldera hated him, but at UA everything has to go by the books. And the look Mr. Aizawa gives him when he asks is a slightly horrifying mix of worry and anger that makes Midoriya's stomach churn. Not every student involved in the prank gets expelled. Oh, Eraserhead wants them to be. He makes sure to voice his opinion loudly at every opportunity. But Nedzu can't. Being complicit in assault because being pushed off a cliff as assault isn't quite as bad of a crime as actually assisting said assault. Therefore, only 4 are expelled: the girl that led Midoriya closer to the edge, Moku, who tied his ankle, the boy who pushed him, and the boy who asked 13 a question to distract them. The rest are booted to general education and told that they are being watched closely. Their punishment is only so light because Midoriya can't bring himself to press charges. People always deserve a second chance, even if they nearly killed him. Classes resume in earnest that Friday, which Midoriya is grateful for. Gran and All Might heard about what happened through Detective Tsukachi because a police report was filed. His 2 teachers try to take it easy on him, which, while Midoriya is grateful for it, he'd much rather brush it off and return to normal. He'll fall a lot as a pro hero, so it's best to get used to it early, right? That doesn't stop All Might from insisting that he takes some days off and writing a strongly opinionated email to Nezu about how he runs his school. While normal school starts back up, Hero class is put on hold for a week, or rather the practical lessons are. It's a little awkward, having to learn how to save lives.
Oh yeah, let me see if you guys are actually watching. Okay, how do you guys think of the story so far? Anyways, you know, uh, please tell me how are you guys think of the story right now? It's not mine, but okay. See how that well, I can do that. Oh no, okay, apparently. Huh. Okay. Yes, you guys want to tell me. Okay, let's continue. But you definitely did see how his story changed. Like you saw, he's not with Bakugo. You know he doesn't listen to the story. Just a lot later. This later, okay?
From lectures and worksheets, but they manage. Midoriya eats lunch with Oto and Nibiru every day, which is surprisingly fun. They even take interest in his hero ramblings. When practical lessons start up again, it's a little awkward. With a class of 7, Vlad King has to rework most of his lesson plans, and whenever he asks a question, it's like pulling teeth to get an answer from anyone other than Midoriya, who's still getting used to the feeling of being noticed by a teacher and has started raising his hand at every opportunity. But then, on the third Monday of March, Mr. Azawa walks into class 3 minutes early. It's a novelty the man usually prefers to wait until the bell rings to enter. Midoriya, Nibiru, and Oto, who are in the midst of a heated discussion about the best age of All Might, freeze upon seeing him. The 3 students and the 1 teacher have a stare off, neither party saying a word for 180 seconds. Then the bell rings. One is missing 4 members, which is weird. No one wants to not show up to UA even if they're sick. Azawa coughs, shaking everyone out of their trance. Somehow, he looks more tired than usual. Last night, your classmates decided to throw a party. His voice is monotone like always, though he sounds vaguely disappointed. That, in itself, is not a bad thing. However, his expression intensifies. Consuming alcohol underage is not. Wait, you're saying. Nibiru trails off, her voice thick with disbelief. Aizawa nods. Yes, the 4 students not present today were caught drinking alcoholic substances and were picked up for public intoxication and underage drinking. They are no longer students at UA. They all sit in silence for a moment, mulling everything over. Midoriya himself feels slightly pitiful for his former classmates, but really, even he has to admit that they brought it on themselves. There was enough controversy with allowing adult pros to drink alcohol when they're not on an extended break, and with heroes in training, well, no one wanted to be saved by a pro who couldn't remember his training because he was hungover one class. So it's just us 3 now, Oto says. By the tone of his voice, it's definitely not a question. What's gonna happen? Aizawa sighs. That's partly for you guys to decide. Since this is such a unique situation, the principal wants to meet with you 3 to figure stuff out. Follow me. Racerhead leads them through the long, wide halls of UA to an elevator. He opens it, gesturing for his students to get on first before he steps in himself. Then he pushes a button that says level R, which is the topmost one. With a beep, it starts to rise at a slightly quicker pace than the average elevator. After roughly 30 seconds, the compartment stops and the doors open with another beep. Racerhead wordlessly steps off, leading them into a brightly lit and clean hallway. At the end of the hallway is a tall door with a square flap at the bottom, like a doggy door Midoriya has seen in some movies, and a simple plaque that reads Principal. The teacher wordlessly knocks on the steel of the door. Come in, a familiar, cheery voice calls. It's slightly muffled, but Midoriya immediately knows that Nezu is on the other side. Aizawa holds the door open for them again, and the 3 students step into the office. The first thing Midoriya notes is the large, floor-to-ceiling window that takes up most of the far wall. It offers an amazing view of the whole campus, and if he strains, Midoriya can just barely see the dome of the USJ. The second thing he notices is the wide, tall-backed office chair that's conveniently turned around. Please have a seat, you three, Nezu says. Would you like some tea? Nibiru is the first to sit down, though she does so reluctantly. No, thank you, sir. I'm more a coffee person. Odo and Midoriya sit down next, both denying the offer for tea. Ah, that's a shame, Neju says, spinning the chair around. Midoriya has to bite back a chuckle at his friend's surprised gasps. Tea is often fuel for good discussion. You're a mouse, Odo says, shock clear on his face. Perhaps, though science really hasn't been able to get a clear answer yet. Nezu replies good-naturedly, gesturing to Odo with his steaming cup of tea. Am I a mouse, a bear, or a dog? One must decide for themselves. Sir, could we please move things along? I'd like to actually teach them something today, Aizawa says, leaning comfortably against the wall. Yes, yes, of course. I'm just giving them some time to get used to my rather odd appearance is all. Nezu takes a sip of tea. Now, down to business. Midoriya instinctively straightens his back. I'll be blunt with you three. This year, UA has had the worst batch of students in its history. Everything from poor scores on the written exam to students attacking others in the practical, we just haven't been able to get a full class of children who are up to our standards. Does that include us? Midori can't help but blurt out. He immediately goes red at the knowing look Nezu gives him, and the way Odo and Nibiru both say really at the same time in the exact same tone of voice. Fortunately, no, Nezu cheerfully answers. You three have remarkable potential as heroes, and UA will be happy to continue teaching you. The only issue is your class size. There's never been a hero class this small ever. Aizawa picks up where Nezu left off. UA has had small classes in the past, but they all had at least 10 kids. With three, well, we just don't have a precedent for it. So you three will have to forge a path for future situations like this. Not that we ever plan on getting rid of so many students. Neji chuckles to himself. Now, Mr. Aizawa will ask you three a couple of questions, and I will take notes. By third period, I should have an idea of how your schedules will be. Aizawa casually sits down on a nearby couch, and the three students rearrange their seats so they can see him better. With a click of Ned's pen, he gets started with the questions. First things first, what training do you three do outside of class? I jog a lot. Sometimes I do yoga, but only if I'm really sore. Odo speaks up first, tapping his chin. I run every morning and lift weights 3 times a week. Nibiru goes next. I also used to do free running. Well, you see. Midoriya babbles, tugging on his collar as he starts to sweat through his button-down. Midoriya does weight training 6 days a week and participates in cardio endurance training every day. He's also on a meal plan and receives quirk training from an acquaintance of mine. Nezu's words stun the room into silence. Everyone seems to have a slightly different reaction. Nibiru looks like she just figured out the secrets of the universe. Odo has to close his jaw with his hand. Nezu looks way too pleased with the situation, and Eraserhead looks half impressed and half unsure. He even looks back to Nezu for confirmation. Next question, please. Nezu asks, not answering Aizawa's silent question. He looks all too pleased for a man. Was it man or rat? Eraserhead called him a rat, so Midoriya would go with that, who just created more confusion by replying to a single question. Though based on how All Might and Grand talked about him, Midoriya could see how Neds would be pleased with that. Do any of you have any out-of-school obligations barring workout routines and religious activities? Aizawa continues reluctantly. Time goes by quickly after that. Most of the questions are simple yes or no's, though there is one about interest in making support items that makes Midoriya's head run 100 miles an hour, because why else would they ask that if they weren't considering allowing them to work on their own gear, which would be so cool? By the time the second period bell rings, Aizawa is done asking questions and Nezu is done taking notes. The principal promises to have their schedule figured out in 3 to 5 business hours, which no one even pretends to understand, and Aizawa leads them back to Class 1A, which is missing its usual second period occupant of ectoplasm. There are only 3 desks now, arranged in a semicircle around the front podium. Aizawa steps behind said podium and leans on the ledge. Odo, Nibiru, and Midoriya all sit in their seats. Well, Odo and Midoriya do. Nibiru just perches on her desk and no one bothers with stopping her. You won't be having normal classes today. Aizawa starts glancing down between his arms, but we still need to be productive. I'll be teaching all of you some basic quirkless hand-to-hand combat. However, I simply have to ask. Midoriya, the student in question fidgets in his seat. How and why do you have a full-on training regimen outside of school? It's not a bad thing. It's just odd. Midoriya taps his foot as he tries to figure out how to put everything. He can't tell the truth, but he also doesn't want to lie. Well, my quirk is kinda weird and how? Nibiru interrupts. Sorry, it's just you've got a basic strength enhancer with a flight ability, right? Not exactly. Midoriya corrects, it's called superpower, and it basically gives me a massive amount of energy to enhance my body with. I can also radiate it outwards to suspend myself and fly. How massive? Aizawa asks. Massive enough that I can't use 100% of the power without breaking my body. Midoriya answers. Aizawa sighs. Forgive me, but that's a little far-fetched. You can ask Recovery Girl. Midoriya defends. A hero found me on a beach after I got it, and I had 3 broken limbs. She healed me right here in UA. Aizawa wordlessly pulls his phone out of his pocket and dials a number. The receiver picks up on the second ring, and Aizawa speaks. Hi, this is Racer. Midoriya can hear the unintelligible yet still particular tone of Recovery Girl on the other end of the line. Yes, I work here. No, my diet is fine. I'm calling to ask you about a student. No, not a single one's dead. His name's Midoriya. What do you mean by him? Aizawa's voice takes on an incredulous tone. So you did heal him when he got his quirk. How bad was it? You're gonna need to repeat that in 10 places. You gotta be shitting me. No, I don't need to see an x-ray, thanks. I make no promises. After he hangs up the phone, Aizawa looks tired. More tired than usual, anyway. Okay, next question. Who's the hero that's training you, and are they the same one that found you on the beach? Gran Torino isn't the one that found me on the beach, Midoriya says nervously. Aizawa's expression is hard to read, but at the very least it seems annoyed. Then who did? Midoriya suddenly gains a slight blush. All Might, he mumbles. He barely hears Aizawa mutter something about problem children before Nibiru gets up from her desk, marches over to Midoriya's, and looks him dead in the eye. The symbol of peace saw you with 3 broken limbs, then carried you to UA. She asks calmly. Yes, Midoriya squeaks. Nibiru nods, her expression turning more eager. That's pretty cool. Did you get an autograph? I'm sorry, but did we just hear the same conversation? Odo interjects. Because I don't think we did. Midoriya, top of the class, can break his arms at any moment and has already been hurt badly because of his own quirk. I know, but you've seen him fight. He totally kicks ass. Nibiru counters, I think we can leave the part about arm breaking on the back burner for now because he probably has an All Might autograph and I want to see it. Kanai, her gaze is intense and fierce, the kind that shows she won't take no for an answer. Well, and Nibiru lay off. Interrogate on your own time, not mine. Aizawa reprimands, not unkindly. Nibiru mutters a reluctant whatever before going back to her spot on her desk. Now that we're all settled in, Aizawa continues, we'll be going to Gym Ida. Go get changed into your gym uniforms and meet me there. Hand-to-hand training is really fun. For Midoriya it is anyway. Odo can't quite get the hang of it fast enough, and Nibiru can't keep herself from instinctively using or trying to use her quirk. Aizawa has to use his quirk to make sure no one's impaled when they spar, which is nice of him, even if he complains about Dry Eye a lot. It's nice to fight someone who isn't Gran or All Might. Midoriya's private teachers both have distinct, unique styles that, while hard to fight against, get repetitive with frequent sparring. Midoriya wins the most bouts. Aizawa says that it's not surprising, since he has way more combat experience than Odo and Nibiru combined, even if he's used his quirk during all of it. That's not to say that he's perfect or even good at what Aizawa teaches them. Without One for All, Midoriya's strikes aren't nearly as fast, and he can't rely on the maneuverability that Full Cow gives him. Mr. Aizawa puts him on his back every time they spar. But Midoriya is learning, so it's just fine with him. Later, when they eat lunch, Nibiru demands to see Midoriya's All Might autograph. She and Odo are absolutely delighted to see that he has it laminated and in his wallet at all times. X1 a daily schedule. Period 1738 homeroom. Period 2812 a civilian classes math, English, history, modern literature, etc. at lunch 12:30. Period 3:12:35 3:45 heroics 101. Midoriya looks up from his copy of the new schedule. 4 hours for regular classes and 3 for heroics. How will that work? Aizawa looks up from his notes. Essentially, you'll be given all of your regular classwork at the start of the week. You'll be allowed to do it at whatever pace as long as you turn it in before lunch on Friday. Midoriya nods in understanding. Also, Heroics 101 is a completely new class. According to the principal, it's a blend to support business and marketing, your old foundational heroics class, quirk studies, and hero law. That's a lot, Odo says, looking a little nervous. Yes, it is. But the principal and I wouldn't have agreed on a schedule we didn't think you were ready for. Aizawa says, you'll be fine. Work hard and demonstrate your plus ultra spirit. Sir Nibiru asks, what about the sports festival? Aizawa blinks, oh. That you'll be participants, obviously. Since it's in 2 weeks, I should probably tell you 3 to put in some work outside of school. But since you now have 3 hours of dedicated hero practice every day instead of the usual hour and a half, well, I can't blame you for not feeling the need. But I thought you said we'd be doing business and support stuff too, not just hero course stuff. Odo asks. You'll spend at least an hour and a half doing combat training for the next 2 weeks, mostly so you can put a better show on at the festival. Aizawa answers, if I'm being honest, the support and business stuff will come into play after the sports festival. Odo nods, and Aizawa looks his 3 students over for a moment. Any other questions? Everyone shakes their head no. All right then. He reaches under the table of his podium and tosses each of them a packet of paper. Mike will be here in a half hour to answer any questions you have about the English stuff. I'd suggest working on that first. Also, don't disturb my nap. Aizawa curls up in his yellow sleeping bag and collapses on the floor. Midoriya immediately opens his packet of schoolwork and skims the entire thing, noting that the math is mostly review, history is still focused on heroics, and English is mostly new adjectives. Boys, Nibiru says, thumbing through her own packet. Aizawa said we could do whatever just as long as we turn it in on time, right? Yeah, Odo replies. Where are you going with this? I'm not going anywhere, but the 3 of us definitely are. The cocky smirk she usually reserves for combat training slips into her face. Yeah, I still don't follow. Odo pulls out a pencil and opens to page 1. Let's just get to work until President Mike gets here. You're an idiot. Nibiru deadpans. Takes 1 to know 1. Thank you very much. Odo bites back. I'm just gonna spell it out for you. This is UA. They like it when we think outside the box. Therefore, we should all work together on this stuff. Nibiru explains. Even UA has rules against sharing answers. Odo argues, and they also value individuality. But we don't have to share answers to work together. Midoriya speaks up. We could do every problem one by one working together. It'd be easier for us, even if it's more consuming. And we won't be copying answers either. Odo considers for a moment. All right, push the desk together. If we get in trouble, I'm shoving all the blame on you too. Of course you would. Nibiru chuckles, but I'm definitely not gonna let you weasel out of detention. The 3 students get to work after that, quickly getting through the English portion before President Mike arrives. And if they occasionally joke more than they work, no one cares to stop them, even if a single bloodshot eye cracks open to watch occasionally. Odo. Odo. Kenji flinches out of his stupor and activates his quirk in time to burn up an incoming projectile. To his left, Midoriya skids to a halt, kicking up dust. Are you okay? You almost got hit, Midoriya asks. He looks a little worried, but not at all pitying, which is nice. Kenji tries for a smile, but he can tell right away that it's shaky and weak. Yeah, I'm okay. Just can't get Mr. Yamada's English lesson out of my head is all. Kenji hates lying to his friends. He hates it even more when they believe his lies. Midoriya laughs. Yeah, I don't think he understands that we don't need songs to remember different idioms. Not that Nibiru will let us explain that to him. Kenji chuckles, and the first time in 2 days, it's genuine. Yeah, Nibiru's something. I heard that. Nibiru yells from behind them, focusing on the exercise while her two friends chat. You might want to get back to work before Aizawa forces you to. She makes a good argument, Kenji thinks. While Aizawa has somewhat softened, he's still a slave driver when it comes to training, so Kenji returns to the task at hand, dodgeball. It's not actually dodgeball. Dodgeball implies that they're dodging balls, when in reality they're trying not to die. Kenji barely ducks under a ball, shivering at the feeling of it grazing his hair. He's already been nailed by 15 of them. Each one hurt like hell because they were hard rubber shot out of compressed air cannons. Apparently, the Mono Plus Ultra applies to pain as well as schoolwork. While Kenji and Nibiru crawl along the ground to dodge Aizawa's balls of doom, which is just an awful name now that he thinks about it, Midoriya gets to fly overhead, which just feels unfair. Kenji seriously thinks that he hasn't been hit once, while even Nibiru has gotten hit at least 5 times. By the time dodgeball is over, Kenji is exhausted. He's bruised all over, breathing heavy, and has sweat completely through his tank top. Nibiru and Midoriya, however, look near peaky. They smile and pat Kenji on the back as they go to get changed, which makes him feel worse. See, Kenji is not an idiot. He knows he's at the bottom of the class. Academically and physically, he just can't compare to his friends. While he barely scrapes by every lesson they breeze through, Midoriya especially, Kenji's green-haired friend has enough motivation and drive to grow to do extra practice outside of school every day. Kenji respects that. Really, he does, but he knows that he doesn't have that same drive. He looks at his two friends and sees great heroes of the future. Then he looks in the mirror and sees a mediocre public servant who will never amount to much in the hero sector of society. His friends always deny it when Kenji voices his opinion on their skill levels. They always claim that he'll catch up, or that maybe direct combat isn't his thing. Midoriya never seems to be lying when he says that stuff, which is worse than Nibiru's hesitant agreement with the shorter boy's words. Kenji wants to help people, but there's more than one way to do that. Right now, he's probably doing more harm than good by holding back future top-tier pros. That's why when school's over for the day, Kenji holds back in class 1. Midoriya bids him a happy goodbye while Nibiru looks a little suspicious. Kenji can't blame her. You know you can leave now, right? Aizawa says. Kenji can tell his teacher has an idea of what's about to happen. I'd like to talk to you about switching courses. Aizawa sighs. Kid, I know you're not the best, but you've got heart and, if I'm being honest, the right personality for a pro. Why do you want to switch? I'm holding them back. I can't, it's not right of me. I can't stop you, Aizawa says, but I will strongly recommend that you don't do this. Please, Kenji asks, just let me do this. It's what I want. His teacher gives him a long look. It's the first time Kenji thinks that he can tell what his teacher is feeling. Disappointment. All right, let's go see Nezu. Graduating from UA is a great stepping stone in a lot of career paths. If he's lucky, Kenji just might turn out to be a hero, just one that doesn't wear spandex. Next Wednesday, 5 days until the sports festival. Midoriya is the first one to class like usual. He sits down in his seat and pulls out his notebook. There was a villain attack on the news that morning that he just barely caught the end of, and the hero that took down the villain was a new one. He gets halfway through the page when Nibiru walks in. She gives him a short greeting, then sits down in her seat and props her feet up on Midoriya's desk in such a way that they don't impede his writing like usual. It used to make him flush down to his toes and sputter nonsense, but he's gotten used to it by now. Legs are just lower arms, after all. A couple minutes later, the bell rings. Nibiru and Midoriya lock eyes, the same question in their minds. Then Aizawa's sleeping bag flops down just outside the door. Odo won't be joining us anymore. Aizawa sounds very tired like usual, though the bags under his eyes are much larger and are a shade darker. You didn't expel him, right? Nibiru asks, her voice slightly confrontational. No, he has had potential. Aizawa gets out of his bag and stands. He leans against the door frame. I know you two want to ask, but it's not my place to tell. Ask him during lunch or after school. Lunch can't come quickly enough, but when it does, Midoriya and the bureau don't even bother getting food. They comb the entire cafeteria and find Odo sitting in the corner. Alone, he whines when he sees them. Midoriya can tell he wants to talk first, but Nibiru doesn't let him. What the hell, man? Why did you dump us? Hey, guys, Odo says softly. Fancy seeing you here, huh? Don't sass me. We deserve an explanation. Nibiru calmed down. Midoriya rests a hand on her shoulder. He needs some space. Nibiru huffs but stays silent. Eventually, Odo speaks. I'm not cut out for this. He starts, and before you say I am, just let me explain. I've wanted to help people all my life. I didn't care if that meant working in a nursing home or being a hero. But when my quirk came in, it was obvious. Odo takes a deep breath. I was sure this was right for me until I got expelled. That day, I realized that I'd have to work harder than hard, which I told myself I could do. Then the others got kicked out, and it was just us three. Midoriya, you work out and train for like 10 hours every day. Nibiru, you've got natural talent and enough drive to keep up with Midoriya through sheer grit. I don't have anything like that. But you do, Midoriya cries. No, I don't, Odo says firmly. I want to help people. Heroics just seemed like the best way to do it. But now I just don't think I could ever measure up to you guys. Or any hero for that matter. So you're quitting. Nibiru leans on the table. Her voice has an edge to it. This is it. Goodbye, sayonara. You're leaving just because you can't keep up. That's the weakest excuse I've ever heard. It's not just that bouquet. Odo yells back. You two are going to be amazing heroes, but if I stick with you, I'll just slow you down. Oh, so this is it's not you, it's me thing? Nibiru accuses. Yes, Odo agrees. I've been transferred to business. I plan on helping pros out, or maybe even doing advertising for charities and fundraisers. I'll still be helping people, just in my own way. Nibiru looks at him for a long while. Then she huffs and storms off, presumably to get lunch. Oh, Midoriya says. Yeah, I messed that up. No, it's just I think you would have been a great hero. Midoriya sits down across from him. Maybe I could have been, but I don't want to be at the cost of slowing you two down. Do you really want this? Yes, Odo answers immediately. Midoriya can tell by the look in his eyes that he's serious. Okay, Midoriya gets up. When I open my agency, I'll make sure you're my first business manager. Odo smiles. Yeah, I'd like that. X bonus. Midoriya's quirk files. Subject Nibiru Mai. Quirk stomach spikes. Desk, she can generate spikes of metal from her stomach. The spikes literally grow out over her organ and have to push through the other parts of the body to extend outwards, impeding her bodily functions. The strength of the spikes depends on her diet, and their size cannot exceed the diameter of her stomach. Notes, a good all-around quirk for a combative hero. Stomach spikes is mostly used for direct assault and maneuvering. The spikes can be blunted, allowing for safer attacks. Rank without the user's skill, B. Rank with the user's skill, B plus 10. From Nibiru. Hey, you free to hang out. The notification lights up his phone, distracting Midoriya from his book. He immediately knows who it is without looking at the center tag. It's a small blessing that comes with only having 4 numbers in his phone. To Nibiru. Maybe why? From Nibiru. I'm bored and my dad won't let me practice anymore. To Nibiru. Let me ask my mom. Hey, Mom. Midoriya calls from the couch to the kitchen. His mother, who's looking over bills at the table, pauses. What is it, honey? Can I go out with a friend? Sure, sweetie. What's their name? It's Nibiru. You know, the girl from school. Oh, his mother's voice raises a tone. Is it like that? You know, if you're going on a date, you can just tell me. I won't embarrass you, I promise. No, Midoriya says a little too quickly. No, it's not like that. We're just friends. Can I go? Sure, just be safe and stay in the city. She gets up from the table and walks over to the living room. Also, I know it's Saturday, but you have the sports festival next week, so don't stay out too late. Midoriya looks up at his mom and smiles softly. Yeah, I know. To Nibiru, I can go. What are we going to do and where do you want to meet? From Nibiru. I done a walk around town and see. Meet outside you at 2 Naburo. What time? From Naburo. Can you be there in 20? 2 Naburo. I can be there in a half hour. From Naburo. Cool, see you there. Shutting off his phone, Midoriya gets up from the couch and hurries to his room. A green bathrobe and a pair of flannel pants wouldn't do for a walk around town, so he quickly changes. 5 minutes later, he walks out of the building in a pair of blue jeans, an old zip-up hoodie, and a t-shirt that reads shoes across the front. His usual red high tops fit snugly around his feet. He takes the usual route to UA and gets there a whole 5 minutes early. Naburo is already there, leaning against a light post with her hands in the pockets of a studded leather jacket. Hey, man, she says, walking over to Midoriya, a set of dog tags jingling around her neck. From the way her mouth moves, it's obvious that she's chewing gum. What's up? Nothing. Midoriya answers, awkwardly shuffling his feet. Just trying to relax before the festival. Naburo snorts. Yeah, same. She blows a bubble and lets it pop. I've probably been spending hours every night this week exercising in my basement. Midoriya just now notices the bags under her eyes and the slight droop of her shoulders. I look like shit, I know. She shrugs. My dad kicked me out of the house so I can't practice, which is dumb because I have a gym membership. You shouldn't overwork yourself, Midoriya says. You're not much better looking than me. She argues back. Midoriya knows she has a point. His mom's been worried about how much time he's spending out of the house for a while now. Whatever, there's an arcade like 2 kilometers from here. Wanna go unwind? We can have fun while I kick your ass at DDR. I thought you didn't know what you wanted to do. I saw it on the way here. Come on, I'll race you. She gives him a playful punch to the chest. Race me? Midoriya asks. How can they have a race on a sidewalk? Yeah, a race. See who gets there faster. Naburo stretches her arms out, and Midoriya looks away from how her t-shirt rides up on her midriff. But you already know the way there, Midoriya points out. That's the fun part. She claims I get to decide how we get there. Midoriya nods. All right. He says, not seeing the harm. When do we send? Now Naburo takes off. Midoriya follows a half-second later. 2 kilometers shouldn't be a bad run. Midoriya is in very good shape for his age and runs a 5K every morning, but Naburo doesn't like to stay on the sidewalks or even the streets. At the first opportunity she gets, she climbs up a fire escape, not even bothering with the stairs. She could have easily fallen 4 stories. Of course, the fact that Midoriya does the same without a second thought doesn't make him any better. Naburo leads him to all sorts of weird platforms. Balconies, rooftops, and even a skywalk are all relegated to a racetrack of rather dangerous proportions. And Midoriya loves every second of it. He feels the familiar feral smile creep up on his face and has to push against float to keep it from activating. Up ahead, Naburo whoops as she clears a wide gap between a pair of office buildings. She hits the ground rolling and finally stops. Midoriya does the same. They're both breathing heavy now and are slightly sweaty too. Midoriya raises his arms and rests his hands on the back of his head, slowing his breathing to regain a resting heart rate. He feels Naburo's eyes on him and turns to look. You look weird without a uniform or costume on, she says, sitting down on the hard concrete of the roof. Midoriya must have looked offended because she quickly adds, it's not a bad thing, just different. Midoriya nods, sitting down a couple feet away from her. Yeah, I guess I think the same about you. He often feels the same way about All Might on the rare occasions his mentor is buffed up and in regular street clothes. You said something about an arcade, he asks after a while. That I did. Naburo stands and dusts off her jeans. It's actually across the street from this building. We just have to get down. Midoriya blinks. How will we get down without our quirks? Good question. Naburo smirks as she walks over to the edge of the roof. Hey, watch this, she says, casually stepping off the building. Naburo. Midoriya rushes over to look down. There, maybe 5 feet under him, is Naburo, her regular cocky smirk right at home on her face as she hands one-handed from a windowsill. It's nice to see that you care. She lets herself drop to the next ledge, which makes Midoriya wince. Oh, come on, you know I'm good at this stuff. Besides, you'll catch me if I fall. Yeah, but you can't just jump off buildings. What if I can't catch you? Midoriya totally doesn't notice how his voice takes on a similar tone as his mother. Nope, not at all. Nibiru raises an eyebrow. Yeah, okay, you can get a sub 4-second 50-meter dash would fail to catch me, who's barely 3 away. She takes one hand off the ledge and scratches the side of her nose. I'm fine. Now let's get across the street. Hopefully the place sells drinks cause I need one. She climbs down quickly after that, with Midori going after her though at a much slower pace. It's weird doing dangerous stuff like that without one for all activate. Maybe that's something he should try to learn after the sports festival and the internships. Quirkless maneuvering could come in handy down the line. After crossing the street and entering the building, Nibiru makes right for a nearby vending machine. Midoriya, half looking at all the blinking lights and half trying to not accidentally bump into anyone, does the same. They buy a bottle of water each and down them quickly. All right. Nibiru crushes the bottle between her hands. We're doing DDR first. Expect to be utterly defeated because this was my life for 5 years. Oh, okay. Midoriya says, not quite sure what to do. I've actually never played, so stop right there. Nibiru orders. You've never played Dance Dance Revolution? Midoriya shakes his head. Okay, I mean, it's totally not okay that you've missed out on the second best game of all time, but there's one over there. She points over to a machine composed of a raised platform and large screens so I can correct that major character flaw you have. Okay. Midoriya says dumbly. Nibiru only grabs him tightly by the arm and drags him over to the machine. It's currently occupied by a girl with pink skin and a head of fluffy pink hair. Even Midoriya, who knows nothing about the game, can clearly tell that she's doing well. The screen displays the word perfect every time she steps on the ground in time with the music. Eventually, the level ends and the girl goes to pick a second song, but Nibiru speaks up, "Hey, can we have the next game?" The girl turns around and looks at them for a second. Her black and gold eyes are a little unsettling but also interesting. Does she have a plain mutation or are her eyes enhanced? I dunno, can you? The girl replies, an easy smile on her lips. She leans on the rail of the platform. I just got here. Shouldn't I get in another song or two before I'm kicked off? This guy, and the bureau pats Midoriya on the shoulder, has never played DDR. Ever. The girl's eyes widen. Wait, really? She looks at Midoriya, who nods. Then be my guest. I'll be waiting to take the game after yours, though. That's fine. Nibiru agrees. Come on, you saw how she played. Just step on the ground in the same order as the arrows appear on screen. She explains as she drags Midoriya up on the platform. I'll go easy on you, the fur. Don't go easy on me. Midoriya interrupts. Sorry, I just do you want this to be boring for you. Nibiru thinks for a second. No, I guess not. She reaches down and slips a couple coins into the slot. I'll pick a hardish song, I guess. Something you'll probably fail at so the girl behind us can have a good laugh. She quickly navigates the menu, which rapidly changes colors as she taps the arrows on the platform with her feet. Eventually, she settles on a song and hits start. Nibiru gives him a quick look, complete with a friendly smirk. Good luck. You'll need it. Midoriya doesn't get a chance to reply before the first arrows start to scroll up on the screen. They start slowly and he misses the first few, but he quickly finds a rhythm. Then the tempo starts to speed up. For a second, Midoriya thinks that he just might embarrass himself. Then he realizes it's all timing and footwork stuff he's been drilled in for the past 4 months. Left, up, right, left, down, up and down, left and right, up, down, left, right, and up. It's similar to dealing with Gran when he's bouncing around the room, though much less painful when he fails, though the way the screen lights up with the red character for miss every time he does isn't any fun. The song eventually ends, and neither Nibiru or Midoriya are breathing particularly hard. Stamping on the ground is nothing compared to combat training, after all. Midoriya's score is actually pretty close to Nibiru's, something which seems to annoy her, though she brushes it off as they step away from the platform. Are you sure that was your first time playing? Because I think you might be bullshitting me. Nibiru accuses good-naturedly. No, I'm not a liar. Midoriya defends. It's just easy to apply what I've learned from my teachers to. I get drilled hard on footwork pretty often, that and reflexes. Nibiru makes a hum of agreement. I suppose being top of the class at UA would make you good at a lot of things. Whoa, you guys go to UA, the pink-skinned girl exclaims. She's already reclaimed her spot on the game, though she looks ready to hop back off at any second. I plan on applying next year. I can't wait to see you guys at the sports festival. Your first year is right. Midoriya feels his face heat up. Yeah, we're first years. Mido here is top of the class, though I'm a close second. Nibiru cuts off his muttering. He's a little shy, though, so we'll be going now. Oh, all right. The girl looks a little bummed, but accepts Nibiru's words easily. Have fun and good luck at the festival. I forget that being UA students means we're kind of a big deal. Nibiru says as she guides a still red-faced Midoriya to a table in the arcade's food court. I'm not sure how I forgot, considering I've wanted to go there since I was 5. Yeah, Midoriya agrees, sitting down. I can't believe we might have just met one of our future underclassmen. Nibiru snorts. You might be getting ahead of yourself. Not every kid you meet that wants into UA will get there. Yeah, but she seemed nice enough. Maybe she'll make it in. Midoriya smiles at the thought. We can only really know next year. Yeah, Nibiru says, her voice steeped with melancholy. She shakes off her sad expression. I'm surprised you're not still gushing about being treated like a star. She leans back and hooks an arm around the back of her chair. Though, considering what's happening Monday, that's probably a good thing. Oh God, it's only gonna get worse after the festival. I'm not ready to be recognized in public. I'll embarrass myself. Midoriya forgets about how his friend looks just a second later, caught up in his worries for the future. You'll be fine. Nibiru disagrees. You're a total hero nerd. Just think of what you would want a hero to say if you came up and talked to them. I'm still not sure. Midoriya. Nibiru grabs his arm, which was resting on the table and had started to shake. You're top of the class at the best hero school in the country. You've gotten training for multiple pro heroes. Have some confidence in yourself. Midoriya nods. Okay, I'll try. That's not good enough. Nibiru says do or do not. There is no try. Midoriya blinks. Was that? No one will ever believe you. Nibiru says, deathly serious. Now, have you ever played Mortal Kombat? As it turns out, Midoriya is bad at almost every video game there is. Nibiru is a little shocked at the fact because apparently, since he's a hero nerd, he should be a video game nerd as well. Midoriya doesn't have the heart to tell her that his only video game experience came from watching walkthroughs of old RPG and that one time he had a free trial of All Might's World of Smash single-player mode. It takes a whole hour, but eventually Nibiru does get bored of beating Midoriya at everything they try. If he's being honest, Midoriya would have been content to play games all night, but he agreed to leave with his friend when the clock hit 9:30. But that doesn't mean they have to go home. In fact, Nibiru is pretty insistent that they stay out for a bit longer. Midoriya complies and even suggests where they should go next, Dagaba Beach. They run there again, with Midoriya in the lead this time as they scamper up buildings and hop off of railings. The feeling of adrenaline coursing through his veins is enough for Midoriya to understand why Nibiru used to do stuff like this regularly. It almost feels as good as using full cowling. Almost. They make it to Dagab at 10:15, sweating and relishing the feel of the cool breeze that blows out to sea. Nibiru even kicks off her boots and rolls up her jeans to wade calf-deep into the waves. Midoriya settles for watching the water crash up against the beach. I remember when this place was a dump, Nibiru says, looking out to sea. A couple feet away, Midoriya spies an empty soda can. Yeah, it's so nice now. But there's already trash here again. He lets a little bitterness seep into his tone as he picks up the can. It took a lot of work to clean this place up. Don't people realize that? Nibiru laughs. You say that like you cleaned it yourself. Midoriya cracks a smile. Yeah, I do. They stand like that for a while, Midoriya eventually joining Nibiru to stand in the water. It's nice. Seabirds fly overhead, calling out to the sky as they circle. Bits of seaweed and shells occasionally wash up, decorating the already beautiful sand. You know my family doesn't like that I'm trying to be a hero, Nibiru says after a while. Why not? Midoriya asks, the whole concept foreign to him. My great-grandma was a pro. It was back before All Might, so she must have been tough as nails to be one. Nibiru looks over her shoulder at Midoriya. She'd shrugged off her jacket to better feel the air. Heroes weren't safe back then, you know. Their real names and addresses were often easily accessible by villains, and that's what happened to her. Midoriya flinches at the thought. If someone learned about where his mom lived after he graduated. Yeah, you get the picture, Nibiru says bitterly. Some C-list murderer wanted revenge on her for locking up her brothers, so she attacked one night. Only my granddad, who was 5 at the time, survived. I'm sorry. Midoriya starts. Don't apologize. It happened before your mom was born, probably. Nibiru sighs. 60 years passed, and that side of my family still refuses to let anyone dream to be a pro, but you're in you now. Midoriya tries to cheer her up, walking closer. You can prove them wrong. You'll graduate with your license and show them that being a hero is worth the risk. Graduate from UA. Nibiru smiles weakly. Yeah, I don't think I can do that anymore. What do you mean? Midoriya asks worriedly. My grandpa, the one who survived the villain attack, he died last night. And don't you say you're sorry he didn't like me, and I didn't like him. She cuts off Midoriya's apology before it can begin. But my grandma, his wife, is still alive. And since she has dementia, someone has to take care of her. The only one that can is my dad. We're moving to the Philippines as soon as possible. Oh, Midoriya says, unsure of how to react. Could you stay here with your mom? He tries. My mom's not in the picture. Nibiru says sadly. I've managed to get my dad to put everything off for a couple weeks so I can do the internship after the festival. But after that, you're not giving up, right? Hell no, I've already looked into hero schools where I'll be living. Nibiru says, regaining a little bit of her usual confidence. I'm not going to let anything stop me from being a hero, and I fully intend to move back to Japan after I graduate from whatever school I find down there, so it'll just be me in class then. Midoriya says, a little awed by the thought. It should be just you and Oto, but he's an idiot. Nibiru mutters. I'll never understand quitters. I won't either. Midoriya agrees, but he has the right to choose his path just like you and me. Whatever. Nibiru checks her phone. I gotta get back soon. Walk to UA with me. Sure, they go back to school the normal way, talking about old, pre-All Might heroes. They eventually end up under the same light post they met at, and just when they're about to part ways, Midoriya says, I'll miss you when you're gone. It'll be lonely being the only one in one. Why is it just him, or are Nibiru's cheeks just a touch darker than usual? I'll miss you too, Midoriya 11. In for 5, hold for 5, out for 5, pause, repeat. In for 5, hold for 5, out for 5, pause, repeat. It's not meditation, or if it is, it's a very simple form of it. But regulating his breathing is a necessity if he wants to calm his racing heart. Even now, after 5 minutes of constant concentration, he can still hear blood roaring in his ears because out there is a stadium filled with hundreds, no thousands of people who are eager to watch him. If he strains his hearing, he can pick up the idle chatter of the people, which is still ridiculously loud. Young Midoriya. All Might's voice draws his attention from his breathing. Relax, you've got this. Why, yeah, I've got this. Midoriya forces a smile on his face. He can feel his hands shaking. All Might places a heavy, calloused hand on his shoulder. Remember what we've gone over. This is your big day, your time to shine. Your debut as a hero in training. He squeezes his hand. Show the world that you were here. I'll be proud of you no matter what. You're laying it on a little thick there, Toshi. Gran says from across the room. He's just in his first year. Hardly anyone watches the first years. Yes, but the sports festival will be archived, and people will be able to watch it for years to come. All Might disagrees. It's important that he makes a good showing here, no. Midoriya swallows heavily at the thought of being archived forever on film. He'd made the news the day he met All Might, and just that one little blurb he got on the evening news made him a wreck. There's always next year, too. All Might comforts seeing his nervous expression. I know you'll do well today, but next year, you'll do even better. All right, Midoriya breathes. If not today, then next time. He'll berate his every move after, even if he does perfectly, but it's comforting to know he can afford to fail, not that he wants to. How would it look when he's graduated and become number one if he flops his first sports festival? There's a short, crisp knock on the door. Gran calls for the person to enter, and it swings open. Hey, Midoriya. Nibiru says we're about to form up for the walk-on. Azawa will kill us if we're late, so hurry it up. Yeah, we're actually just finishing. All Might stands, guiding Midoriya up with him. He needed one final pep talk, but he's ready now. All Might gives Midoriya a wide smile and a quick thumbs up before pushing him out the door. Good luck, my boy. Go beyond plus ultra. Yeah, I didn't train, no loser. Go out there and strut your stuff. The door closes behind them, and Midoriya walks with Nibiru through the halls. Your old man? She asks. Midoriya instantly chokes in his own spit, only saved by Nibiru's quick chop to his back. No, he wheezes out. Nibiru nods like she understands. I get it. He's your stepdad. Don't know how to handle it yet, huh? All Midoriya can do is nod. Well, he seems nice enough. Was that old guy your grandpa? Grand Midoriya stutters. No, Nibiru's eyes widen. Oh, that's Gran Torino. I get why he's here, being your personal trainer and all, but why's your stepdad here if your mom isn't? Iyagi is a UA alumnus, so he's able to get free tickets. Midoriya not quite lies. All Might had paid full price for his tickets, though he didn't need to. He just preferred to give some money to his alma mater. Midoriya. Iyagi is a UA alumnus, so he's able to get free tickets. Midoriya not quite lies. All Might had paid full price for his tickets, though he didn't need to. He just preferred to give some money to his alma mater. Gran, too. My mom can't afford any tickets worth buying, so she's back home recording everything in Ultra HD. Yet my folks can't afford tickets either. Not that they want. Nibiru shrugs. At least you got a pep talk out of it. You probably need it for your speech. Don't remind me. Midoriya.
Okay, that guy's in this anyway. I got something. Hey, let's continue.
Whines as they round the corner into the vomitorium. A massive crowd of students takes up most of the space. I nearly had a breakdown rehearsing it. Real talk for a second, are you okay? Nibiru asks worriedly. 'Cause I can do the speech instead of you. Public speaking doesn't get to me. No, no, Midoriya insists vehemently. I've got it all planned out. I just need to psych myself up for it is all. She looks at him for a long moment. All right, you got this. Midoriya nods. I got this. They walk up to the front of the mob. As the only hero class, they get to enter the field first. Midoriya notices a couple dirty looks from what are presumably Gen Ed students, but no one tries to touch her, verbally antagonize him or Nibiru for now. Midoriya knows how brutal the UA Sports Festival can be, and that the people who were kicked out of one and don't plan on being nice. Nibiru and Midoriya stand shoulder to shoulder just inside the gateway. The audience must be able to sense something, or maybe there's a specific time the students are supposed to walk on because they suddenly start to make a lot more noise. Hello, hello, this thing on? The crowd goes wild at the sound of Midnight's voice coming through the massive stadium speakers. Perfect, she continues. Well, since you all probably know who I am, let's get this started, all right. I'd hate to leave you all on the edge of the audience hoots and hollers, eager for the opening ceremony. First up are our dutiful referees. Please welcome Power Loader and Aizawa. The crowd gives a polite round of applause as the two men walk past the mob of students and out onto the field. I didn't even notice them. Nibiru mutters. Me neither. Midoriya agrees. And now for our glittering stars of the show. Midnight preambles. They've been working their bodies so hard these past few months, so give a big warm welcome to our hero class. Introducing Midoriya Izuku and Nibiru Mai of Class 1A. The two students don't even get a chance to wish themselves luck before they're forced to step out of the vomitorium and out onto the soft, green grass. As they do, cameras from all over flash and the volume of the stadium peaks. But by the time they make it to the large concrete stage in the center of the field, most people just seem confused. Midoriya tries for an awkward wave, but this only seems to worsen the audience's reaction. There's only two of them. What the hell? There's supposed to be like 40. Is this a prank? Or are they calling them out two by two? Only two? I want a refund. Settle down, settle down. Midnight chides, I love your enthusiasm, really I do. But now's not the time. Her voice takes on a more sultry tone. Please save your frustration for later, but for now, let's welcome our three general studies classes. 1B, 1C, 1D, 1E, 1F. Come on out and join us. Every one of the general education students walks out, some wide-eyed at the sight of all the cameras, others with expressions of anger and frustration, probably from being glossed over in favor of the hero course. There's so many. Midoriya mutters, looking over his shoulder. You're telling me, dude. Nibiru laughs. And just think, each and every one of them is planning on gunning for us right out of the gate. Midoriya elbows his friend. Nibiru, that's not funny. This thing is already going to be really hard, and we've gone over this. You've got nothing to be worried about. Got it, Mr. Top of the Class? Nibiru smiles. Yeah, but you don't need to. And finally, please cheer on our darling little inventors and designers, the four and only UA support classes. Midnight yells into her mic, and the rest of the students who are waiting in the hall walk out onto the pitch. Like the general and hero classes, the support classes 1G, 1H, 1I, 1J are all wearing the standard UA gym uniform. Unlike the hero and general courses, they're all clad in different odds and ends, ready to show off what they've made in the time they've been at UA. Truthfully, Midoriya is most worried about them, rather than the Gen Ed kids. Who knows what kind of stuff they were allowed to bring in? Neju probably, but that's the opposite of a comfort. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please fall silent for the athlete's pledge as presented by Student Representative Midoriya Izuku. The mutters start right as he takes the first step up to the stage, all coming from directly behind him. Him, really? They've got to be joking. He's tiny. It's total bullshit that he's the one representing us. There's only two students in the hero course. This isn't representation. He probably paid off the school to... Oh, definitely. Look at him, he's so plain. Oh, he got top marks on the entrance exam. Nibiru leaps to his defense. He deserves to be the rep more than any one of you. Fuck off, hero course. Nobody cares. He only got the top score for the hero entrance exam. What about support or gen ed? I'd bet actual cash that half the people who... That's enough. Azawa's gruff voice cuts through. You're all going to shut up and listen to the pledge like good students. Then you can all fight it out. Midoriya, who's now standing right in front of a tall mic stand, closes his eyes. He runs. Keep it short. Make everything an agreeable statement. Speak slowly and deliberately. Picture everyone as a potato. He opens his eyes. Thousands stare back at him. I pledge to put my best foot forward and to go beyond my limits. Not a bad start, referencing the school. I pledge to give my all. Also good, though maybe promising to give everything to win wasn't a popular sentiment, and I pledge to show the world that I'm worthy of taking up the sacred torch of heroism from the generations previous. For an eternity, there's silence. Then, deafening cheers. The whole stadium seems to shake, and Midoriya stares up in wonder. They're cheering for him. Or maybe not for him, but for the start of the festival. But either way, they aren't booing. Midoriya has to fight back tears as he walks back down the steps of the platform. Nibiru gives him a hearty slap to the back and a proud smile. The Gen Ed students behind them glare and curse, but do they even matter? Yes, they do, but for that moment, all that matters is that he didn't embarrass himself on national television. My, what a bold... Midnight laughs happily. Now, without further ado, the first event as determined by the spinning wheel of death. The sentence sends a wave of shivers throughout the crowd. Sensing this, Midnight says, "Oh, don't worry. We're a school. Safety is our top priority. Now spin that wheel." Every screen in the stadium, from the massive billboards framing the uppermost levels to the tiny ones on the tablets that many restaurants use for sales, lights up with the same display, a wheel divided into 9 even, multicolored portions with a single golden arrow sticking out from the center. Midoriya barely has time to make out Team Deathmatch and Doom, but you're the demons before the arrow begins to spin. The arrow only spins for 10 seconds, but the last half of the spin feels way longer than it actually is. The arrow barely scrapes by pin the tail on the eraser head and stops just a pixel or two shy of terminally placed exhaust ports. And it looks like the first event is a water rescue, Midnight says disappointedly. Shame, I was hoping for running with the villains. Anyways, please listen as one of our handsome referees calls out the rules. Take it away, Power Loader. Right, listen up, cause I'm only gonna explain once. The shirtless form of the head of the support department takes the stage, his large metallic helmet adding an echo to his voice. In 5 minutes, this whole field will be flooded. Don't worry, you'll get to stand on raised platforms when it happens. But once all the water settles, the time begins. There'll be obstacles and objectives on the floor of the fake lake. Eraserhead continues. Dummies are civilians. Your job will be to bring them to this stage. The harder it is to get to the dummies, the more points they are worth. You also get bonus points for carrying multiple at once and for keeping the fake bodies in perfect condition. Lastly, anything goes. Power Loader finishes. Of course, it's not exactly productive to attack others, but it's allowed. Just no killing or permanent maiming. And try to keep it PG-13 for the viewers back home. You know how to swim. Midoriya whispers in Midoriya's ear. Yeah, a little, but I'll have to rely on my quirk for this. What about you? Midoriya asks back. Midoriya bares her teeth in a proud grin. I've been swimming in the open ocean since I was 4. I'll be just fine. They're ordered to make for the platforms after that. Cementus must have been present somewhere because the twin structures manifest on opposite sides of the stadium in seconds. The 2 blocks of concrete are both 7 meters tall with simple staircases leading up. Midoriya and Nibiru are sent to opposite sides by order of Eraserhead and wish each other good luck before parting. Once everyone is on a platform, the floor of the stadium opens up, revealing a fake seafloor. There are shipwrecks, bits of coral, and tons upon tons of dummies, all colored black to stick out from the white sand. All right, let's get the clock ready. Midnight calls through her mic. You know, the average human can only hold their breath for 2 minutes. But since I'm a merciful goddess, that won't be the time limit. Instead, our amazing first years will have 7 whole minutes to fetch as many bodies as possible. 7 minutes. That was even less than the entrance exam time limit. Looking around at the others on his platform, Midoriya can tell many aren't happy about it. His side is mostly supports students who grumble about not being able to show off. Midoriya understands that. He'd consider 15 minutes to be a short amount of time to show off a new invention, but 7. Yo, hero course, a deep voice barked out. Midoriya turned to face a rather tall boy with moss-green scales and fins sticking out of his gym uniform. Just want to let you know that we're all going for you, Dick. I'm not enough of a dick to blindside people, but I want a spot in the hero class, even if I have to steal it from you. A couple months, or maybe even a couple weeks back, Midoriya might have flinched, or maybe even stuttered out an apology. But now, you're top of the class at the best hero school in the country. Have some confidence in yourself. Show the world that you were here. I didn't train no loser. Go out there and strut your stuff. Midoriya takes a deep breath and looks the other boy directly in the eye. All of you are going for me. Good, I'd like a challenge. The boy blinks. Okay, you're definitely on my shit list. I hate cocky bastards like you. He spits. And I hate that you think I'm just gonna lie down and let my spot get swiped. Midoriya bites back. Good luck. You'll need it. Why when I get my hands on you the final round, Nile. Start the countdown. Midnight orders from her announcer's box. 5. The boy next to him shuts up. perching on the edge of the platform like a competitive swimmer. Midori moves to do the same, but for he's not a swimmer, though maybe he doesn't need to be. A familiar feral grin slips onto his lips. 3. He takes a step back and flexes his legs. Float will serve him well. Flying up and diving shouldn't be too difficult. Swimming through the water once he's submerged, however. 2. He shrugs off the jacket of his gym uniform. It's just dead weight he doesn't need. Can float be used underwater? 1. Well, he'll just have to test it out, won't he? Start. This time, no one hesitates. Hundreds of students hurl themselves over the edge, pushing and shoving each other for better access to the water. A select few waited out, hoping for a more peaceful entry. Midoriya simply pushes off the ground and flies to the center of the basin. The chaos he sees below as he flies is almost magnificent. Support students combine forces to paddle and dive at civilians while general education. Some people with water quirks or quirks that are good for nobody. Well, Midoriya thinks at least a good number of cameras are. His mom's probably yelling at the television set right now, delighted. Of course, he can't stay dry forever. The water is already becoming muddied with silt as others start to dive for easily placed dummies that are closer to the platform. Midoriya at least can skip over those. Better to go where others aren't for better pickings. He dives for the water in the exact center of the basin, making a rather large splash due to all the force one for all generates even at just 5%. With lungs full of air and eyes full of oddly warm water, Midoriya searches for his first dummy. The water is well lit, and where he is, it's crystal clear as well. It's not salty either, more similar to what comes out of a faucet than the ocean. Midoriya dives down right in the middle of a ring of sunken ships, parts of which are stuck out of the water. It's obvious that it would be difficult, if not impossible, for most to reach the area. A variety of different dummies litter the ground, and even more are peeking out of the wrecks. Finding that float actually works underwater, Midoriya swims deeper and grabs the arm of the closest dummy. Slinging it over his shoulder in a fireman's carry, he looks around for another dummy. He chooses a smaller pair next, snatching what are supposed to be toddlers. With a quick application and as the first contestants make it back to the starting platform, the first points are on the board. Most of the top 10 are support students. I just love a bright mind, don't you? Midoriya risks a glance at the scoreboard. He and Nibiru don't have any points yet, but since they're only 2 seconds in, and the highest number of points on the board is 7, that's forgivable. As he flies back to the concrete platform, Midoriya has to dodge a couple projectiles and 2 jets of water. He very nearly loses grip of the 2 children, but holds fast. He still makes it back to where he started and carefully deposits his precious cargo. Midoriya rockets to the top spot with 55 points. My, what a hero that boy is. Midnight purse. Midoriya pays her no mind as he kicks off again and returns to the same spot. Since he'd already gotten a good idea of how the circle of ships is laid out, he immediately knows where he wants to go. The harder a dummy is to get to, the more points it's worth. Therefore, if he wants to maximize his points, he should go for the difficult ones until the very end, when he would make a mad dash to nab as many easy ones as possible. Kicking out the hull of a sunken pirate ship complete with a plus ultra Jolly Roger flag he desperately wants on his wall, he quickly slings a pair of pirates over his shoulders and cradles another in his arms. The second fly back to the platform is much easier. Most of the people seem to be diving down to grab a dummy instead of swimming to a good spot. Midoriya is grateful for it. He grabbed too many people to keep agile while flying. The weight isn't as much of a problem as the fact that the fake bodies can't grip. Nibiru adds another 10 points, putting her solidly in 6th place. Not too shabby for someone without a swimming or enhancement quirk. And look at that, Midoriya widens his lead with another 70 points. Give others a chance, will you, hunt? I'll make it worth your while. And I mean with get out of detention passes, please remove your mind from the gutter. It's not very flattering. Nibiru is doing good. That makes Midoriya's smile widen. She'd wanted a no-holds-barred match since the second week of school, and Midoriya wants to give it to her. Of course, anything could happen in the second round, or even this one, but he has faith in her abilities. The third trip to the circle starts smoothly. Midoriya caves in the hull of a fake yacht and grabs an arm and shoulder full of children dressed in brightly colored Hawaiian shirts. But as he swims up to the surface, a massive weight slams into his side, bruising his ribs. He just barely has time to see the fish boy from earlier give him a rude gesture before he swims away. Midoriya so desperately wants to chase after him, but is to come up for air. By the time he goes back down, oh, look at that. Class 1D's Shun Hiroki racks up 60 points, putting him in second. Better kick it up a notch, Midoriya. Taking Midnight's words to heart, Midoriya dives back down and quickly grabs another set of dummies. He manages 3 in his arms, 3 slung over his shoulders, and even grabs 2 with his legs. Is it risky? Yes, with that much weight to balance, and none of it staying put on its own, it's a miracle that he makes it back to the platform. But he does and gets 100 points for his efforts. Satisfied with his lead, Midoriya flies back to the ships a bit recklessly, still going at full speed but doing loop-to-loops, barrel rolls, and skimming the water with his fingertips as he spreads his arms like the wings of a bird. But then just 100 seconds left. Give us a good Midoriya reacts quickly, changing course to his. There are maybe 10 or 20 dummies left in the circle of ships, and since he got all the difficult ones out of the way, all Midoriya has to do is to find a way to carry as many as possible to keep the unchallenged lead. Coming down from a quick breath, Midoriya grabs a heavy, thick rope. He arranges about 15 dummies in one large clump and ties them together as best he can. He's just about to break the surface and fly off again when a hard kick to the chest sends him floating back. The scaled boy from earlier grabs his rope and tugs the dummies behind him to the platform. Midoriya is forced to come up for air. By the time he regains his breath, Midoriya can tell that the boy Shun, he reminds himself mentally, is already halfway back with his hard-earned points. I said I wasn't going to roll over and take it. Midoriya mutters, rising up in the air and shooting off with float. And a hero never goes back on a promise. Midoriya bellows as he slams full force into the back of the point snatcher. Shun is forced to submerge completely, but grabs hold of Midoriya's ankle, taking the hero student with him. The second Midoriya goes under, he's punching. With all the air bubbles, sand, and water in his eyes, he can hardly see anything, but he manages to hit Shun with a hard right cross, then follows with a kick to what he hopes are the boy's ribs. It takes a couple more strikes to shake the boy off, but Midoriya does it and takes hold of his rope once again, flying as hard as he can. He's not going to 8 more. Midoriya pushes to 8%, and the green lightning, usually happy to crawl along his skin, starts to stick to the water he passes. It's not enough. 6, 10%. Oddly enough, his body feels fine. Has he discovered his new limit? If he has, it still won't be enough to make it. Sure, he's got the win, but he wants to be the undisputed, so 14%. His body feels like it's on fire now, but that's fine. 3, 2 Midoriya slams into the wall behind the platform, drop 1, and that's a wrap on the first event. Yo Aizawa, did those last points count for Midoriya? His homeroom teacher takes a good look at him, not that he sees, what with being face down on a slab of concrete groaning about his stomach. Yeah, we'll count him. Points off for the landing, though. As sounding, Midoriya racks up another 150 points last minute. He's got more points than first and second combined. Midoriya rolls over and stares up at the sky. The roar of the crowd is dampened by the massive ache he has in his head. Eraserhead is standing over him, looking much more tired than usual. Get up and go see the old lady, kid. The next one's only gonna be more challenging. 12. You want to completely overhaul the plans for the festival, which we've already started work on a month before it takes place. Power Loader is usually a calm and rational person, which Aizawa appreciates in the usually hectic clusterfuck that is you. Of course, even the most rational people have their limits, and the support head is reaching his. They won't be large changes, I assure you. Nezu slides a small pile of papers across the table. We will still utilize the flood pipes and the swords, but for the first and second events, some changes will need to be made. Power Loader looks over the papers. I take it this is cause Racer gave 17 students the boot. Yes, Aizawa speaks. They either had no potential or would have been more of a hindrance to society rather than a help. I was the one to suggest these changes as well. I figured. Power Loader leans back. Those changes will make teamwork nearly impossible. Nedge would have just upped the complexity, but you. I want to push my students. That list is what it'll take to do so. Aizawa reaches into his pocket and procures a bottle of eye drops. They are strong individually, but even more so as a team. If the old plan was to go through, then they would work together and dominate, and therefore learn nothing. By forcing them apart and at the same time giving your classes the perfect scenario to use their gadgets in, they'll be pushed and better shown off to real pros. All right, Power Loader agrees, but I expect overtime pay for all this extra work. What about the second and third years? Both the same changes can apply. Nezu says. Aizawa raises an eyebrow. I think our older students would benefit from learning to be strong on their own, no. Besides, I have a feeling the second years will be quite interesting. The gleam in the principal's eyes is something lesser men would shiver at. Aizawa and Power Loader, however, have long since gotten used to it. I'll get right on those changes, sir. Aizawa, I promise to make sure your kids are properly challenged. They're not, whatever. Aizawa sighs. Just stick to the plans and everything will be fine. After stumbling to Recovery Girl and getting a very thorough lecture in head injuries and listening to his body, Midoriya walks out of the medical facility feeling like $1,000,000, or more like $800,000. Recovery Girl's quirk took some energy out of him, but not nearly enough to make the next event any harder, or so he hopes. Eraserhead's warning doesn't sit well with him. In all the festivals Midoriya has watched, and he's seen a lot of them, the first event almost always seems the hardest. It was usually an individual versus environment type of contest, with the added difficulty of dealing with a massive crowd. The second was almost always group combat, which Midoriya feels is much easier. But then again, this is UA he's talking about. Every day so far has steadily gotten harder. Mr. Aizawa has made it abundantly clear that Midoriya and Nibiru are going to be some of the school's top graduates by the time they're done, so it makes sense that they'll be worked hard. But how does Aizawa know the event will be harder? It was always randomized. Maybe he knows the possible events. That's certainly possible. There were 9 outcomes on the last one. Or maybe, hey, Midoriya, there you are. Nibiru's voice calls through the hallway. We've got a 10-minute break before the next event, so I thought I'd make sure you didn't rattle your brain too much with that crash of yours. Like Midoriya, she chose to forego the outer jacket of her uniform and walks around comfortably in a black tank top. The blue jacket is tied around her waist. I'm all right, thanks. He scratches the back of his neck. Recovery Girl fixed me up, not that she was happy with my stunt. Nibiru snorts. Yeah, you were the only one who needed her. It's actually quite surprising, because some of those brawls in the water were brutal. Midoriya looks his friend over. You weren't injured, he says, seeing that she's no worse for wear if you don't count her wet hair. Nah, I'm too good at swimming. I just wish I could fly, then I could have gotten a lot more points. She slips her hands into her pockets. Speaking of, how the hell did you get over 200 points? You and the Gen Ed kid absolutely dominated, and I need to know how. Oh, there was this big shipwreck thing in the middle of the water. Midoriya explains. I'm not sure why they put it there, but the dummies were worth way more points for some reason. Nibiru rolls her eyes. And I'm betting someone would have had to fly or be able to breathe underwater to get to it, she says, a little annoyed. That's the opposite of fair. Not that it's anything out of the ordinary for this school. A hero's job is to combat the world's unfairness. Midoriya quotes Eraserhead. You seem pretty happy about what happened, though. Nibiru teases. Think you're hot shit now cause you won the genetic lottery. No, not at all. Midoriya denies. I'm glad I won, but I also want a fair victory, you know. Nibiru nods. Yeah, I do. They stop walking for a bit and stand in the hallway, leaning against opposite walls. Midoriya finds himself chewing the inside of his cheek and thinking about the next event. He doesn't notice that he's zoned out until the intercom turns on. Would every participant who placed in the top 42 please return to the pitch? Top 42 to the pitch, please. The familiar robotic voice of the intercom bot gets the two moving again. Did you have time to look at the scoreboard? Nibiru asks, rounding a corner. No, where did you place? Midoriya asks, recalling that Midnight had announced that he had an overabundance of points and was therefore in first. Fifth, I beat out most of the others, but you and the other three had good quirks for that one. Nibiru stops short of the entrance to the field. Most of the other students that moved on are already there. Fifth is pretty good. Midoriya encourages it, stepping out. I'm sure you'll do even better on the next one. It's almost always team combat. Nibiru makes a noncommittal hum and follows. Attention, please. Midnight called. Now that we have everyone who made it to the second round present, the next event will be called. Aizawa speak. Eraserhead groans but steps forward. Behind him sits a massive 50-foot-long table filled to the brim with ornamental swords of varying sizes and styles. The next round is called King of the Blades. It's as simple as the name is pretentious. You'll each be assigned a sword based on your placement in the previous event, and your goal is to claim as many points as possible. Each sword has a point value and a number. Number 42 is worth 1 point, number 41 is worth 2, etc., etc., except number 1, which is worth 1,000. Aizawa's monotone betrays how important the last bit of his explanation is. And just so you don't go shorting out your brains trying to do mental math, number 1 is worth more than the rest combined. Any questions? There are many questions. Aizawa answers none and orders them to pick up their swords. Midoriya's sword is a massive 8-foot hunk of metal, weighing at least 200 pounds. The hilt is big enough for All Might's muscle form to hold with both hands, and only the upper 2/3 of the blade is sharpened to any extent. The lower third is separated by a pair of spikes sticking out perpendicular to the length. The Roman numerals for 1,000 run down the flat side of the blade. Midoriya takes a couple big steps away from the crowd and tries to swing it. The weapon is completely unbalanced, and he nearly drops it. You could totally kill someone with that thing, dude, an excited-sounding voice says from behind him. Midoriya turns to see a short, mousy boy decked out in support gear. He's holding a blade the length of his forearm in one hand, the number 8 inscribed on the blade. Can I help you? Midoriya asks, not quite sure what to do with his sword. He settles for sticking it in the ground. You sure can. The boy moves closer and loops an arm around Midoriya's shoulders. You see, me and like 5 other support kids are teaming up so we can move on. Only the top 16 make it, you know. Anyways, I was wondering if you'd like to join. You probably don't need it, but then again, this is UA, you know. So basically what I'm saying is that you should totally help me and my buddies out. In exchange, we'll make sure your next costume design is perfect. Midoriya considers it for a moment. Look, what's your name? Lily Mushy. The boy smiles wide. The name's awful, I know. Anyways, you can continue. Lee, I'd really like to help, but my quirk isn't the best for working with the defense-oriented strategy that a group of support students are likely to employ, I know. Lee's smile never wavers. But consider this. When that buzzer sounds, every single one of these people are going to go right for you since you've got the only guaranteed ticket into the next round. Me and my friends can protect it while you zip around and kick ass. Midoriya blinks, then smiles. Do you mind if I talk to your friends? Lee's grin turns just a smidge arrogant. My friend, you can talk our ears off until the end of time, just as long as you promise to carry us to the next event. Toshinori holds a steady gaze on the field below, the crystal clear glass of his private box almost invisible with the bright late morning sun. It's a little difficult to make out the individual contestants, but the simple spyglass that rests in his lap remedies that problem, a possession challenge. Gran Torino says, almost to himself, didn't they have one of those at your last sports festival? Toshinori nods fondly. Yes, they did. Though it wasn't as wild as this one's shaping up to be. If I remember correctly, we were placed in random teams of 16 and forced to fight for a bunch of random items. One was even worth way more than any of the others, like the boy's massive Zweihander. It was a small green Lego brick, I think. He'll probably ditch the 1,000 points right off the bat. Gran Torino takes a sip of his coffee. He's smart enough to know that it's worthless until the final moment. but I can see him talking to a bunch of greased monkeys down there, so I've got no clue what he's actually got planned. Toshinori ignores the mildly derogatory term for support workers in favor of lifting the spyglass to his eye. He focuses on young Midoriya, who's gesturing wildly with his hands while he speaks to a smiling quintet of kids. It's hard to tell what's going on in that head of his sometimes, he says redundantly. But the others seem happy enough. I think he's got a good chance at this. I'd say so too, except most of those rejects look like they want to eviscerate him. Gran Torino laughs, though it's somewhat forced. Toshinori turns his attention away from Midoriya and to a large batch of unhappy-looking students. Their lack of support gear denotes them as general students. Only 15 general education kids moved on, but every single one of them are working together. I hate to say it, but I must compliment their desire to win. Toshinori collapses his spyglass. We haven't worked on fighting large groups with him yet, have we? Nope. Gran Torino says, and from what he's told about school, UA hasn't either. Float gives him an edge, however. Toshinori crosses his long legs. If he keeps to the air with that sword, he'll have a shot. If he intends to work with others, he can't do that. Gran argues. This is technically an individual event, but few are treating it that way. If he flies solo again, he'll drive off a lot of agencies and paint himself as a lone wolf type, which isn't good for the future symbol. But if he teams up, he can't perform at his full potential, which could muck up his chances at moving on. Do you think he realizes this? Toshinori asks. Gran shoots him a look. You're right, he most certainly does. I'm just curious as to how he'll manage it. Hopefully he doesn't pull anything too crazy. Gran sighs. He's got a good amount of restraint, but you saw the last round. I've got a feeling he'll stop at nothing to win this. I can't help but agree. The next couple of minutes pass in silence, neither man speaking a word when Midnight orders for the terrain to be altered from a simple grass lawn to rolling hills dispersed with trenches and the occasional crater. Toshinori finds himself leaning forward when the countdown starts, noting that Midoriya is far away from the other students he was talking to earlier. Then the counter hits 0, and Toshinori can't fight off his proud smile no matter how hard he tries. After the 5-minute planning period is over, Midoriya carefully chooses his starting spot like everyone else. He's grateful that each person had to be at least 10 feet from all others to start. Hopefully it'll give him enough time to react. Nervously drumming his fingers on the butt of the massive sword, he looks down from his position on top of a small hill. He makes eye contact with the surrounding competitors and tries to keep his heart from exploding outward when they all grin viciously at him. Whenever you're scared or nervous about a fight, he mutters, just try to deal with it by smiling. His mentor's words provide a small amount of comfort, and he's able to slow down his fidgeting. Looking up, he quickly spots his allies in the support course. They're all the way across the field and probably can't see him, so he doesn't wave. The fact that he has a plan and people willing to stick to it feels both great and awful at the same time. Great in the fact that people respect his ideas, but awful that they might lose because of him. Combatants at the ready. Midnight call.
Yeah, sometimes you're not gonna see the same for I need this to hang out. This happens.
Calls. Spectators, I hope you're ready for an eventful 15 minutes because I promise our students won't disappoint. 10. Midoriya tunes out the countdown, calling forth one for all and letting it course through his veins. Having gotten so used to the timing at 5%, he's elected to stick with the output level for the time being. 10% will be saved for when things go bad, and 14 perfect is only for if he's completely screwed. And then there's his ace in the hole, which will make Recovery Girl steam from the ears if he tries, and therefore will only be used if his allies are about to lose everything. Go at Midnight's order, Midoriya raises his massive blade high and smiles. Out loud he counts. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3. The Gen Ed students draw closer, hindered by the steepness of the hill and from tripping each other. When they get within 3 feet of him, he throws the sword at chest height directly into the head of the charge. Then he pushes off the ground and flies away with Float. The crowd goes wild. What an interesting strategy. Midoriya utilized the desire for the highest concentration of points to tie up a large fraction of his enemies. Midnight announces as Midoriya quickly dives down to swipe a pair of swords before flying off for real. Casting one quick glance behind him, he sees that a massive tub of war session has broken out between almost everyone who rushed him. People desperately try to keep a hand on the blade as quirks run rampant. Midoriya's smile broadens, just like he planned. Midoriya flies his way to his allies completely unhindered. Everyone seems to be going for the top 5 or so swords. While 2 blades totaling 20 points is nothing bad, it's a drop in the bucket between the 1,000 or even the 41 points the first and second swords offer. Lee and his friends have set up shop in a corner of the field. They booby-trapped an arc around them that's about 20 feet wide and 6 deep. 2 people point net guns at him from behind riot shields, and Lee himself is setting up some kind of ballista. Midoriya carefully finds a spot and drops the swords behind the arc of traps, responding to Lee's shout of thanks with a simple nod before flying off for more points. I see quite a lot of teamwork for an individual event. Midnight says like she's scolding a child. I get that this is an everything goes type of contest, but is this really all right? Aizawa? Midoriya can't hear it, but Eraserhead somehow replies because Midnight sighs dejectedly. All I wanted was a simple 15-minute all-out free-for-all. Is that too much for a girl to ask for? The answer is yes, because no one in a team tries to break off. As Midoriya circles above to scout, he can see a couple groups battling and the occasional single fighter. Most people don't even bother using the swords, instead holding them in their offhand while they use their quirks or support gear to steal points or trap others. There's one group, though, that's holding out on top of a hill. 6 support and 3 general students all stand with their backs to their swords, which are impaled in the ground. They're all distracted by Nibiru and the guy who tried to steal Midoriya's points in the last round, of all people who are trying to break through along with a couple others. It's the perfect target. It's also laughably easy to swoop in, grab all the swords, and take off with them cradled in his arms like a child. He has to weave around a couple projectiles, including what appear to be laser beams, but are hopefully mostly harmless. The curses they all shout after him make Midoriya feel accomplished rather than belittled, which is a first. He wonders if this is what heroes feel like when villains scream as they are being forced into police transport. It probably is. Once again, Midoriya drops off the swords behind his team. Lee, who's in the middle of digging some kind of trench as the other 4 fight off a batch of Gen Ed kids, tells him to take it easy on the points so they don't get swamped and go keep an eye on the first place sword. Midoriya agrees and takes to the sky once more. After making 2 more point runs and bringing the total score of his team up to around 70, he makes lazy circles in the air for a while. Having a bird's-eye view on everything is as awe-inspiring as it is strategic. Most of the fighting seems to be happening towards the southern part of the stadium, probably due to the fact that it has a lot of low hills that are easy to keep ground on, which a solo fighter would definitely need to pull through a massive fight like this. A quick look at the scoreboard shows that no one who teamed up has any points. The person in first only has 15 points, followed by another person with 10 and one with 9. Since the most common strategy seems to be throw all the swords in an easily defendable spot and hold out till the end, it makes sense. Not that Midnight's happy about it. You kids should actually use the swords in a sword play event, she complains. I mean, come on, they're blunted. You're not gonna lop an arm off or impale someone on accident, or even on purpose. You're insulting the company we ordered them from by not using them. Oh, also, there's this one team in the northwest corner that has like half the points with them. Everyone combatant freezes at the same time. They all look around wildly, trying to figure out which direction northwest is. Midoriya, unfortunately, already knows northwest is towards me, and to my right, your left. What are we teaching you? Midoriya, whose eye level with the announcer's box, can see that Midnight has her feet propped up on her desk and is munching on a bowl of popcorn. Her smile gives him goosebumps. Don't wait for my blessing. Everyone knows I prefer doers instead of thinkers. Midoriya is the first to react, charging up to 8% and flying back to his team, who were frantically trying to keep the attackers who were already at bay and reinforce their defenses at the same time. Instead of landing in front of the enemy mob and fighting them head-on, Midoriya comes at them from the side, flying directly into them. He knocks 5 over and tackles 2 at the same time. He wrestles their swords from their hands, and ignoring Midnight's elated yell that he's in first place with 25 points, rushes the still disordered remains. Like he did in his first UA combat training, he uses the size of the group against them. Most trip over each other, and Midoriya punches them away. One of them, however, uses the confusion to breach his team's defenses. She manages to pick up a sword and looks absolutely delighted. That is, until she turns around and sees 5 very angry and heavily armed support students. Mercy, she asks weakly. She has not shown mercy. By the time there are 5 minutes left in the event, the majority of the contestants are standing a couple feet away from Team Lee's defensive line. They seem unsure about attacking, Midoriya notes. He doesn't blame them, his allies are dug in well, and their quirks are nothing to sneeze at. Midoriya still keeps a watchful eye on them, full cowl active at 5% as he slowly floats back and forth along the trapped arc. From what the scoreboard and Midnight say, the battle for the 1,000-point sword has cooled down slightly, only being contended by Nibiru and 2 others. Everyone else is staring at Midoriya waiting. "Hey, man," Lee calls. Midoriya nods to show that he's listening but doesn't dare turn around. "We only need like half of these to move on. Why don't we give some away? That would be a good way to get rid of their problem." In fact, if there was more time left, Midoriya would take all of the swords they had and drop them in the middle of the arena, but there are only 3 minutes on the clock. Midoriya licks his lips. He has an idea, and it's probably really dumb. But as long as he can run down the clock, it can't be terrible. "You guys realize that between all of you standing here, there's more points than what's behind me, right?" No one responds. "Also, only 16 of us can make it. There's at least 30 of you here." That seems to shake their resolve somewhat. Most of them begin to look at each other warily. Then fuck it, one says, and promptly decks the nearest person in the face. And in a shocking turn of events, Midnight says over the chaos, Midoriya uses his words to turn the situation around. "Take notes, hero hopefuls back home. Not every situation needs to be resolved with violence. Not that this is the best example." Midoriya takes a step back to watch as his former attackers turn on each other. "Lee, how many points do we have?" 156. Lee calls back instantly. Midoriya grimaces. "That's not an... It's... Get..." Until he dives into the 30-way brawl, Midoriya doesn't understand how horrifyingly chaotic fights can be. The second he does, he's constantly dodging, barely able to launch an attack. Most of the quirks being used are long-range, sparing them from being trampled, but Midoriya has some close calls, losing a pant leg in the bottom half of his tank top as Midnight cries. Midoriya barely manages to make that. Midoriya carefully lays out his newly acquired points. "Someone can have this 39.1, but everyone else, hopefully it's enough. Boy, they've got like 200 points over there." Someone cries, pointing to Midoriya at the same time Midnight calls that there are 15 seconds. Midoriya, they all move at the same time, and he realizes Midoriya can take his points. He doesn't want to. Midoriya stands. He holds out an arm, 2 fingers curled. Delaware smash. 2 columns of spinning air pressure hit the students and sent them flying back. They land in a heap. Midoriya feels Lee shove a pair of swords in his uninjured hand just as the buzzer sounds. The match is over. And with that explosive ending, the second event is finished. Midoriya managed to land in third with the help of his teammates and is sitting pretty with 49 points. Meanwhile, Nibiru managed to get a hold of the 1,000-point sword and sits at the top. Stay tuned while we go on commercial break, folks, because the side games are bound to be great. With the push of a button, the monitor blinks off, while its twin to the right of it stays on, replaying the same scene over and over. Delaware smash. Delaware smash. Delaware smash. Delaware smash. The camera had shut off before anyone could get a proper look at the aftermath, but that's just fine. He is a memory quirk after all. The young boy had completely shattered his index and middle fingers in order to make that last blast. The sheer raw power he was able to release from just the flick of a finger was like nothing the world has ever seen, with the exception of All Might, of course. Nothing like the world has seen, but he is intimately familiar with such strength. It appears One for All's legacy has finally reached the point where the holder cannot use it at full power. What do you make of this, my lord? He thinks for a moment. My body is not yet healed, and society's precious symbol is still strong. We shall stay the course. The ninth is of no concern for now. But my lord, I know very well who Midori is, who is doctor. We shall stay the course. The boy is nothing compared to me, crippled as I am. It's only his master we have to worry about. He shut off his second monitor. Though perhaps. Doctor, how are my new pets progressing? Not nearly fast enough to be useful, lord. By my estimates, it'll be a year until they can be used in any great capacity. Then there's our shortage of quirks to consider if we wish to keep up production. He smiles, all lips and no teeth. Doctor, are you familiar with the saying, kill two birds with one stone? Of course. Excellent. Contact Kurajiri. Tell him I have a job for the boy. One for All had expanded upon its legacy. It's only fair that All for One does the same. X bonus. Midoriya & Co.'s Sports Festival viewing kit. 10 large boxes of tissues, 3 blankets, cell phone and charger in case of emergency, 1 liter of water, a bowl of pretzels for stress eating, a box of raisins for slightly healthier stress eating, towel to sop up any excess tears, knitting needles and yarn to pass the time between rounds, family photo album as a reminder of how far Izuku has come, fuzzy socks.
Okay, we have the 12. This is definitely a lot more than I thought. What the fuck? Oh god, no. Fuck. Come on, where's the time?
Holy fuck, man, why didn't you lead with that? Lee's overly cheerful shout does little to distract Midoriya from the throbbing pain that his hand is in, but he manages to talk through it. Because this happens, Midoriya raises his hand, trying not to look at the crooked, dangling mess that are his two fingers. He fails and nearly gags as a drop of blood leaks from the fingertip of his middle finger. Pretty badass, huh? He jokes, trying to imitate Nibiru. It falls flat. We need to get him to the medic now, one of the girls on his team says. She looks over his hand, gingerly holding it in hers. All of their swords lay on the ground, forgotten. I'm not a doctor, but with how bad this is, you shouldn't be doing anything but walking to medical help. I'll be all right. Midoriya insists, lifting up his bad hand and folding down his pinky, ring finger, and thumb. His index and middle fingers dangle, making his attempted peace sign look more like a piece of gore art. I can get there on my own. Bullshit. Lee says, his smile just as bright. We'll walk you there, the five of us. Right, guys? Everyone quickly agrees, and Midoriya is frog-marked all the way across the field to where the entrance of the medical bay is. What kind of quirk do you have? Someone asks offhandedly. I've never heard of something that hurts the user like that. It's basically a massive power source I can manipulate. Midoriya explains, I usually use about 5% when I fight, because if I go over that I hurt myself. What I did back there was a flick of 100% in my fingers and, well, the backlash fucked your hand. Lee finishes. It's a shame about your quirk, though. The wind blast was on par with All Might. If you could use 100% safely, then you'd be the second coming of the man himself. But you're stuck at 5%, so he shrugs. I'm not stuck there, actually, Midoriya says, a little bit of pride seeping into his tone. The throbbing pain in his hand has started to become bearable. I hit 10% today, actually, and the doctors say that if I put on enough muscle and condition my body, then I'll be able to use my full strength without worry. That's good, at least. It'll take a while, though, I bet, someone says. They stop, having reached the hallway, which splits off into two corridors. Which one? Lee asks. Left. Midori answers without hesitation. He gets a few odd looks, but they continue to escort him all the way to the door marked healing. Lee reaches up to knock, but the door flies open before he can. Midoriya is cool. What did I say about not hurting yourself again? Recovery girl scolds. Midoriya smiles and steps in. I had to. No, you didn't. Lee says from behind him. Recovery girl leans to the side and eyes the support students. Thank you for bringing him here. Who knows how long he would have waited if you didn't. I'll take care of him from here. Go eat lunch, you'll need it. Lee and his friends walk off after saying a quick goodbye, and Recovery Girl sits Midoriya down at a table or sitting across from him. They're broken, obviously. You've even split the skin in some places. Recovery Girl carefully looks over Midoriya's hand. You've also suffered extensive trauma throughout the rest of your hand and some of your upper arm, likely from the recoil. It's nothing I can't fix, but it'll take a lot of energy from you. Do you want me to heal it all the way or part way so you're not dead on your feet next round? Part way, please, Midori answers. I don't think I'll do this again for a while. Try never again, and I can let you go with peace of mind. Recovery Girl says before giving his hand a quick peck. Like magic, which it may as well be, his fingers straighten, and the bruising on his hand fades. By the time it's done, his fingers are only a little sore and there's no swelling. Midoriya twitches his fingers and instantly hisses in pain. You said partway, so there'll be a little pain. Recovery Girl pulls out a drawer from her side of the table and procures a roll of bandages. I'll wrap them and I can give you some basic painkillers if you want. Nothing major, just some ibuprofen. That'd be nice, thanks, Midoriya says, letting her start working on wrapping his fingers. She's halfway done with the second one when there's a quick knock on the door. Come in and leave the door open, will you? The door opens and in walks Naburo. Dear, I'm afraid that if you're not injured, you can't wait in here. More patients may be coming. Midoriya looks over his shoulder and smiles at Naburo. Just a second and I'll be out. His friend nods and steps back out. After his fingers are wrapped and he's taken a single tab of ibuprofen, Midoriya walks out of the medical bay. How bad was it? Naburo asks, standing up straight. Not as bad as when I first got it, Midoriya answers. Just my 2 fingers, see. He holds up his hand. If Recovery Girl healed you, why are there bandages? Naburo's brow furrows. Oh, I had her not heal me fully so I wouldn't be tired. And you should probably see her too. That bruise on your arm looks painful, Midoriya says, referring to the yellow and purple splotch of skin on her upper arm and shoulder. She looks at it. Yeah, I'll probably step in while you're getting changed. Getting changed. Midoriya cocks his head. Naburo looks him over head to toe, lingering on his stomach. She smirks. You have really nice abs. Midoriya suddenly realizes that, oh yeah, he lost half of his shirt in the fight and proceeds to go bright red. Why you two, I'm gonna go get changed. He quickly brushes past her and makes for the locker room, picking up the pace once he hears her start to laugh. There's no one else in the locker room when he gets there, so Midoriya quickly swaps his ripped gym uniform for a fresh one. Then he replies to texts from both his mom and All Might, who want to know if he's okay. He is, of course, even if his fingers throb a bit when he ties the strings of his pants together. Once he's changed, Midoriya quickly makes for the student cafeteria. When he gets there, half of the tables are full of people and the lines for food aren't too long. He looks around and spots Nibiru, who's sitting next to a slightly uncomfortable-looking Odo. Neither have plates, but they both see him and get up. "Hey, how are your fingers, Midoriya?" Odo asks, patting him on the shoulder as they walk up to the line for food. "I saw what happened on the big screen, but the camera cut to Nibiru holding the 1,000 points too quick for me to see how bad it was." "Oh, it was nothing, just 2 fingers." Midoriya shows Odo his right hand. "They barely hurt right now, actually. I'll finish healing them after the festival's over." "Did you really need to do that, though?" Odo looks at him a bit worriedly. "You could have moved on without hurting yourself. Everyone in the business course thinks that you lose some interest because of that." Midoriya shrugs. "I'd rather lose out on some offers than let the people I teamed up with down. A little bit of pain isn't much in exchange for helping people." "It was more than a little bit of pain, if what your new buddies and support were saying is true," Nibiru says. Midoriya looks at her oddly. "I ran into them on the way to the medical center. They were pretty loud." "Well, I'm fine now, so there's nothing to worry about," Midoriya says as he grabs a tray and nearly drops it because of the sharp pain that shoots up his fingers. He bends down to pick it up, but Nibiru beats him to it. "Thanks. You should go back and finish healing." Nibiru says, "You'd put up a better fight while exhausted than with 2 broken fingers. We agreed to fight while we were at full strength, remember? My fingers aren't busted, just a little hurt." Midoriya takes the tray and starts to walk through the lunch line. "And the painkiller will kick in soon, so the only thing I'll have to worry about is not breaking them again. You two seem awfully sure you'll get to fight in the next event," Odo says, grabbing a bowl of rice for himself. "What if one or even both of you get knocked out?" "Midoriya, what was that?" Nibiru sticks up her nose and pointedly looks away from Odo. "I think I heard a fly say something." Well, the fly said something about us maybe not getting to fight," Midoriya says. "Nibiru has been ignoring Odo every day at lunch since he quit and has yet to show signs of stopping. Interesting. That fly is an idiot." She selects her lunch, a simple bento with a glass of iced water. Midoriya gets something similar, preferring to eat light so he doesn't vomit or feel full when he fights. "You're still doing this," Odo says flatly. "It's been weeks. How long can you hold a grudge?" Midoriya tactfully places himself between his two friends as they walk over to a table. Odo voices his annoyance some more while Nibiru looks straight ahead as they take their seats. They eat lunch in silence for a while, which makes Midoriya fidget more than usual as he tries to use his chopsticks with his left hand. Eventually, Odo forces a fork into his hand and Midoriya uses it. It may be embarrassing, but getting food is a must if he wants to keep going. It's awkward. Midoriya misses the casual teasing and occasional gossip that made up their lunches the first couple weeks of school. But now the closest thing he gets to a friendly conversation is when one of Odo's friends in the business course comes over to talk about project ideas. Once the hour for lunch passes, Midoriya, Nibiru, and the 14 other finalists are summoned to a meeting room. Eraserhead and Power Loader stand on opposite sides of a large flat screen while 16 kids sit in office chairs. Looking around, Midoriya spots Lee and his 4 friends, a couple more people he's seen looking at blueprints over lunch, and Nibiru, who's to his left. Not a single person in the room is from Gen Ed. "How many of you have seen the UA Sports Festival before?" Power Loader asks. "Don't answer that." Aizawa cuts everyone off before they can start. "You all have, and even if you haven't, you've heard conversations about it for years. The point we're trying to make is that the final event is almost always the same, a one-on-one tournament. You all know the rules." Power Loader continues. "Elimination occurs when someone is knocked out of the ring, immobilized, knocked out, or unable to continue fighting. It's a sports match, so unnecessary roughness, intentional maiming, and other unheroic behaviors are prohibited, but it'll be different this year." Racerhead hits the button on a remote, and the screen lights up with the image of a stick figure wrapped in rope. "The only way you can win is by capturing your opponent. No ring outs, no surrender. Being pinned for 10 seconds, tied up, or losing the ability to fight will eliminate you. No more, no less. Of course, if things get too dangerous, we'll call it." Power Loader says before anyone can worry about such a thing. "Our medical staff will also be watching to make sure no one gets hurt beyond repair. Any questions? How are we supposed to trap people if we don't have any equipment? Naburo asks. Pinning is an option, but almost everyone here has a form of capture gear. Eraserhead looks her dead in the eye. That's your problem to solve. Plus Ultra. As finalists, Midoriya and everyone else get a good-sized front row section to view the matches from. Underneath the seats is where the separate waiting rooms are, 4 in total for private last-minute planning sessions. The 16 of them all take a spot, Midoriya in the front row with Naburo to his left, and wait for the bracket to be announced. Are you guys ready for this? Midnight yells into her mic. The crowd replies with enthusiastic cheers. All right, let's hit the randomizer and see who's fighting first. The massive scoreboard-like screen across from where Midoriya sits immediately changes from an ad for a dry cleaners to a blank bracket. The individual tiers are labeled with round 1 at the bottom and the winner at the very top. The screen dims a bit, and the solid white characters for loading appear. Then it lights back up, and every eye in the stadium scans it at once. Naburo is the first one to fight, paired with a boy from support. Midoriya's friend taps him in the back. I'm gonna go down and warm up a bit. Cheer me on, yeah. Of course, Midoriya says, continuing to scan the bracket. He knows almost no one in support, so he'll be going in blind. The various gadgets they all have give away some idea of their fighting styles, but they're also designed to be used by others. Midoriya doesn't want to say it's impossible for one of them to have made an item that complements or improves their quirk, but it's slightly unlikely, and even if they did, he could use a 10% smash to destroy it if need be. But then there's his method of capture. He has no means of trapping others, unlike most of his competition. Even Naburo could use multiple spikes to restrict someone's limb movement, a technique she'd been practicing on pretty often. All Midoriya could do is knock someone out or go for a pin. But what counts as a pin? It normally means holding your opponent's shoulders to the floor, but with quirks allowed, that doesn't mean anything. Someone could break out easily with them, and even if holding shoulders down counted, a quirk would let them turn the tables in a split second, making it impossible to pin someone for 10 seconds. Midoriya is suddenly very thankful that his match is last. He needs to think. Sports fans, make some noise for the first match of the final rounds. Midnight orders, cracking her whip for dramatic effect. The audience screams, and Midoriya swears he can see someone across the stadium chucking a bucket of popcorn at someone else. I can't hear you, Midnight teases. The crowd raises its volume, though no one in Midoriya's section cheers. Good enough for me. Combatants take the field. Naburo enters from the left, looking straight ahead. She still has her uniform jacket tied around her waist, though she also has 2 thick strips of cloth tied loosely around her left bicep. Midoriya makes sure to shout out some encouragement before turning his attention to her opponent. He's of average height, with fiery red hair with a single black highlight. He seems to be wearing a form of exoskeleton over his uniform, with rods of glinting metal lining his limbs and plates of what looks like plastic, but is probably something way stronger protecting his torso and upper legs. He also held a large baffled gun with a few other black tubes hanging from the belt around his waist. Fighters, are you ready? Midoriya jumps at Midnight's words, realizing that he missed the intros. Perfect. The announcer continues once they both nod. 3, 2, 1, fight. The boy immediately aims his gun slightly above Naburo and pulls the trigger. A 2-meter square net shoots out, weighted with circular black corners. Naburo, who has been on the receiving end of Midoriya using full cowl in an enclosed room and has the reflexes to show for it, dodges. A single spike pokes out from her lower back, just a touch left from her spine. She uses another spike to move to the boy's side, but he dances out of the way, aided by his armor, which clearly has a power source right between his shoulder blades. The two circle for a while, Naburo searching for an opening and the boy keeping his net used to a minimum. Midoriya finds himself leaning forward in his seat, enthralled by the tension in the air. There isn't a set time limit, but everyone knows that someone has to move. It's just a matter of. Naburo, apparently fed up with the waiting, dashes forward, letting 2 spikes extend from the left side of her waist and one from the right. The boy hurriedly shoots off another round, and Naburo stops short, letting it wrap around her. Yes, the boy cried just before the crowd began to cheer. Nibiru Maya's cap, the net is torn to shreds in a flash of light and a swishing sound. The bottom third of Nibiru's tank top goes with it. The boy stumbles back and loses his footing. It's all Nibiru needs. She moves forward again, a pair of spikes pushing her forward. She unravels the top of the strips on her arm and slides to a stop, kicking out his unsteady legs. The boy's exoskeleton is broken by a few well-placed spikes, and his hands and feet are bound with strips of blue cloth. Midoriya can't hear himself or the announcers call over the roar of the crowd, but he yells at the top of his lungs anyway. The next 6 matches aren't very interesting. Well, they are for Midoriya, but not for the vast majority of the crowd. Pairs of support students take turns showing off their designs, going into detail about cost effectiveness, weight, ease of production, and a host of other qualities. Mostly everyone tunes them out, and the bureau even gets up to get a bucket of popcorn to split with Midoriya, who watches the demonstrations like a hawk. But even if it takes all day, Midoriya's fight does come around. The match before him wraps up, and he quickly makes his way down, more focused on a plan than his opponent for the time being. But would there even be a fight? Everyone except for the boy Nibiru got matched seemed content to talk before playing rock, paper, scissors to decide who got knocked out. And how did those arrangements even come into fruition? Was it an unspoken rule, a deal made in the spur of the moment? Midoriya wants to fight to show off his skills, but wouldn't it be rude to start hitting someone who just wants to talk? Hey, a low-sounding monotone gets Midoriya's attention. He turns and sees a rather short girl with a bulky pair of black goggles, a pair of welder's globes, and a briefcase in her left hand. Oh, hi. Midoriya greets, slightly unsure. I'm the idiot who submitted that awful costume design, I remember. The girl's lips seem to twitch up when she says that. Midoriya goes pink. It wasn't that bad. It was, the girl asserts. I had to redesign it after all. Thank you, Midoriya says, genuinely grateful. Though he was fond of his original design, improvements from someone better than him were not to be ignored. You can repay me by helping me advertise, she says, holding the briefcase out. I'm not the most sociable of people, so we'll need to actually fight for my inventions to get interest, but not a real fight. Just a couple of fake attacks so this can work its magic. What's in that thing? Midoriya asks, slightly cautious after seeing a team of 5 support students figuratively but almost literally rip someone apart last round. It's just some basic captured gear, a little bit of armor, a taser, and a flashbang. The briefcase remains closed while she talks, and Midoriya begins to wonder if it really is just a briefcase. Okay, Midoriya says, warming up to the idea. What do you need me to do? Aizawa watches carefully as Midoriya walks into the arena and does the same as the support girl when she steps up. Truthfully, he wishes some general education students had made the third event. His internalized desire to see an underdog on the top of the podium, while irrational, is very prevalent, mostly because he was the underdog once upon a time. But the underdogs of this year aren't worth a second look. No powerful or interesting quirks, average grades, poor critical thinking, little drive beyond personal gain, and bad attitudes plague them. It's almost sad if he's honest, and he usually is. Though there's always next year. The 2 students don't move when the match starts. That's natural for kids their age. The good ones hear all about waiting for an opening for years and years, taking it to heart. An unfortunate side effect of that is having to teach them how to make an opening. Aizawa is good at making openings, though, and he'd rather drill that into kids' heads than have to teach them patience, which is nearly impossible past a certain age. Midoriya and support girl, she's got good grades, if Aizawa remembers right, but also a really plain face and name do move eventually. With the green, not quite problem child, but definitely getting close to being a problem child, leaping up into the air in what's either the world's worst lapse in judgment or the world's best feint. Aizawa leans towards the world's worst lapse in judgment when the bottom half of the girl's briefcase falls out and a rope extends from it to wrap around Midoriya's ankles. She yanks him down with a slight tug, the briefcase most likely adding to the force. Midoriya hits the ground and rolls, the rope winding up around his legs all the way to his neck. There's a pause, and no one's quite sure what to do. Then Midoriya glows green and snaps the rope easily. He gets up and takes a loose stance as if waiting for his opponent to make a decision. The support girl calmly flicks the hand holding her case, causing it to shake, and all at once Aizawa realizes Midoriya isn't actually fighting. He's helping the girl with marketing. It's a little irritating having to watch a fake fight, but also speaks to Midoriya's character. Support girl isn't moving on, but she deserves a chance to show off her hard work, and she's getting it. Aizawa can live with that. The two continue to fake fight for a while, with Midoriya getting tased a handful of times and throwing a few jabs at half power when the girl brings the case to her chest and it expands to armor. Even a flashbang emits from the thing, blinding everyone bar Aizawa, who had unreasonable skill at closing his eyes at the right moment. The briefcase is clearly marketed at stealth or undercover operations. A hero or police officer could easily pose as a standard Japanese salaryman with the case and make arrests or getaways using the item. If Azal bothered with clean and presentable disguises, he'd be interested, but he's just fine with pretending to be a homeless man whenever he needs to blend in. The fight ends with the girl being pinned wrestling style. Azawa's happy to see that Midoriya can grapple with a girl who isn't a bureau without turning the color of an apple, and Midnight calls the match. The audience doesn't cheer much, but that's really only because they've been watching 20-minute ads for 7 rounds straight. They can't be blamed. With the first 8 fights complete, the quarterfinals start. The Bureau easily beats a girl with some kind of mutation that makes her skin red by using the same tactics, and Midoriya, who's up against a boy with copious amounts of captured gear, uses his opponent's items against him. It's almost cathartic after the practical play that was his last match. Midoriya may overthink often and definitely has some self-esteem issues, but he's nothing if not efficient. The semifinals pass, and both of Aizawa's students stomp out their support department opponents, who actually tried to fight back, probably for some extra recognition. They call for a 15-minute break to let people get their last refreshments and use the facilities, and to run some ads on whatever TV station is broadcasting. Once the 15 minutes are over, Midoriya and the Bureau walk out of their entrances to a roaring crowd. As annoying and ear-splitting as it is, Aizawa feels a small twinge of pride at how the two of them have gotten everyone's admiration. Aizawa knows that up in the private boxes are heroes, psychics, and agency representatives, all eager to watch how they perform. As Nimiri counts down excitedly from her spot in the announcer's booth, Aizawa takes the time to study the pair. Bureau has given up on wearing a tank top, having shredded 2 already, and holds a strip of cloth in her hands, stretching it taut. Midoriya is obviously forcing himself to relax, mouthing to himself about smiling and keeping loose. He's ditched the outer coat but kept the tank top, though unlike Nibiru, he didn't have a makeshift rope. When the countdown reaches 0, they both snap to attention, faces schooled with calm determination. Well, Aizawa thinks, this'll be interesting. Fighting Nibiru is almost always fun. Her quirk is actually a decent counter to Midoriya's usual style of full cowl, with spikes ready to stab at him at a moment's notice whenever he gets to bouncing. She also learns quickly from failure, ending Midoriya's first tactic of tackling from behind in the first week of class. She's a quick thinker, too, using her own uniform as restraints and reacting to attacks quickly with spikes to dodge or counter. Her quirk is also strong if she has an iron-rich diet, which, considering that she was able to rip a net to shreds earlier, she had definitely taken a couple of supplements the past week. And of course, there's the new development of her quirk. She could move the spikes. Midoriya had gotten a brief look at it in the first fight, but it was over far too quickly for him to piece together. It was only in the semifinal that he saw it clearly. He has a plan, though, and a backup plan or 7. Though if Mr. Aizawa is to be believed, plans often go down the drain the moment they are put in use, so maybe he'll have to think on the fly. As Midnight screams for them to fight and the crowd roars, Midoriya and the Bureau lock eyes. He knows he's at a disadvantage. The style he took from Gran, and therefore the style he's the best at and the most familiar with, relies on enclosed areas with walls or other solid objects to bounce off of. Nibiru, by contrast, doesn't need anything but a solid floor to work with. Midoriya rolls his shoulders, and Nibiru tenses. The volume rises, even with those basic actions. He slides a foot back and lowers one arm closer to the ground. He lets one for all creep into his legs and up his torso and all the way to the tips of his fingers. Once his skin is glowing and crisscrossed with red lines, he moves. He goes high, jumping into the air and trailing green light. He preps float, waking the quirk so it's ready for the sharp change in direction that will definitely be rough and wild but should catch her off guard. Naburo, however, isn't going to have it. She throws herself on the ground, belly up and spread eagle. The largest spike she could manifest is extended from her stomach. Midoriya, not wanting to be impaled, lets his jump come to a natural end and lands. The moment his feet touch the ground, he hears the telltale sign of a pair of metal rods piercing the ground. He spins to the side just in time to dodge an attempted grapple and strikes Naburo's ribs with his left fist. She stumbles, and Midoriya moves to exploit, but she steadies herself with another spike too quickly. They begin to circle, Midoriya making sure that he keeps his right hand still bandaged tight closer to his chest than his left. It might not hurt for the moment, but he'd be an idiot not to realize that hitting someone with it would hurt, or worse, re-break it. Midoriya also keeps a close eye on Naburo's stomach. She has a habit of flexing her abdominals a second or two before she shoots a spike out of her back, and watching an opponent's hip and waist area is a good idea in general. After a couple long moments of circling, Midoriya sees it. Naburo flexes her lower abdominals, and he's immediately kicking off. 5% isn't enough to catch her off guard, so he pushes to 8% and dives right for her legs. He overshoots slightly, only managing to grab her ankle instead of her lower thigh like he wanted to, but that's fine. Midoriya plants his feet and pulls, taking Naburo off balance and dragging her through the air at about shoulder height. Instead of immediately slamming her on the hard ground, Midoriya takes a split second to switch off one for all. It's all Naburo needs. A sharp pain suddenly erupts from his left palm, and Midoriya pushes Naburo away instinctively and dives away. He looks at Naburo and sees that she's hurriedly kicking off her shoes, the left one having a large hole in the sole. Midoriya is torn between breaking down what just happened and looking at his hand, but is forced to study his injury once he feels something drip down his fingertips. The cut's not bad, or at least it isn't, since Recovery Girl is a stone's throw away. It's a couple inches long, running from the base of his index finger all the way to the base of his wrist. It's somewhat deep and definitely needs to be bandaged, but Naburo is already pressing the attack again, rushing forward with her arms outstretched and spikes coming from her feet this time. Grimacing, Midoriya moves forward as well, applying 6% full cowling and going high this time. Desperate to make time to bandage his hand, Midoriya kicks at her chest. Naburo tries to block by crossing her arms, but the angle makes it impossible, and his foot slams into the center of her chest. Activating float mid-leap, Midoriya takes to the air, rising to about 20 feet above the ground. He rips off a strip of cloth from the bottom of his shirt and hastily ties it around his hand with his teeth. He lowers himself back down to the ground, a decent distance from Naburo. Her stance is slightly more wary now, and there's a large, ugly bruise forming just below her collarbone. Midoriya is slightly more cautious too. Naburo is yet to show that she could grow spikes from her foot, so he could only guess what other tricks she has. It doesn't interfere with his plan, though, so Midoriya decides to press again. Instead of going low or high, he aims right for her stomach. Naburo predictably stands her ground, letting a massive spike grow as she takes a stronger stance. Midoriya bounds forward, seemingly unafraid of being stabbed. Once he gets within inches of the spike, he sidesteps and grabs her arm. He pulls, dragging her over his shoulders so she hits the ground face up. Immediately, he pulls up again, exploiting her empty lungs and looping his arms under hers and back up to put his hands on the back of her head. Midoriya throws her to the ground again, feet first before she can manifest a spike, though much more gently this time. He makes sure to keep hold of an arm so he can put her in a hold for a pin. She goes rigid, and a spike breaks through her shoulder right at Midoriya's face, forcing him to let go. Separated again, they begin to circle. Midoriya's mind begins to run wild with theories. Naburo's quirk originates in the stomach and is therefore best suited for targets level with her waist. It's an obvious limitation, so it isn't all that surprising that she's worked around it, but the way she does it is something he can't quite understand. Her spikes have to push through her body. It sounds gruesome on paper, but it's actually painless and doesn't do any damage to the body. However, her organs have to temporarily shut down to make room for a spike if one passes through. Midoriya had even made a show of holding her breath and pushing a pair out with one passing through a lung and the other going out by her hip. Then she acted like she was impaled, and Oda laughed so hard water came out his nose. Every time she'd used her quirk in the past, it always went through her torso. But is that a rule? Midoriya needs to find out. He presses the attack again, winding up to throw a straight punch to the face, but backing off once Nibiru steps out of the way. He keeps going, hoping to bait her foot or shoulder trick out again, but 5% isn't doing it, and neither are his slow punches. Midoriya backs up, hoping to flick up to 8% and go for a tackle, but Nibiru moves first, catching him on the back foot and forcing him to dodge a flurry of jabs and spikes as she drives him back further and further. He manages to break her attack with a non-superpowered cross to the face and loops around behind her at top speed. Midoriya barely catches it. Barely a pair of spikes exiting her body from the middle of the back of her thighs and piercing her ankles to poke out of heels. He immediately knows how she'd been moving and a weakness. While her legs are still locked in place by the spikes, Midoriya attacks again, jumping up and tackling her. He activates float and carries her up by her arms, trying to arrange her in the position he wants. She struggles, doing a sit-up midair and nearly poking his eye out, but he dives back down as though he'll use her as a landing mat. She freezes up, and Midoriya manages to land on his back so his legs are wrapped around her upper chest with one arm pressed against her ear and the other pinned her side. He leans away, not using his quirk anymore for safety, tugging on her arm and at the same time squeezing her ribs and driving her shoulders into the ground. Nibiru fights to break free, pushing along the ground and trying to curl up so she can shoot a spike out at his face, but it's useless. Midoriya knows he's won before almost anyone else. In this position, with her shoulders resting in his hips and pointed away from his body, Nibiru can't hit him with a spike without also disrupting her brain and slash her heart and maybe even her lungs. Midoriya has held Nibiru in a submissive hold for 10 seconds. Midnight screams into her mic, barely drowning out the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of UA First Year Sports Festival. He immediately lets her go and helps her up. Midoriya reaches out to shake her hand, and Nibiru takes it. As she pulls him into a hug, patting him on the back, and whispers, "Good fight," in his ear, Midoriya feels like he's on top of the world. Oi, brat, get down here and get me and your father some more drinks from the fridge. Fuck off, you damn hack. Don't make me come up there. Katsuki shouts back another curse, but gets up from his bed anyways. He sets his phone down on his desk, still open to the live stream of the third year UA Sports Festival, though the medal ceremony is long over. He walks through the hallway and down the stairs, making sure to stomp extra loud to annoy his mother. Katsuki doesn't even bother looking at the TV as he enters the kitchen and opens the fridge. Everyone knows that only the seniors are worth anything, even though most of them had fuck all talent and B-list quirks. The fuck do you want? Katsuki barks, scanning the fridge. Like always, it's tidy and stocked full, with a shelf in one of the doors dedicated exclusively for hot sauce. I want a lemonade and you dad wants a ginger ale. And make it fast. I've been sipping on melting ice cubes for 20 minutes. Katsuki pours a glass of lemonade with ice and snatches a can of soda. He walks out to the living room, intentionally standing directly in front of his mother to block her view of the TV. He hands his dad the can of soda and ignores the polite thanks. And there we have it, folks. The top 3 first years. Subconsciously, Katsuki turns to look at the screen, curious to see who'll be the upperclassman worth keeping an eye on next year. He nearly drops the glass when he sees him. Green eyes, messy green hair, freckles, and that stupid fucking smile. Been a while since I've heard about Midoriya, his mother says, clearly enjoying the shock on her son's face. He certainly grew up. Totally sweep the vents. Katsuki ignores her, unable to look away from the screen as Deku jokingly bites into his gold medal. His hand starts to shake, rattling the glass as explosion itches in his palm. He squeezes the glass. It shatters. He doesn't bother to register his mother's screech as she's drenched in lemonade, nor the way a few shards of glass dig into his hand. That fucking liar. 14 Midoriya smiles to himself as his foot splashes down into a puddle. The cloudy sky continues to pour rain as he runs, cooling his body and refreshing him. It's technically his day off, and everyone he knows has insisted that he stays home and relaxes, especially since the festival was barely 2 days ago. But he can't sit still for long, and since the gym is locked up, he decided to run. The watch on his wrist buzzes, letting him know that he's run 10 kilometers. He slows to a stop, taking shelter under the canopy of a shop. Letting his heart rate slow, he thinks. A tink is usually his limit, but since he hasn't lifted in a couple of days, going farther won't be too difficult or tiring. In lieu of a water bottle, he steps out from under the canopy and cups his hands, letting some water pool in his palms. Some spills, landing on his already soaked t-shirt and splattering on his track pants. He stares up for a while, letting the rain hit his face and run through his hair. Then he starts to run again. Midoriya runs for another 2 kilometers, not really paying attention to where he's going. He knows this part of the city like the back of his hand after over a year of morning jogs, so wherever he ends up, he can make it back home fine. He's just turned into a narrow alleyway when it happens. Something melds out of the shadows and shoves him against the wall. One for All activates instinctively, and he pushes back. His assailant stumbles, but Midoriya doesn't let them recover. He decks them across the face at 1% before grabbing them by the collar of their hoodie and pinning them against the wall. Their hands claw at his wrists, but he holds firm and shakes them a bit. He's just about to readjust his grip so he can call the police, but then he sees it. A little spike of ash blonde hair peeks out from under the hood. Midoriya feels his heart stop. It can't be. He quickly releases one of his hands and uses it to shakily pull the hood down. Red eyes. A shock of spiky blonde hair, that all too familiar permanent scowl, a crooked, bloody nose. He feels himself go numb. Bakugo. He drops his attacker. Midoriya wants nothing to do with whatever he wants. Bakugo growls, taking a swing at him. It's his old right hook Midoriya has seen him use 1,000 times in 1,000 schoolyard brawls. He ducks under and turns away. He starts to walk out of the alley. Bakugo isn't an idiot. He shouldn't do anything out on a public street. Then again, they'd avoided each other like the plague for years before this, so Midoriya can only hope. He's halfway out when he hears. There's a pop, pop, crack, and Midoriya turns in time to be blinded by a blast of light. They were never friends. Not truly. Perhaps they may have been close once, but never in a million years would they have called each other friends willingly. But that didn't mean that they didn't change each other. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Yeah, Kakin? That's what, 10. The high-pitched voice of a small black-haired boy echoed through the near-empty playground, the sound of a rubber ball bouncing trailing behind. PSH, try 30. Kakin bragged, kicking the ball up with his foot before letting it hit the top of his head. This is way too easy. You losers could probably do it, too. He caught the ball on the top of his foot and lowered it to the ground. The two other boys, one with dark hair and another with bright red wings, cheered. Hey, could I play? A timid voice said. Kakin and his two other friends all turned to look at another boy roughly the same size as them, if a bit skinny. He rubbed his arm nervously and couldn't quite meet their eyes. Only if you don't suck, Kakin said, happy with the prospect of getting another person to mock or show off to. Here he kicked the ball over, and the boys stopped it easily enough. Get above 10 and we'll have enough for a game of football. Okay, the boy said. He placed one foot on the top of the ball and rolled it back and forth. Then he flicked his foot back, causing the ball to land on the top of his foot. Tentatively, he began to juggle, first just using his feet, but eventually adding in his thighs as well. At one point, he tried to head it like Kakin did, but the ball smacked him in the face. Everyone laughed, including Kakin and the new boy, though he was unsure. You can play with us, Kakin said, but if you're a crybaby, then you have to leave. Got it? Got it. The boy nodded, a bright smile overtaking his formerly wobbly frown. The four of them played with the ball for hours and hours, only stopping once the sun began to set. Right before everyone left for home, one of the boys asked, "What's your name?" "Oh, I'm Izuku," he said. "I hope we can play again tomorrow." They did play the next day, and then the day after that, and the stone skipped across a river once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6, before sinking. "Wow, Izuku, you're not too bad at this," a boy with draconic red wings said, turning his own stone over in his hands. "That's nothing," Kakin said, picking up his own stone. "Watch this." The stone was thrown, hitting the water and bouncing across 10 times. "That's really amazing." He threw it and got 9 skips. "Ha, you suck." Kakin roughly punched Izuku on the arm. The green-haired boy flinched but pretended that nothing was wrong. "But I only got 1 less than you," Izuku said, kicking a rock into the pond. "And 10 skips isn't even that good. My mom can do 20. Kakin rolled his eyes. "That sounds like something a loser would say." He looked at the other 2 boys. "Come on, I bet I can swing higher than you." Izuku pumped his legs back and forth, easily rising higher and higher. "There's no way anyone could go higher than me," Kakin replied, rapidly swinging his legs. The two were at about the same height, and the frame of the old swing set was beginning to teeter. But Kakin didn't listen. He continued to swing higher and higher, and once he reached the maximum, he leapt from the swing and landed. "Whoa, Kakin, that was awesome." Izuku got up from his swing and rushed over. "Ha, that was nothing." Kakin brushed him off. "You're just too much of a... You don't know that." Izuku held firm. "Heroes need caution, too. How can you win if you never... You're such a nerd," Kakin said, taking... And then they passed a law so quirkless people could carry tasers. Not many do today, though. I guess it's just super hard to get one. Izuku carefully climbed up the tree, recounting a documentary he'd watched the previous night. "Whoa, I never knew that," one boy exclaimed as he looked up at Izuku. "Where did you hear about this? They don't tell us about the kind of stuff at daycare." "Oh, my mom records stuff for me so I can watch them after school." "Did you know that 20% of the world is actually quirkless?" Izuku perched himself on a branch and swung his legs back and forth. "No, I didn't," Tsubasa chimed in. "I don't think I've ever met a quirkless person, actually." "Did you know that only like 0.5% of people in Japan are quirkless?" Kakin said from his branch a couple feet above Izuku. His expression was as condescending as a 3-year-old could be. "God, that must suck. Can you imagine not having a quirk?" "You Kakin, that's mean." "PFFT, no they don't. Without a quirk, you're nothing." "You're wrong," Izuku insisted. "They matter, even if they're a tiny minority. It said so on the news." Kakin rolled his eyes. "Yet right. You can't be a..." "Kakin, stop." Izuku's voice cracked, and he fought back tears. "What you're saying could really hurt some..." Kakin laughed, "Not even quirkless." "And that one means dog," Izuku said, pointing to a sloppily drawn character. It was in a row with a couple others, mostly the names of prominent heroes and basic nouns. "You can really read that," Tsubasa said, looking back and forth between Izuku and the lines in the sand of the playground. "Yep, my mom helped me learn them, and now I know what a lot of names mean." Izuku spun his stick around in his hand, but it was quickly snatched away. "I can write kanji too, you know," Kakin said, hurriedly scratching something into the sand. "What does that day?" he asked Izuku as though daring him to guess correctly. Izuku scrunched up his nose and thought for a bit. "Music," he said after a while. "And I only know 'cause my mom helped me read the newspaper once." Kakin kicked away the sand. "Yeah, well, I knew because I'm better than you." He snapped the stick and tossed it aside. "Not like that's a challenge." One of the boys snickered, and Izuku looked down, refusing to meet anyone's eyes. Kakin allowed himself to bask in victory for a moment before going back to look at Izuku's writing. He saw it. It was almost too perfect. "Oi, look at this." He got the attention of everyone there and copied the characters in Izuku's name with his foot. You can read Izuku's name as Deku. Do you know what that means? Everyone looked at each other, then to Izuku, whose lower lip began to wobble. "Someone who can't do anything," Izuku mumbled. Kakin smirked. I think it sounds like a great name for you since you'll never be as good as me. It caught on, much to Izuku's annoyance, and to his despair it proved to be true. Deku, 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 Deku. The boys taunted as his rock sank and Kakin skipped 12 times. Deku. They laughed as he fell from a tree that Kakin had climbed oh so effortlessly. Deku sucks, they said as he tripped over a ball he tried to kick. Izuku tried not to let it get to him. Really, he did. He followed the instructions on the bullying tutorial videos his mom made him watch after that day. He tried to ignore it, tried asking them to stop, tried asserting himself, but it stayed. And Izuku began to hate his own name. The first day of school arrived, much to the disappointment of everyone. They'd all begun at the same elementary school, which was great because they all went to different daycares. Great for some people, anyways. When Kakin first got to school on day one, he was eager to squash Deku like he usually did, but didn't see him at all. Not during homeroom when the teachers all made them introduce themselves. Not during lunch, even everyone who had a quirk showed off. Not during recess, where Kakin won the race to see who was the fastest boy. In fact, Kakin didn't see Deku until after school, when they all met up in the park. Deku was already kicking a ball around with the other two extras who Kakin let follow him around. They were all laughing, mostly at Deku for failing a trick Kakin had done easily the day before. Kakin marched right up to Izuku. "Where were you?" he said, getting up in his face. Izuku had the audacity to look confused before he made a noise of realization. "Oh, I'm a year older than you. Sorry for not sharing. I just kind of forgot." Kakin stared for a while, feeling slightly betrayed. Then he smirked. "Oh my God, you're a full year older than me and you still suck everything. You really are a Deku." It was funny, really. Kakin didn't think about Deku's quirk until he got his. Explosion was an amazing power. Everyone said so. Mom, Dad, the doctors, his teachers, even Deku, who gushed and gushed about it until Kakin blasted him in the face and made him cry. But Deku never talked about or showed his quirk. Ever, not when Tsubasa, who got his on the last day of daycare before summer break, glided down from trees. Not when they played heroes. Not when they talked about what happened on the news last night. And certainly not when they skipped rocks or played soccer. Did Deku even have a quirk? He was a year older, so he had to have one. So why did he hide it? Was it because it was a bad quirk? Kakin asked one day after school. He walked right up to him. Deku froze and started to shake a bit. Kakin roughly smacked him on the shoulder and repeated him, I don't. Deku couldn't meet Kakin's eyes for a while. "My quirk is too destructive," he shouted at the floor. I can't use it without hurting someone, so I hide it." "Then what is it?" "I can't tell you. It could hurt you." It was a lie. There was no way it wasn't. If Deku's quirk was that awesome, then he'd share it the first opportunity. Therefore, Deku's quirk must have been weaker than weak. The thought filled Kakin with satisfaction, and he went home that day feeling great. But the feeling didn't last. Deku didn't lie. He never did. Even when it would be easier to tell a lie, he always told the truth. So maybe his quirk was super powerful and better than Kakin's. The thought made him feel sick. Deku couldn't be better than Kakin. It went against the laws of the universe. But what if? He had to know. "Do you know Deku?" "Who's that?" "He's really small and has green hair and eyes. He's also kind of a crybaby. You're in his grade." "Oh, you mean quirkless Midoriya." "Quirkless? Huh, yeah. That loser doesn't have a quirk or any friends. He sucks at everything, so he plays with these daycare kids all the time." "Hey, wait, are you Kakin? You look like the kid he describes when he says he has friends." "My name's Katsuki and I am not friends with Deku." "Oh my God, you totally are. How does it feel to be friends with a quirkless loser?" "We're not friends, and you have to prove it to me that Deku doesn't have a quirk. There's this card he carries around all the time so people know he's quirkless. It's got his picture on it. It's really easy to steal. Just shove him back and grab his pocket. And you're sure that Deku is quirkless." "Oh yeah, Midoriya is definitely quirkless. Or maybe I should start calling him Deku now." Katsuki didn't know what to do. Either Deku was a liar, or the whole first grade was playing a prank on him. But he wasn't an idiot. He knew which one was all the more likely. Still, he had to know. "Show us your quirk now." Deku flinched as Katsuki yelled at him. Why you know I can't? He insisted weakly. You might get hurt. I don't care. Show me now. Katsuki shoved Deku against the fence and let off a few small explosions for good measure. Kakin, that's really mean, Tsubasa said nervously. You can't just do that to people. My name's Katsuki. And shut up, everyone in his grade says he doesn't have a quirk. I need to know who's messing with me. I'm not messing with you, Kakin. Deku cried, trying to break out of Katsuki's grip. I have a quirk. Then show me. No, do it now or I'll blast your face off. I can. Why not, huh? Why can't you? I'm. Katsuki shoved him into the chain link fence again. You're what? Quirkless. Spit it out. Deku couldn't speak. He didn't want to tell. Didn't want to admit. So instead, he fought back. Katsuki screamed high-pitched and loud as Deku bit into his hand. The little blonde boy was shoved back hard. He hit the ground. Get away from me. Deku yelled, voice hoarse. You're so mean. All I wanted were friends. Tears began to streak down his face. And you ruined it. I hate you. So you, Cat. Yeah, I am. Deku puffed. I'm quirkless. And there's nothing wrong with that. My mom says so. Your mom's a filthy liar, just like you. Katsuki snarled, getting back up from where he fell. Shut up. Deku backed up into the fence as he tried to get away. I get back or I'll hit you. Katsuki scoffed, like that'll do anything. They didn't see each other for a while after that. Elementary school passed with bullying and insults for one and playground scraps and praise for the other. But once middle school hit, they met again. Izuku knew that Bakugo wasn't really a bully once he got into 6th grade. Bakugo was loud, brash, and full of himself, yes, but he never went out of his way to mock or hurt one person in particular. But Bakugo liked to brawl. A lot of kids from all grades lined up to take their turn at fighting with him, and he was always victorious. Izuku watched every single one of his fights, waiting. Bakugo wasn't a bully, but he was horrible, and sometimes he went too far. A kick slammed into the ribs of the downed boy as laughter filled the forest. The boy rolled a couple of feet, then got up, groaning in pain all the while. He tried to activate his quirk, which was just simple plant manipulation. He went down. A butt. He kicked the boy in. What's the matter? You were talking so much shit earlier, but now you're crying like a little bitch. Another kick, another groan of pain. The surrounding students laughed. You're almost in high school. Bakugo never got to something. Baku, Deku, he spat. Izuku forced himself not to flinch. You've already won, Bakugo. Stop. Or what? Izuku, the people, you're an idiot. Bakugo said, setting off a few small explosions in his palms, but someone has to teach you a lesson. By the time it was over, Izuku had a black eye and a burned arm. If anything, he got off easy compared to all the other times Izuku rose from his fetal position on the grass and turned. He offered a hand to the boy Bakugo fought, hoping to help him up. The boy only slapped his hand away and spat on Izuku's shoes before walking off. It was just a normal Friday. There wasn't a single time Deku didn't stand up for bullet. Katsuki knew everything that went on at Aldera, and every day there was another instance of that liar poking around where he shouldn't, like an idiot. Didn't he know that the strong got the privilege to push around the weak? Apparently not, because he never ever even got to the point where almost all of the bullying just ended because it became such a chore to deal with him. Even Katsuki stopped fighting as much because of it. Or maybe there were less fights because everyone knew who the best was. Deku graduated middle school at the top of his class. Everyone, Katsuki included, picked on his whole grade for getting lower scores than Deku of all people. No one bothered to tell Deku himself about it, though. The idiot would have made a scene. When Deku left Aldera to attend whatever dealist high school he lied his way into, no one really cared. No one made a comment about how it was a relief that he was gone, or about how shitty his life must be. Fighting and bullying started right back up like he was never even there. It was almost poetic. Deku made as big of an impact on the school. Then Katsuki saw a fist slams into Izuku's stomach. He doubles over, and he blindly holds an arm out to try and keep Bakugo. Bakugo grabbed. Where the fuck did you get the quirk? he screams, spit flying from his mouth. Or have you always had it? Izuku replies by socking Bakugo in the face. The blond boy is forced back, and Izuku pushes the advantage. He throws a couple more punches to the abdomen, ducking and weaving around explosions as he drives Bakugo to the opposite wall. Bakugo screeches and launches himself forward in an explosion-powered tackle. Midoriya takes the hit, letting himself fall to the ground. The two Izuku has done nothing but build up muscle mass for over a year. He's gone through intensive training, unorthodox exercises, and fought Gran Torino, one of, if not the fast pro alive, every day for months. Bakugo ends up pinned to the ground in seconds. Izuku makes sure to hold his hands together so Bakugo can't use his quirk without blowing them off. Izuku straddles him, too, keeping their faces as far apart as possible while weighing down his body. "What do you want?" Izuku says, ignoring how Bakugo's feet kicked out wildly behind him. "Get the fuck off me before I beat your ass. Only if you won't attack me when I walk away." Izuku tightens his grip on Bakugo's hands. "Piss off. I'll beat you into the dirt just like I used to until you tell me the truth. Where did you get it?" He tries to sit up, but Izuku forces his shoulders into the hard concrete. "How the fuck did you get a power that's better than mine?" A tiny, near non-existent part of Izuku considers it for a moment. He remembers two kids laughing and joking as they kicked a ball around. "I manifested it late." Izuku lies. "That's bullshit. Quirks come in at 4. Well, mine didn't. Are we done here?" Izuku doesn't bother to hide the callousness in his voice. "The fuck we are. You owe me an explanation." His hands let loose, and Bakugo sets off. Bakugo presses forward, but Izuku's had enough. He lets one for all out and hits Bakugo as hard as he can in the chest. His attacker falls to the ground, wheezing. "I don't owe you shit," Izuku says, shaking from head to toe. All you've done is make me hurt, and you think I owe you anything?" Bakugo tries to say something, but all that comes out are chokes and gasps. "I can't even look at you." Izuku kicks the ground, sending chips of cement flying and tearing the sole of his shoe. How entitled, how self-centered do you have to be? Even if there was a big secret, which there isn't, the last person on earth I'd tell is you. Bakugo gets up unsteadily. There are tears in his eyes now, but he doesn't bother to wipe them as he attacks again. Izuku knocks him down without his quirk and grinds his face into the pavement. Bakugo bites helplessly at his shoe, desperate to keep fighting. "I hope you fail as a hero so I don't have to see you ever again." "I was going to say the same." Izuku steps off of Bakugo and turns around. He takes 3 steps to the exit. "I'm gonna get into UA and show everyone how much of a wimp and a liar you are." Bakugo sobs. "And I'll be a better hero than you could ever imagine." Izuku keeps walking all the way home. He never once looks back. 15 Izuku doesn't run for the rest of the week. That Izuku might not run the rest of the week, but all he can think about is what happened. He beat Bakugo and left him in a dirty alley with a broken nose and tear-stained eyes. He ground his face into the hard, unforgiving pavement. That isn't even mentioning the last punch, which could have cracked his ribs or he hurt someone terribly worse than what and part of Izuku liked it, enjoyed how therapeutic it felt to knock Bakugo down a peg after everything that he had done, after all the times Izuku had been burned, beaten, and left to pick up his own pieces should he really feel bad about getting revenge and evening the field. Bits of him say no, and that Bakugo got what was coming. The rest of him feels shame for hurting a civilian as a hero in training, even if he was the one. The cognitive dissonance hinders him for days. He doesn't go out other than for training at the gym. Instead, he stays in all day and lies in bed thinking. A lot of the thoughts are uncomfortable. In fact, most of them are. Was it right to leave Bakugo in the alley? Why was Bakugo angry, and why did he feel entitled to an explanation? How did Izuku lose control of his emotions back there? Because he definitely wasn't thinking straight. Why does Izuku feel pity for Bakugo? Should Izuku try to contact? Could everything even be settled? Does Izuku want to settle everything? Is Izuku a bad person now? Why can't he stop thinking about it? In the end, Izuku does nothing, like a coward. Somehow, he figures that he'd rather take a million explosions to the face than let his emotions settle into an uncomfortable equilibrium. But that doesn't change his decision. The morning he's due back to school, Izuku wakes up before his alarm. All Might had said that he could take it easy until the internship because whatever agency he winds up at would undoubtedly work him hard. Slipping out of bed and killing his alarm before it sounds, Izuku hastily checks his phone for any notifications. There was a drug bust last night, according to one of the news apps he had. 15 arrests. There were no new hero debuts while he was asleep. Walking out to the kitchen, Izuku hears his mom switch on the radio, likely in reaction to his door opening. The sound of a slow but cheerful classical piece flits through the room as Izuku pulls back a chair and sits at the table. "Good morning, sweetie," his mother says, looking over her shoulder as she cuts up a banana. "The usual breakfast or something light like yesterday?" "Something light," Izuku says. He'd much rather eat as little as possible since the pit in his stomach is already filling him up plenty. His mother looks a bit worried, so he rushes to make an excuse. "I haven't been working out as hard, remember. I'll be doing regular exercises today, though, so I'll have my—" His mother still looks a bit worried, but continues to— "You know I passed out when I saw the medal ceremony." Her voice is a fond tint, and she sighs. "I had just remembered when you and I watched the sports festival for the first time. Or I guess I mean your first time, and then I saw you up there and—" She trails off, eyes now watery with happy tears. Izuku smiles. "Sounds like you were more excited than I was." He looks to the far wall where a gold medal, an actual poor gold medal, hangs from a hook dangling by its red and white ribbon. The sight warms his heart. "Don't mock your mother, honey," Mom says, looking at the medal, too. "It's not very polite, and if I remember correctly, you jumped up and down and nearly fell off your platform." Izuku colors red. Nibiru had gotten a laugh out of that and texted him all week about how she wished she had a video of it in her phone because the one taken live by the news crews was from too far away. "I was just really excited, that's all." He sputters. "And the medal is really cool, too. I mean, have you seen the engravings on it?" His mom chuckles. "You only talk about it for 3 hours." She turns and walks over to set a plate of eggs and fruit on the table in front of him. A matching one is placed on the other side, and she sits down. "It is super cool, though." She agrees. They eat breakfast in silence, letting the radio fill the apartment with noise. It's comfortable, unlike the nauseating lack of noise that's permeated Izuku's room all week. Once they finish eating, they do the dishes together. Then Izuku goes to his room and changes into his uniform. He's just about to walk out the door, backpack slung over one shoulder, when his mom stops him. "Your tie is awful," she says, undoing the knot. "You've been going to UA for months now, and you still don't know how to tie a tie. I should have sent you to a middle school with a uniform that is one." Izuku looks away, tapping his foot, the bottom of the shoe still torn from the other day. "I don't think that would have helped, Mom. I already know how to tie a tie, but it just never comes out right." His mother finishes tying the knot and playfully swats his chest. "Sweetie, I watched you fly on national television last week. I think that you could learn how to tie a knot if you put your mind to it." "Maybe," Izuku says, turning around and opening the door. "I've got to get to the train now. See you later." His mother grabs the crook of his arm, stopping him. Izuku looks back to see that her face is a conflicted mix of worry and doubt. "I don't know what happened on your run Wednesday," she begins. Izuku rushes to deny, but he's cut off. "Don't lie, honey. You're terrible at it. Something happened, you've been mopey recently, and you don't have to tell me what, but I want you to know that I am here, and I will never not be proud of you." Izuku swallows. "Mom, She gently pushes him out the door. "I love you. Now go before we both start to cry." Izuku doesn't cry, but it's a close thing. His eyes sting all the way to the station, but not a single tear falls. He swipes his pass, walks to the train that takes him to UA every morning, and boards. It's packed like usual, so he leans against a pole instead of taking a seat. The doors close, and the train begins to pull away. The man next to Izuku must have been startled by the sudden movement because he half falls onto and half pushes against him. "Sorry," the man says, looking down at Izuku. Wasn't paying attention, my bad. Izuku waves him off. It's okay. Hey, aren't you the kid who won the sports festival? The man asks, looking over Izuku's face. You look just like him, though he was kinda plain. Why, yeah, that's me, Izuku says. He begins to fidget. Really? That's awesome. Another person behind Izuku chimes in. They stand from their seat and pat their school uniform down, looking for something. Can I have your autograph? Just as soon as I find a pen, of course, I'm sure. Izuku unslings his backpack from his shoulder. He forces down the heat that so desperately wants to rise into his cheeks. I think I have a blank notebook and a marker in here. Give me a second. He digs through his bag for what feels like hours, trying to not. His hands start to sweat, and he got it. Izuku stammers, holding up what was supposed to be a 16th Hero notebook, though it's blank for the time being, and a black Sharpie. Sweet. The person in the just write your name and the date. All right, Izuku carefully opens the notebook. The rocking of the train would make his handwriting sloppy, so should he hold the notebook against something? And how should he write his name? All good heroes had a stylized, or maybe in the end, the signature turns out like it usually does when he puts his name on assignments, choppy and bold, but still readable. He tags a little smiley face on the end and scribbles the date in the corner before tearing. Here you go, Izuku said. Thanks, man. This'll go good with my collection. They carefully fold the paper into quarters and tuck it into their jacket pocket. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief and returns to his position leaning against them. He looks around and sees that I don't suppose you could sign something for me, too. By the time the train stops, Izuku has signed 20 leaves of paper. Not everyone wants an autograph. He's still in training, and even sports festival winners don't always make a big impact on the hero scene. Nearly everyone on the train wishes him luck with his career, though, which feels just as good as signing a piece of paper to Izuku. The two-block walk from the station to the gates of UA is quick, as is the walk through the halls. He's the first one to walk through 1A's massive door, and he takes his seat before getting out his notebook. Having nothing better to do, Izuku decides to write down notes on Snipe's quirk, which is fascinating in its own right. He gets maybe 3 paragraphs down before the door swings open again. Looking up, Izuku sees Nibiru walking with a ridiculously large smile, the kind where he knows she's seen something that's a mix of amazing and funny. Look at this, she says instead of a greeting. Her phone is quickly placed on Izuku's desk. On screen is a picture or a still frame from the festival. It's the final pin position Izuku used to win. Both he and Nibiru are obviously straining against each other, and in the background stands Ozawa, who's watching with one of his juice pouches in hand. There's also text. Over Izuku and Nibiru, me and my cousin fighting to the death, is written, and over Ozawa, my older brother. What Izuku asks, not quite getting it. It's a meet Midoriya. Nibiru says, halfway between exasperation and condescending. They made memes out of the sports festival. You're in, like, 3 of them. Izuku blinks. Really? Nibiru nods vigorously. Oh yeah, really. Here she swipes her phone, and a new picture is shown. It's split down the middle, with the top one being Izuku looking worried as a mob of students rush him at the end of the second round, and the bottom showing him with his fingers extended and a rush of air knocking back his enemies, who all wear matching expressions of horror and regret. His typical feral smile is present in his face. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Izuku looks up to Nibiru, confused. She shrugs. I never said that they were good memes, just that we were in them. Cool, huh? Izuku smiles, a little amused at the situation. Yeah, it's pretty cool. She shows a couple more pictures, mostly of him or him and her. Some are funny, like the gif of them biting their medals, or the one where Izuku is diving on top of the Gen Ed student who stole his points in the first round. Others are cool, like the one where Izuku's throwing the 1,000-point sword into a crowd of students, or where he's carefully bandaging his hand midair. Were you recognized this morning? Nibiru asks after a while, taking her seat to Izuku's left. She props her feet up in his desk like always. Izuku flushes. Yet they even asked me for my autograph. Nice. Naburo slips her phone in the pocket of her uniform skirt. I signed a couple, but most people just congratulated me. I did take pictures with a couple elementary school girls, though. That was really nice of you. Izuku compliments. You probably made their day. If I was asked for a picture, I probably couldn't have done it without embarrassing myself. Nah, you would have been fine. Naburo disagrees. You might have been a bit red-faced, but whatever picture you're in would be great. Izuku chuckles, flustered at the praise. I'm not so sure. Naburo rolls her eyes. Forget I said anything. Did you do anything else with your days off? Izuku freezes, feeling himself go pale. Not really. He squeaks out. Naburo looks like she desperately wants to pry, but Izuku avoids looking her in the eye, and seconds later the door opens. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa, the two students say instinctively. Their teacher mutters a quick greeting back before standing at the front of the room. The first thing I want to say is good job at the sports festival, he says, cutting right to the chase. I expected you both to place high, but I was pleasantly surprised at your tactics and innovative uses of your quirks, as Awa locks eyes with each of them in turn. That being said, there's always more to improve on, which is what we'll be focusing on for the next 3 days. After that, however, are the internships. He raises his hand, which is holding a remote, and clicks it. Behind him, a screen flashes to life. Offers Midoriya Izuku 5672. Naburo Mai 4973. Obviously, there's usually a lot less offers per person, Aizawa says, ignoring the shocked looks of his students. But due to this year's unique circumstances, this isn't a surprise. Now, he reaches under his podium and pulls out 2 overly thick binders before handing them out. These are all of the offers in writing, along with basic stats about each agency. You'll have today and tomorrow to look through and choose. I don't have to say that you should be careful with her picks. Izuku's only half aware as he flicks through his binder. There are only 15,000 individual hero agencies in Japan. If 5,000 send him an offer, then that meant. Yes, it's all very exciting. Aizawa huffs, conjuring his sleeping bag out of nowhere. But there's another thing we have to focus on first. Code names. Oh, hell yeah. Naburo flicks her binder shut. I've been waiting for this since forever. What about you? That same Izuku admits. Though looking back, the names he came up with in the past were all parodies or obvious homages to All Might. Considering one for all, none are usable. Yes, get excited. Aizawa slips into his bag and zips it up. The principal says that I'm not qualified to help you pick names, so you two can bug someone else for a while. Have fun. As if on cue, the door immediately slides open. He's talking about me, of course. Midnight says, walking through the door with her hands behind her head. I'm UA very own expert in hero names and costumes, you know. Quite fitting, huh? Izuku and Naburo exchange glances and shrug. Midnight waltzes up to the podium and wastes no time getting to work. Now, usually we have our students write their names on whiteboards and present them in front of the class for me to judge. We can't do that, so you two will get something different. She takes the remote Aizawa left and clicks it again. The screen changes to blank white with simple black text that reads what's in a name. A lesson on hero names. Midnight explains eagerly, cracking her whip for dramatic effect. Nothing too boring or drawn out, I promise, but I find that it's important to know what makes up a good hero name. The lesson is really informative, Izuku finds. Midnight uses a bunch of familiar names, both modern and old, and breaks them down. The gist is that a solid hero name worked their quirk or an aspect of their quirk into it, or found a way to describe their type of hero work, or even played off their personality. A name doesn't have to have all of the qualities, but it's recommended that they use 2 at least. Midnight also stresses that a name that's easy to pronounce is best, along with being easy to remember if you want to be popular. They also go over taglines, which, while not necessary, are great for categorizing oneself. Right? Do you guys have any ideas? Midnight says, leaning against the wall. There's no rush, we have tomorrow as well. I'd just like to get an idea of what you're going for. I'm thinking about something involving spikes or pointy objects, Naburo says, tapping her nails on her desk. And I definitely want to sound strong. Midnight nods. That's a good start. You should write down any ideas you have and sit on them for a while. Look back at them later and see what you like or dislike. Do you have any now? Naburo shakes her head. All right. What about you, Midoriya? Izuku frowns, tapping his pen against his notebook. If you were normal, then something that labeled him as a strength-based hero would be ideal, but his quirk is the opposite of normal, and truthfully, Izuku is starting to agree with Gran and All Might that he should find his own path. The sports festival only reinforced that idea since he won by using his head like in the second and third round or flying like the first. Midoriya. Midnight says again, a little amused. Izuku flinches. No, I don't have any ideas. Midnight cocks her head. None at all. Surely you came up with some when you were younger. Those are definitely out of the question. The last thing Izuku wants is for people to know that he used to and still does dream of being called All Might Jr. That's all right. Midnight looks down at Aizawa, who's still sleeping, and gives the homeroom teacher a nudge. He doesn't stir. She looks back at Izuku. What kind of hero do you want to be? What kind? Yeah, you know, a sexy type, a smart type, a tough type, a reliable type, whatever. Midnight forward leans on the podium. Naburo is clearly leaning towards the tough and reliable type, but you? I'm not so sure what sort of hero you be. So tell me, what kind of hero do you want to be? Izuku thinks, and remembers, the day he met All Might before he agreed to take one for all. The electric villain threatening a young heroine. The squad of heroes who wouldn't move. His frustration at watching their lack of action. The need for someone, anyone to do something. The despair when people realized that no one would. The relief of All Might rushing in. A hero that can do anything. A hero that can look at any situation and immediately know what to do. Who can reassure people because everyone knows that they're ready for anything and everything. Someone who will never waver, never hesitate. That's what I want to be. The can-do hero. Izuku fades out at the end, unsure. The room falls silent. That was really good, dude. Naburo finally says. She looks at Izuku with a sort of starry expression. Yes, I quite agree. Midnight says, her smile stretching from ear to ear. I just love that passion. If you can come up with something catchy for the end, then I think you'll have the perfect hero name. No offense to your classmate, of course. None taken. Naburo says, also smiling. Thanks. Izuku bows his head, grateful for the compliment. I'll have to do some thinking, but I'll try to come up with something. The rest of homeroom is spent as a study hall. Midnight wishes them both luck with finding names before leaving, and Izuku and Naburo do some English work together. When it's time for them to leave for a hand-to-hand combat class, they pack up and leave quietly as not to disturb Mr. Aizawa. Izuku never notices how Eraserhead keeps one eye open to watch him and how the sleeping bag hides a small, near imperceptible smile. X, how did you pick your hero name? Young Midoriya asks, taking care to not lose his rhythm as he floor presses a pair of dumbbells. Toshinori sets his book down in his lap and looks up. I put a lot of thought into it, actually. It wasn't a spontaneous thing like some heroes I know of. Could you explain how your thought process went for me? Midoriya holds his weights up and looks over. I'm stuck on picking one for myself, so. Toshinori smiles. I understand. Naming yourself is never easy, especially when you're planning to be a pillar of society. I knew I needed to sound omnipresent, so in my first brainstorming session, I had a lot of names with all, any, and half of the word infinite mixed in. I also knew I needed people to recognize my strength, so I tried a lot of tough-sounding words. I probably thought about everything for weeks, but one day I was flipping through an English dictionary and I saw it, the word almighty. As you can guess, it was quickly changed to All Might, and the rest is history. Midoriya continues to move the weights up and down, a thoughtful look on his face as his muscles contract and expand. I'm not sure if something like that would work for me. I want people to know I'm always there, but I can't see myself with a name like that, you know. And our secret only makes it a better decision. I understand. Toshinori nods. My hero name is completely different from my master's, after all. He smiles softly, reminiscing. What was her hero name? Midoriya asks. He's always been interested in Nana, occasionally asking about her at times like this. Read, Toshinori says, always happy to talk about her, like the mother of the gods, bringer of hope and protector of families. What kind of hero was she? Midoriya carefully sets his weights on the floor and stands to change lifts. A happy one, the sort that could smile in any situation, no matter how dire. She had a presence that could calm anyone and everyone, even if she never cracked the top 100. Toshinori watches as his successor stretches a resistance band around his back and gets on the floor to do push-ups. What kind of hero do you want to be? Dependable. Midori answers instantly, dipping down and back up. Ready for everything. Someone who you can count on. And soothing, too, I guess. And a symbol like you are, but I'm not sure I have the right personality for it. My boy, how different are Yagi, Toshinori, and All Might? Midoriya continues to do his push-ups, thinking. Very, he answers after a while. There's similarities, but you're almost two completely different people. If I didn't know your secret, then I wouldn't suspect. Exactly. Toshinori says, I play a character every time I buff up. Aspects of Yagi seep into All Might, obviously, but for the most part, it's an act. The smile, the poses, nearly everything iconic about All Might isn't present in Yagi Toshinori. And that's perfectly fine. So I should try to act while in costume, too. Midoriya looks up from the ground at him. Not necessarily, but I know it helped me get over my nerves and fit into my hero name, especially when I was younger. What's important is that you do what's comfortable. Toshinori picks his book back up and continues to read. I hope I helped. You did? Midoriya insists. Every piece of your advice. Don't talk. If you spend too long, me too. X, how did you pick your hero name? Midoriya asks, tailing his teacher. Azawa tosses his empty jelly packet into the bin and walks out of the classroom. It was given to me by a close friend. He answers truthfully. Midoriya looks. Hopefully he. X, how did you pick your hero name? I wanted something short and sweet so to stick in everyone's mind. I also needed something aim-related, so I picked Snipe. X, how did you pick your hero name? Though with extreme difficulty. Took me 3 tries, but I went with President Mike to remind myself to always speak up. If you're asking for advice, mine. X, how did you pick your hero name? I didn't pick so much as always know what it was going to be. I watched that old Ghostbusters movie the day before I made my first clone, and I fell in love with the word ectoplasm, even more so when I saw how it was similar to how my quirk works. Ever since the realization, I knew it would be my name. Gran, how did you choose your hero name? Sorahiko chews thoughtfully on a bite of hot pastry. I've always had gray hair. Ever since I came out of the womb, I had the same shade as my granddad. Luckily, I've yet to get his hairline. He chuckles. But that's not the point. Kids are mean bastards. I know Toshi got a lot of shit for being quirkless, and you probably did too. All Might was quirkless. Yes, but don't interrupt. The kid closes his mouth and resumes his thoughtful expression. Anyways, you two numbskulls were probably bullied, but so was I. Not anything bad, just some teasing. The kids all used to call me Grandpa Torino, and it drove me nuts every time someone said it. If you wanted to pick a fight with a teenage me, then saying that name was the way to go, even all the way through high school. Especially high school, I should say, since I went to a real shitty one. And no, I never actually went to an official hero school. I just used an old warehouse for training and fought for cash a lot. A real delinquent I was, don't be like me. When I finally got good enough to take a licensing exam, they needed a name to take in. I didn't have one ready. The lady at the desk got all pissy with me when I took too long and told me to just take a name and make it mine. He pauses, drinking in Midoriya's expression. It's focused, and Sorahiko can practically see the gears turning in his head. I'm usually not one for metaphors, deeper meaning, or any of that philosophical junk, but that phrase has always stuck with me. Take a name and make it mine, she said. So I did. I put down Gran Torino and made that my name. No one could ever use it to insult me again because it's mine, and I decide how it's used. That answer your question? The kid looks starstruck and foggy-eyed. Yeah, it definitely did. He blinks and starts to talk rapidly as he stands. I need to go home now, is that okay? I just have an idea. A really, really good idea, and it's all thanks to your advice, so thanks. Do what you need to do, kid. Sorahiko props his feet up. This is clearly more important than theory lessons with me. The kid. Sorahiko smirks to himself. He definitely has a good idea. Hopefully the name. Izuku slams open the door of the apartment building, thanking whatever deities there might be that his mother isn't home. He rushes through, stepping in and locking the door. He looks in the mirror. He looks like he always does, green eyes and hair that's a bit too shaggy and long at the moment, freckles, a small nose. His cheeks have slimmed recently, and his jawline is better pronounced. Whether it's due to regular growth or the buildup of muscle, he doesn't care. He's not here to scrutinize his appearance. He's here to claim a name. The idea had popped into his head as soon as Gran had finished his story. At the time, Izuku felt like it was the only name for him. But now he planned to make sure. Looking directly at the reflection of his eyes, Izuku says it barely above a whisper. He cringes when it leaves his mouth, the sound so derogatory, so harsh. But he pushes on. He says it again, louder this time. He doesn't cringe, but his stomach churns and his eye twitches, again almost at a normal speaking voice. The weight in his stomach lessens. Another time said as loud as if he were talking to his friends in the lunchroom. The weight disappears. Once more, almost a shout. It feels good, fulfilling. He says it again, yelling this time. It makes him feel strong, like he's better than the name. Another and another and another until he screams. He never looks. When he finds the name is his now, no one will ever use it to hurt him again. Exercise always. He usually wouldn't drink or eat in front of students. The they say he agrees. He, they both say yes. Good, midnight will be here any second now. Hopefully she approves them. On cue, Nimiri walks in, loudly proclaiming that the day has come. Azawa sighs and drinks more coffee. Okay. Do I have to stand or just say I'm the pointy hero? Ooh, not bad at all. Nimiri coos, a smidge. Midoriya nods firmly. Yes, I did. Well, go ahead and share with the class. I'm the Azawa immediately looks to Nimiri with his Deku is the type of there's no worry though, because Nimiri sees it too. She smirks coyly. How interesting. Oxymorons aren't usually used, but I take it this is ironic or something like that. Midoriya nods, though it's a bit noncommittal. Well, all right then. I'm not one to judge. Deku is a fine hero name. Midoriya looks relieved and happy, obviously fully confident that he made the right choice. It's the look Aizawa wants to see more from him. He's dealt with self-conscious students before, and it's always a relief to see them grow into their own. Perhaps with his new name, he'd tap into his full potential. 16 Deku. The hell kind of name is that? Gran's words make Izuku flinch, and he loses his focus, nearly ramming into a wall. Easy there, kid. I'm not judging your choice, but I'm definitely judging your lack of concentration. Get back to your spot and stay there. Izuku nods and kicks off the nearest hard surface, flying to the center of the room. Staying in the same 2-meter cubed area usually isn't that hard, but ever since he'd figured out that he could use one for all, a 10% float had gotten more uncontrollable. It's like when he first unlocked it all over again. Staying still is a nightmare, and the speed is blinding. But seriously, I'd like to know why you chose that name. It must be interesting. Izuku opens his eyes, taking care to... I gotcha. Gran looks up at him, almost fond. That takes guts, kid, lots of guts. And I suppose it's not an entirely bad name. Kinda rolls off the tongue. Izuku smiles. Thanks, I'm still not entirely comfortable with it, but it's at least mine. No, whoa. Float suddenly shoots him straight up, and he has to brace his arms to push off the ceiling. He lowers himself to the floor to save 2%. Gran shakes his head. I really hope that Heron fellow you picked for the internship fixes that. You mean Hawks? Izuku corrects, stretching out his arms. Whatever. He's ranked number 3. How can you not know his name? Izuku asks, incredulous. PSSH, he's like 19. Still a baby, if you ask me. Hawks is 21 and has had his own agency for years. Izuku says, still a bit exasperated. They say he's the fastest pro to ever live. He adds as an afterthought. Gran's gaze immediately sharpens. You watch your tongue, Brett. I could kick the kid's teeth in before he could blink. Izuku blinks skeptical. Prove it? You sure about that? Gran asks, looking deathly. Is your funeral? Izuku doesn't even get a chance to think, much less blink before he's flat on his back with the wind knocked out of him. Meanwhile, Gran Torino is perched on a ledge with a grin that could only be described as shit-eating. WH what? Izuku wheezes. I warned you, Gran says. You asked for this. How? You're like 80. I thought you were taking our spars seriously. Fear the old in a profession where they die young. Gran hops down from his ledge. You may not be a zygote anymore, but compared to me, to Tashinori, other top pros, to your teachers at that fancy school and Nana back when she was in her prime, even to some psychics, you're a toddler lost in the woods. Not helpless, but exceedingly weak compared to the real big hitters of the world. That's quite the good lesson, but did you have to be so rough with the boy? The cheerful voice of All Might echoes through the room. Izuku's face lights up and he immediately bounds over to his mentor. All Might, how was your patrol? He shuffles from foot to foot, eager, uneventful. All Might says, but that's a good thing. It means I'm still a crime deterrent. He looks over to Gran. Maybe don't kick him so hard he pukes. And why not? It sure as hell worked for you. Gran bites back. Besides, he needed a demonstration. He's a teenager after all, and teenagers need to be taught respect. I understand that, but the boy's got a big day tomorrow, and it's Midoriya. All Might smiles down at his successor. You'd like the rest of the night off to spend time with your mother, yes. If that's all right, Izuku says. I would have thought you'd want to get one last day in before I left. Perhaps. All Might agrees, but spending time with your family is also important. Heroes aren't solitary creatures. Did you lift already? Yes, then you can go. Have a nice night, kid. Izuku gives a quick thanks and hurries out of the building. He doesn't get to see the pair of fond smiles directed at his back. The next morning comes after a night of movies and good food, courtesy of both of the Midoriyas. As all as the two students grab their costumes and sees them out to the train station, he leaves with a final warning to behave and not to cause any trouble. It's a little weird getting on a train less than an hour after getting off one, Nibiru points out, sliding the case containing her costume under her seat. Izuku does the same. Yeah, I guess. But having us go right to the agencies from home would be even weirder. They take their seats, Izuku right on the end next to the door, and Nibiru to his left. Even if the seats are plenty big and the compartment is empty, she settles close to him so they're brushing shoulders and knees. It's nice, Izuku thinks. It feels good to have a friend who's comfortable showing affection, even if this is the last time they'll see each other for a while. Hey, don't get mopey, Nibiru says, instantly catching on to his melancholy-filled expression. You'll be meeting Hawks in less than 2 hours, and I'll get to see the inside of Edshot's agency. It'll be great. She tries to be cheerful, but it's clear she's a bit bummed as well. Izuku can't blame her. I've always wanted to visit Edshot's agency. He tries to match her false cheer. There's no pictures of it online, and he's really big on security, so it's not like you could send me some. I could try. Nibiru smiles, her foot tapping on the floor of the car. I'm pretty sneaky. Having siblings does that to you, among other things. Having a big family can't be that bad. Izuku says, debating the obvious sentiment her sentence carried. You'd never get bored at home, and there'd be more people to listen to you. Sure, but when you're the youngest of 5, the teasing is awful. Nibiru shakes her head. The amount of shit I got for getting second at the festival is astronomical. And don't even get me started on the overprotectiveness. Yeah, the ride continues in silence after that. A few people get on and off at a couple stops, but the two friends are not among them. When it does come time to change trains, however, there's hesitation after they get off the first one. Nibiru looks over her shoulder at the subway entrance where Izuku is supposed to go to reach Hawk's agency, which is further away from Yue and Edshot's, which she can walk to from their current position. So, she says, fiddling with her case, I think this is goodbye. Izuku awkwardly asks, finding the surrounding shops and office buildings very interesting. You'd be correct, she answers, trying to catch his eye. She eventually does, and they stare for a while. Then Nibiru takes a deep breath and drops her case, wrapping Izuku up in a tight embrace. I'm gonna miss you. Text me. Why, yeah, of course, Izuku says, bringing his arms around the middle of her back. I'll miss you, too. Nibiru pulls away, one hand still on his arm. Good luck, Deku, she says with a smile. You too, Iron Maiden. And that's that. X the ride after that is dull. Izuku reads on his phone for most of it, idly passing the time and ignoring the fresh bout of sadness that washes over him, but it's futile. No matter how hard he tries, he can't get over the fact that he's lost another friend. The train car that Izuku's in stays empty for most of the ride, only making it more difficult for him to distract himself. 2 stops pass and not a single soul steps on. But on the third one, that changes. A father and son, or at least Izuku thinks it's a father and son, get on and take a pair of seats across from him. They're both taller than him, the father more so than the son, who is at least 2 centimeters on Izuku. They both have black hair, the son's styled down in a spiky mane, and the father's carefully gelled back, giving it a glossy look. The boy, who's probably around Izuku's age, is also wearing a black medical mask and coughs a couple of times. Izuku smiles politely at the man, who nods in return and procures a newspaper from somewhere and begins to read. They must be good for getting back from the doctors, he figures. It's the only logical reason for a high schooler to be taking a train with a mask at this hour. Izuku looks over to the boy and is startled to see that he's staring. Red eyes. That's the first thing Izuku notices, and his heart nearly leaps from his chest once he does. But the other boy's eyes aren't angry and hateful like Bakugo's. Instead, they're more like his father's gray ones, cheerful and polite as well as dark in color. Izuku smiles and waves at the boy before meaning to look at his phone again. He never gets the chance. You're the guy who won the sports festival, the boy says, voice a little muffled by his mask and looking like he wants to get up and sit next to Izuku. Dude, that was so cool to watch. I was cheering you on from the start, so it was awesome to see you win like that. Your name's Midoriya, right? Why, yeah, Izuku says, the feeling of flustered pride at being recognized bubbling through his chest. Thank you for cheering for me. It was really tough at times. Really, the way you fought, I thought you were breezing through everything. It's very obvious that the boy is smiling under his face covering, and he gets up. My name's Kirishima. It's really nice to meet you. Ijiro, maybe don't shake the guy's hand right after we found out you're contagious. The voice of the father says, though it's the opposite of stern. Right, sorry, Dad. Kirishima chuckles and returns to his seat across from Izuku. It's still really cool to see you in person. You're actually kind of shorter than I expected. He trails off at the end, scratching the nape of his neck. Not that that's a bad thing. Small but mighty is a really manly thing to be. I just thought that with that crazy quirk of yours, you'd be taller. Izuku forces a laugh, not quite sure of how to react. Thanks, I think. I haven't really thought about my height a whole lot. Hey, don't worry about it. Kirishima laughs. I wasn't making fun of you. Anyways, could you tell me what you like? I want to apply next year. I'm aiming for the hero course. Oh, I can do that. Izuku relaxes. This he can do. The entrance exam is tough, but if you go with your gut in the practical and study hard for the written, you've got a good shot of getting in. Now hear that, boy. Study hard or you will make it, the father says, flipping the page of his newspaper. Heart won't make up for being dumb as a rock. Yeah, Kirishima says, obviously brushing his father off for the time being. What about classes? You ain't crazy rich, right? So they've got to have all sorts of state-of-the-art stuff for training. They do, Izuku confirms. They've got a massive dome half the size of my home district just for rescue training. And that's not even talking about the fake cities, which are really cool. I haven't been in them a lot yet, but they're amazing. Oh man, that does sound awesome. Kirishima cheers. It quickly develops. Sorry. I've got a bug or something, and I haven't felt good for 3 days. Anyways, it's no surprise they let you in. I mean, you were practically a hero before you even took the entrance tests. WH or what? Izuku asks, furrowing his brow. The Quake incident, remember. Kirishima explains, when you rushed in to help the new hero when no one else would, even if you were just a kid. I saw that on the news. It was totally manly. Izuku feels himself color. Oh, that. The day he met All Might. How could he forget? I gotta know, what were you thinking? The red-eyed boy asks, leaning forward on his knees. You looked scared out of your mind, but you kept moving. What were you thinking? I wasn't. Izuku answers. In that moment, my mind was blank and my body moved on its own. Well, the train stops and Izuku stands, unsure of how to deal with Kirishima's stunned expression. This is where I get off. He tries. Kirishima blinks out of his trance. Don't let me hold you back, he says, waving Izuku on. You just given me a lot to think about. Good luck with whatever you're doing. Thanks. Izuku smiles as he grabs his case and walks out of the train. Get well soon. I hope I see you in UA next year. I'll try. See ya. Izuku walks from the station to the agency with a smile and a pep in his step. The streets and roads are mostly empty, with it being a workday, so he can walk as fast as he likes. With one final left turn, he finally sees it. Hawk's Hero Agency is a 10-story building with a massive radio tower on top, providing an additional 300 meters of height. It's blocky and square, painted a plain beige with gold and red accents. A black sign runs from top to bottom of the front left corner, letting people know what it is clearly. Without the sign and tower, Izuku feels that it would be indistinguishable from the normal office buildings that surround it. With a deep breath, Izuku walks up to the front entrance and opens one of the many glass doors. He enters nervously, looking around. Inside, he sees what's probably a waiting area with chairs and coffee tables. There's a lady patiently waiting in one of the seats, and in the back of the room is a desk along with a wide double door leading deeper into the building. The receptionist looks up from his computer. Can I help you? He asks, a respectable sliver of caution in his voice. I'm here for the internship, Izuku says, walking further into the room. It's painted like the outside, but with a lighter shade of beige. Potted plants and paintings of birds of prey serve as decorations. The man flicks through a thick binder for a moment, and Izuku stops and stands awkwardly in front of the desk. Midoriya Izuku, he asks casually, twirling a pencil with two fingers. That's me. What's your date of birth? The man looks down at his binder, the heightened part of the desk hiding it from view. July 15th, 2305. The man nods, satisfied. He wheels back and pulls open a drawer, procuring a lanyard with a plastic card on the end. This'll get you to Hawk's office. Go in that door and straight back all the way to the elevator. Go to the top floor, not the roof, the actual top floor, and take a left right away. At the first junction, go left again, and the room will be the first door on the left. If anyone asks who you are, just show the badge. Got it? I think so. Izuku takes the lanyard. Thank you. You're welcome. He'll be with you soon. Probably. With that, Izuku dutifully follows the instructions of the receptionist. The first hallway is practically empty, with only a single door other than the elevator that reads locker room. On the ride up, he's not the only one and is joined by a few sidekicks who get off on the third floor. Once he gets to the right floor, Izuku walks through the halls without having to show the badge once. The door to Hawk's office is wide and dark and pops out against the hardwood floors and the brown walls. Izuku knocks 3 times and waits. Nothing happens. He knocks again, then once more. Eventually, he just turns the handle and, finding it unlocked, walks in. The office is barren, Izuku thinks. There are no decorations barring the single dead fern that sits in the far right corner. The far wall is taken up completely by a massive window, which gives a great view of the city below. There's a desk with a backless chair and a stool across from it. Izuku takes a seat and waits, noting how the window has 2 sets of large hinges, likely so people can fly in. Izuku waits for 10 minutes. He doesn't play on his phone because that would be rude and kind of embarrassing. He does look over his costume, however. It's the same as when he first got it and in perfect condition. He almost wishes there was something wrong so he could try and fix it. Izuku and waiting don't exactly mix well most of the time. After another 2 minutes of waiting, Izuku spots a small dot in the skyline from the view of the window. It gradually grows bigger and bigger, and Izuku feels his heart speed up. Finally, a mere 5 seconds after noticing it, Izuku can definitively say that the dot is Hawks. Izuku stands up from the stool and brushes off his uniform. This is it. Maybe if he's good enough, he could get an autograph out of this. Is it wrong to think about that? He's here to learn, so that should be his priority. But then again, All Might and Present Might sign stuff for him, so maybe it's okay. Or maybe it just depends. The number 3 hero slams into the window at top speed and bounces off with a comical thunk. Izuku can't help the little snort that exits his nose. Watching carefully as Hawks glides backwards and uses 2 feathers to open the door, he takes a step back. The pro hero then casually flies in. But he doesn't sit behind the desk, or stand behind it even. Instead, the man casually walks right up to Izuku and looks him in the eye. Hawk's eyes flash something serious for just half a second. "No one will ever believe you," he says. "W what?" Izuku squeaks, suddenly doubting if this was the right choice for his internship. "Nah, just playing." Hawk's expression shifts to something more playful, and he unceremoniously turns and sits on top of his desk with his legs crossed. "I left that window open this morning, so someone must have closed it. Happens all the time. I'm just messing with you. You're that sports festival kid, right?" "Yeah, I'm a Midoriya Izuku, I know." Hawk stands and brushes past the younger boy. "Follow me," he says, walking out of the room. Izuku obeys, following him to the elevator. "So," Hawk says, tapping his foot to the ambient music of the elevator car after he selected the button that read roof. "Why'd you pick my agency?" "I wanted help with my flying," Izuku answers honestly. "I haven't really gotten a chance to really fly. I have at school some, but that's always inside. But I want to see what it's like in the open sky." "Oh, good," Hawk says as the elevator dings. He steps off. "I sent you an offer because your flying was awful. Nice that our goals align." "Yeah." "Why, yeah." Izuku's a little bit hurt by the dig at his use of float, but he can't really disagree. He's here to learn after all. "MK, I'll have you go around with my new sidekick, and then we'll see what you've got to work on." Izuku steps out of the elevator car and onto the roof. The floor is padded slightly, with some kind of plastic to cushion. "Should I really be fighting someone at that level?" Izuku asks, taking the massive radio tower he'd spotted from the ground. It is also padded at the bottom at least, and painted a bright gold with flashing lights. Probably not. But I'm not here to see you win. I want to see how you fly up close." Hawks points upward. "I'll be watching you and Talon, that's my sidekick, in there. He'll be here in a bit, so go get changed. There's a room over there." Izuku takes his case with him over to the short structure Hawks had pointed to. It's more of a shack than a room, with tin walls and a plywood roof. It would definitely collapse with a strong enough wind, but then again, it's probably temporary. After changing into his costume, Izuku steps out to see Hawks having an animated, albeit one-sided, conversation with who must be Talon. The man has an obvious bird mutation, with skinny yellow arms and legs that had long black claws, a falcon's head, and a pair of large wings. He dwarfs both Hawks and Izuku and wears a serious expression that matches the old-timey look of his costume, which is modeled after a bomber pilot from the 1900s. "That him?" Talon asks. "Yep," Hawks says, drawing the word out and popping the P at the end. "You can probably take him easy, so don't be too rough. Slip your gloves on and remember that he's got a fraction of your training." Talon grunts and pulls out a pair of thick leather gloves tailored to his bird-like hands out of his jacket. He slips them on and flexes his fingers. Satisfied, he looks to Izuku. "You've got a good grasp of ground-to-ground combat," Talon says. "But Hawks said your air-to-ground is awful, and your air-to-air is non-existent. Is that true?" Izuku nods. "Are you sure we should be doing this?" He addresses the pro. It'll be fine. The Hero Hospital is a 2-minute flight away, and I'll be watching everything." Hawks leans against the door to the elevator. "Just pretend you're roughhousing with your siblings. That's something that happens, right?" Talon only rolls his eyes. Are you ready? The sidekick asks, spreading his wings. Izuku nods, prepping float at a safe 5%. Very well. I won't go easy on you. With that, Talon flaps his wings hard enough to stir up a sizable breeze and dashes forwards, arms outstretched. Not to be outdone, Izuku moves, too, meeting the young man halfway. Thinking he has the advantage with the extra strength of one for all, Izuku tries for a tackle. Talon, however, is much too agile and leans out of the way, grabbing one of Izuku's legs in the process. Kicking wildly, Izuku breaks free and turns to face again. It's too slow, and Talon has already closed the distance, and he drives Izuku back with a hard kick to the chest. Using the newly created space, Talon moves upwards, angling his wings and limbs. Izuku chases after, trying to get a hold of a leg. After reaching his desired height, Talon levels out and sharply turns away from the tower. Instead of copying the exact move, Izuku stops midair and spins. He does so just in time to be kicked with two legs into the tower. It's all downhill from there. No matter how high his power output goes, or how hard he tries to anticipate Talon's moves, Izuku cannot get more than 2 feet from the tower. It limits his movements and attacks severely, crippling his chances of winning. With every kick and punch he takes, Izuku is raised higher and higher back, hitting the cold metal of the tower. Eventually, Talon pins both of his arms against a beam of steel with his feet claws and claims victory. All right, I got what I needed. Talon, you rendezvous with Stratosphere. She's your patrol leader, and Midoriya, you come down. Hawk's orders, circling the tower. I've got some tips for you. Bidding a polite goodbye to Talon, Izuku swiftly descended along with Hawks. The pro looks at him carefully for a moment before speaking. So, what went wrong there? I couldn't maneuver. Izuku answers immediately. His fighting style relies heavily on maneuverability, so if he can't move, he can. Holy fuck, man, why didn't you lead with that? Lee's overly cheerful shout does little to distract Midoriya from the throbbing pain that his hand is in, but he manages to talk through it. Because this happens. Midoriya raises his hand, trying not to look at the crooked, dangling mess that are his two fingers. He fails and nearly gags as a drop of blood leaks from the fingertip of his middle finger. Pretty badass, huh? He jokes, trying to imitate Nibiru. It falls flat. We need to get him to the medic now, one of the girls on his team says. She looks over his hand, gingerly holding it in hers. All of their swords lay on the ground, forgotten. I'm not a doctor, but with how bad this is, you shouldn't be doing anything but walking to medical help. I'll be all right. Midoriya insists, lifting up his bad hand and folding down his pinky, ring finger, and thumb. His index and middle fingers dangle, making his attempted peace sign look more like a piece of gore art. I can get there on my own. Bullshit. Lee says, his smile just as bright. We'll walk you there, the 5 of us. Right, guys? Everyone quickly agrees, and Midoriya is frog-marked all the way across the field to where the entrance of the medical bay is. What kind of quirk do you have? Someone asks offhandedly. I've never heard of something that hurts the user like that. It's basically a massive power source I can manipulate. Midoriya explains, I usually use about 5% when I fight because if I go over that I hurt myself. What I did back there was a flick of 100% in my fingers and, well, the backlash fucked your hand. Lee finishes. It's a shame about your quirk, though. The wind blast was on par with All Might. If you could use 100% safely, then you'd be the second coming of the man himself. But you're stuck at 5%, so he shrugs. I'm not stuck there, actually, Midoriya says, a little bit of pride seeping into his tone. The throbbing pain in his hand has started to become bearable. I hit 10% today, actually, and the doctors say that if I put on enough muscle and condition my body, then I'll be able to use my full strength without worry. That's good, at least. It'll take a while, though, I bet, someone says. They stop having reached the hallway, which splits off into 2 corridors. Which one? Lee asks. Left. Midori answers without hesitation. He gets a few odd looks, but they continue to escort him all the way to the door marked healing. Lee reaches up to knock, but the door flies open before he can. Midoriya Izuku, what did I say about not hurting yourself again? Recovery girl scolds. Midoriya smiles and steps in. I had to. No, you didn't. Lee says from behind him. Recovery girl leans to the side and eyes the support students. Thank you for bringing him here. Who knows how long he would have waited if you didn't. I'll take care of him from here. Go eat lunch, you'll need it. Lee and his friends walk off after saying a quick goodbye, and recovery girl sits Midoriya down at a table or sitting across from him. They are broken, obviously. You've even split the skin in some places. Recovery girl carefully looks over Midoriya's hand. You've also suffered extensive trauma throughout the rest of your hand and some of your upper arm, likely from the recoil. It's nothing I can't fix, but it'll take a lot of energy from you. Do you want me to heal it all the way or part way so you're not dead on your feet next round? Part way, please, Midoriya answers. I don't think I'll do this again for a while. Try never again, and I can let you go with peace of mind. Recovery girl says before giving his hand a quick peck. Like magic, which it may as well be, his fingers straighten and the bruising on his hand fades. By the time it's done, his fingers are only a little sore and there's no swelling. Midoriya twitches his fingers and instantly hisses in pain. You said partway, so there'll be a little pain. Recovery girl pulls out a drawer from her side of the table and procures a roll of bandages. I'll wrap them and I can give you some basic painkillers if you want. Nothing major, just some ibuprofen. That'd be nice, thanks. Midoriya says, letting her start working on wrapping his fingers. She's halfway done with the second one when there's a quick knock on the door. Come in and leave the door open, will you? The door opens and in walks Naburo. Dear, I'm afraid that if you're not injured, you can't wait in here. More patients may be coming. Midoriya looks over his shoulder and smiles at Naburo. Just a second and I'll be out. His friend nods and steps back out. After his fingers are wrapped and he's taken a single tab of ibuprofen, Midoriya walks out of the medical bay. How bad was it? Naburo asks, standing up straight. Not as bad as when I first got it. Midoriya answers. Just my 2 fingers, see. He holds up his hand. If recovery girl healed you, why are there bandages? Naburo's brow furrows. Oh, I had her not heal me fully so I wouldn't be tired. And you should probably see her too. That bruise on your arm looks painful, Midoriya says, referring to the yellow and purple splotch of skin on her upper arm and shoulder. She looks at it. Yeah, I'll probably step in while you're getting changed. Getting changed. Midoriya cocks his head. Naburo looks him over head to toe, lingering on his stomach. She smirks. You have really nice abs. Midoriya suddenly realizes that, oh yeah, he lost half of his shirt in the fight and proceeds to go bright red. Why you two, I'm gonna go get changed. He quickly brushes past her and makes for the locker room, picking up the pace once he hears her start to laugh. There's no one else in the locker room when he gets there, so Midoriya quickly swaps his ripped gym uniform for a fresh one. Then he replies to texts from both his mom and All Might, who want to know if he's okay. He is, of course, even if his fingers throb a bit when he ties the strings of his pants together. Once he's changed, Midoriya quickly makes for the student cafeteria. When he gets there, half of the tables are full of people and the lines for food aren't too long. He looks around and spots Naburo, who's sitting next to a slightly uncomfortable-looking Oto. Neither have plates, but they both see him and get up. Hey, how are your fingers, Midoriya? Oto asks, patting him on the shoulder as they walk up to the line for food. I saw what happened on the big screen, but the camera cut to Naburo holding the 1,000 points too quick for me to see how bad it was. Oh, it was nothing, just 2 fingers. Midoriya shows Oto his right hand. They barely hurt right now, actually. I'll finish healing them after the festival's over. Did you really need to do that, though? Oto looks at him a bit worriedly. You could have moved on without hurting yourself. Everyone in the business course thinks that you lose some interest because of that. Midoriya shrugs. I'd rather lose out on some offers than let the people I teamed up with down. A little bit of pain isn't much in exchange for helping people. It was more than a little bit of pain, if what your new buddies and support were saying is true. Naburo says. Midoriya looks at her oddly. I ran into them on the way to the medical center. They were pretty loud. Well, I'm fine now, so there's nothing to worry about. Midoriya says as he grabs a tray and nearly drops it because of the sharp pain that shoots up his fingers. He bends down to pick it up, but Nibiru beats him to it. Thanks. You should go back and finish healing. Nibiru says, you'd put up a better fight while exhausted than with two broken fingers. We agreed to fight while we were at full strength, remember. My fingers aren't busted, just a little hurt. Midoriya takes the tray and starts to walk through the lunch line. And the painkiller will kick in soon, so the only thing I'll have to worry about is not breaking them again. You two seem awfully sure you'll get to fight in the next event. Odo says, grabbing a bowl of rice for himself. What if one or even both of you get knocked out? Midoriya, what was that? Nibiru sticks up her nose and pointedly looks away from Odo. I think I heard a fly say something. Well, the fly said something about us maybe not getting to fight. Midoriya says. Nibiru has been ignoring Odo every day at lunch since he quit and has yet to show signs of stopping. Interesting. That fly is an idiot. She selects her lunch, a simple bento with a glass of iced water. Midoriya gets something similar, preferring to eat light so he doesn't vomit or feel full when he fights. You're still doing this, Odo says flatly. It's been weeks. How long can you hold a grudge? Midoriya tactfully places himself between his two friends as they walk over to a table. Odo voices his annoyance some more while Nibiru looks straight ahead as they take their seats. They eat lunch in silence for a while, which makes Midoriya fidget more than usual as he tries to use his chopsticks with his left hand. Eventually, Odo forces a fork into his hand and Midoriya uses it. It may be embarrassing, but getting food is a must if he wants to keep going. It's awkward. Midoriya misses the casual teasing and occasional gossip that made up their lunches the first couple weeks of school. But now the closest thing he gets to a friendly conversation is when one of Odo's friends in the business course comes over to talk about project ideas. Once the hour for lunch passes, Midoriya, Nibiru, and the 14 other finalists are summoned to a meeting room. Eraserhead and Power Loader stand on opposite sides of a large flat screen while 16 kids sit in office chairs. Looking around, Midoriya spots Lee and his four friends, a couple more people he's seen looking at blueprints over lunch, and Nibiru, who's to his left. Not a single person in the room is from Gen Ed. How many of you have seen the UA Sports Festival before? Power Loader asks. Don't answer that. Aizawa cuts everyone off before they can start. You all have, and even if you haven't, you've heard conversations about it for years. The point we're trying to make is that the final event is almost always the same, a one-on-one tournament. You all know the rules. Power Loader continues. Elimination occurs when someone is knocked out of the ring, immobilized, knocked out, or unable to continue fighting. It's a sports match, so unnecessary roughness, intentional maiming, and other unheroic behaviors are prohibited, but it'll be different this year. Eraserhead hits the button on a remote, and the screen lights up with the image of a stick figure wrapped in rope. The only way you can win is by capturing your opponent. No ring outs, no surrender. Being pinned for 10 seconds, tied up, or losing the ability to fight will eliminate you. No more, no less. Of course, if things get too dangerous, we'll call it. Power Loader says before anyone can worry about such a thing. Our medical staff will also be watching to make sure no one gets hurt beyond repair. Any questions? How are we supposed to trap people if we don't have any equipment? Nibiru asks. Pinning is an option, but almost everyone here has a form of capture gear. Eraserhead looks her dead in the eye. That's your problem to solve. Plus Ultra. As finalists, Midoriya and everyone else get a good-sized front row section to view the matches from. Underneath the seats is where the separate waiting rooms are, 4 in total for private last-minute planning sessions. The 16 of them all take a spot, Midoriya in the front row with Nibiru to his left, and wait for the bracket to be announced. Are you guys ready for this? Midnight yells into her mic. The crowd replies with enthusiastic cheers. All right, let's hit the randomizer and see who's fighting first. The massive scoreboard-like screen across from where Midoriya sits immediately changes from an ad for a dry cleaners to a blank bracket. The individual tiers are labeled with round 1 at the bottom and the winner at the very top. The screen dims a bit, and the solid white characters for loading appear. Then it lights back up, and every eye in the stadium scans it at once. Nibiru is the first one to fight, paired with a boy from support. Midoriya's friend taps him in the back. I'm gonna go down and warm up a bit. Cheer me on, yeah. Of course, Midoriya says, continuing to scan the bracket. He knows almost no one in support, so he'll be going in blind. The various gadgets they all have give away some idea of their fighting styles, but they're also designed to be used by others. Midoriya doesn't want to say it's impossible for one of them to have made an item that complements or improves their quirk, but it's slightly unlikely, and even if they did, he could use a 10% smash to destroy it if need be. But then there's his method of capture. He has no means of trapping others, unlike most of his competition. Even Nibiru could use multiple spikes to restrict someone's limb movement, a technique she'd been practicing on pretty often. All Midoriya could do is knock someone out or go for a pin. But what counts as a pin? It normally means holding your opponent's shoulders to the floor, but with quirks allowed, that doesn't mean anything. Someone could break out easily with them, and even if holding shoulders down counted, a quirk would let them turn the tables in a split second, making it impossible to pin someone for 10 seconds. Midoriya is suddenly very thankful that his match is last. He needs to think. Sports fans, make some noise for the first match of the final rounds. Midnight orders, cracking her whip for dramatic effect. The audience screams, and Midoriya swears he can see someone across the stadium chucking a bucket of popcorn at someone else. I can't hear you, Midnight teases. The crowd raises its volume, though no one in Midoriya's section cheers. Good enough for me. Combatants take the field. Nibiru enters from the left, looking straight ahead. She still has her uniform jacket tied around her waist, though she also has two thick strips of cloth tied loosely around her left bicep. Midoriya makes sure to shout out some encouragement before turning his attention to her opponent. He's of average height, with fiery red hair with a single black highlight. He seems to be wearing a form of exoskeleton over his uniform, with rods of glinting metal lining his limbs and plates of what looks like plastic, but is probably something way stronger protecting his torso and upper legs. He also held a large baffled gun with a few other black tubes hanging from the belt around his waist. Fighters, are you ready? Midoriya jumps at Midnight's words, realizing that he missed the intros. Perfect. The announcer continues once they both nod. 3, 2, 1, fight. The boy immediately aims his gun slightly above Nibiru and pulls the trigger. A 2-meter square net shoots out, weighted with circular black corners. Nibiru, who has been on the receiving end of Midoriya using full cowl in an enclosed room and has the reflexes to show for it, dodges. A single spike pokes out from her lower back, just a touch left from her spine. She uses another spike to move to the boy's side, but he dances out of the way, aided by his armor, which clearly has a power source right between his shoulder blades. The two circle for a while, Nibiru searching for an opening and the boy keeping his net used to a minimum. Midoriya finds himself leaning forward in his seat, enthralled by the tension in the air. There isn't a set time limit, but everyone knows that someone has to move. It's just a matter of. Nibiru, apparently fed up with the waiting, dashes forward, letting two spikes extend from the left side of her waist and one from the right. The boy hurriedly shoots off another round, and Nibiru stops short, letting it wrap around her. Yes, the boy cried just before the crowd began to cheer. Nibiru Maya's cap, the net is torn to shreds in a flash of light and a swishing sound. The bottom third of Nibiru's tank top goes with it. The boy stumbles back and loses his footing. It's all Nibiru needs. She moves forward again, a pair of spikes pushing her forward. She unravels the top of the strips on her arm and slides to a stop, kicking out his unsteady legs. The boy's exoskeleton is broken by a few well-placed spikes, and his hands and feet are bound with strips of blue cloth. Midoriya can't hear himself or the announcers call over the roar of the crowd, but he yells at the top of his lungs anyway. The next 6 matches aren't very interesting. Well, they are for Midoriya, but not for the vast majority of the crowd. Pairs of support students take turns showing off their designs, going into detail about cost-effectiveness, weight, ease of production, and a host of other qualities. Mostly everyone tunes them out, and Nibiru even gets up to get a bucket of popcorn to split with Midoriya, who watches the demonstrations like a hawk. But even if it takes all day, Midoriya's fight does come around. The match before him wraps up, and he quickly makes his way down. more focused on a plan than his opponent for the time being. But would there even be a fight? Everyone except for the boy Nibiru got matched was seemed content to talk before playing rock, paper, scissors to decide who got knocked out. And how did those arrangements even come into fruition? Was it an unspoken rule, a deal made in the spur of the moment? Midoriya wants to fight to show off his skills, but wouldn't it be rude to start hitting someone who just wants to talk? Hey, a low-sounding monotone gets Midoriya's attention. He turns and sees a rather short girl with a bulky pair of black goggles, a pair of welder's globes, and a briefcase in her left hand. "Oh, hi." Midoriya greets, slightly unsure. "I'm the idiot who submitted that awful costume design, I remember." The girl's lips seem to twitch up when she says that. Midoriya goes pink. "It wasn't that bad." "It was," the girl asserts. "I had to redesign it after all." "Thank you," Midoriya says, genuinely grateful. Though he was fond of his original design, improvements from someone better than him were not to be ignored. "You can repay me by helping me advertise," she says, holding the briefcase out. "I'm not the most sociable of people, so we'll need to actually fight for my inventions to get interest, but not a real fight. Just a couple of fake attacks so this can work its magic." "What's in that thing?" Midoriya asks, slightly cautious after seeing a team of 5 support students figuratively but almost literally rip someone apart last round. "It's just some basic captured gear, a little bit of armor, a taser, and a flashbang." The briefcase remains closed while she talks, and Midoriya begins to wonder if it really is just a briefcase. "Okay," Midoriya says, warming up to the idea. "What do you need me to do?" Aizawa watches carefully as Midoriya walks into the arena and does the same as the support girl when she steps up. Truthfully, he wishes some general education students had made the third event. His internalized desire to see an underdog on the top of the podium, while irrational, is very prevalent, mostly because he was the underdog once upon a time, but the underdogs of this year aren't worth a second look. No powerful or interesting quirks, average grades, poor critical thinking, little drive beyond personal gain, and bad attitudes plague them. It's almost sad if he's honest, and he usually is. Though there's always next year. The 2 students don't move when the match starts. That's natural for kids their age. The good ones hear all about waiting for an opening for years and years, taking it to heart. An unfortunate side effect of that is having to teach them how to make an opening. Aizawa is good at making openings, though, and he'd rather drill that into kids' heads than have to teach them patience, which is nearly impossible past a certain age. Midoriya and support girl, she's got good grades, if Aizawa remembers right, but also a really plain face and name do move eventually. With the green, not quite problem child, but definitely getting close to being a problem child, leaping up into the air in what's either the world's worst lapse in judgment or the world's best feint. Aizawa leans towards the world's worst lapse in judgment when the bottom half of the girl's briefcase falls out and a rope extends from it to wrap around Midoriya's ankles. She yanks him down with a slight tug, the briefcase most likely adding to the force. Midoriya hits the ground and rolls, the rope winding up around his legs all the way to his neck. There's a pause, and no one's quite sure what to do. Then Midoriya glows green and snaps the rope easily. He gets up and takes a loose stance as if waiting for his opponent to make a decision. The support girl calmly flicks the hand holding her case, causing it to shake, and all at once Aizawa realizes Midoriya isn't actually fighting. He's helping the girl with marketing. It's a little irritating having to watch a fake fight, but also speaks to Midoriya's character. Support girl isn't moving on, but she deserves a chance to show off her hard work, and she's getting it. Aizawa can live with that. The 2 continue to fake fight for a while, with Midoriya getting tased a handful of times and throwing a few jabs at half power when the girl brings the case to her chest and it expands to armor. Even a flashbang emits from the thing, blinding everyone bar Aizawa, who had unreasonable skill at closing his eyes at the right moment. The briefcase is clearly marketed at stealth or undercover operations. A hero or police officer could easily pose as a standard Japanese salaryman with the case and make arrests or getaways using the item. If Aizawa bothered with clean and presentable disguises, he'd be interested, but he's just fine with pretending to be a homeless man whenever he needs to blend in. The fight ends with the girl being pinned wrestling style. Aizawa's happy to see that Midoriya can grapple with a girl who isn't a bureau without turning the color of an apple, and Midnight calls the match. The audience doesn't cheer much, but that's really only because they've been watching 20-minute ads for 7 rounds straight. They can't be blamed. With the first 8 fights complete, the quarterfinals start. Nibiru easily beats a girl with some kind of mutation that makes her skin red by using the same tactics, and Midoriya, who's up against a boy with copious amounts of captured gear, uses his opponent's items against him. It's almost cathartic after the practical play that was his last match. Midoriya may overthink often and definitely has some self-esteem issues, but he's nothing if not efficient. The semifinals pass, and both of Aizawa's students stomp out their support department opponents, who actually tried to fight back, probably for some extra recognition. They call for a 15-minute break to let people get their last refreshments and use the facilities, and to run some ads on whatever TV station is broadcasting. Once the 15 minutes are over, Midoriya and Nibiru walk out of their entrances to a roaring crowd. As annoying and ear-splitting as it is, Aizawa feels a small twinge of pride at how the two of them have gotten everyone's admiration. Aizawa knows that up in the private boxes are heroes, psychics, and agency representatives, all eager to watch how they perform. As Nimiri counts down excitedly from her spot in the announcer's booth, Aizawa takes the time to study the pair. Nibiru has given up on wearing a tank top, having shredded 2 already, and holds a strip of cloth in her hands, stretching it taut. Midoriya is obviously forcing himself to relax, mouthing to himself about smiling and keeping loose. He's ditched the outer coat but kept the tank top, though unlike Nibiru, he didn't have a makeshift rope. When the countdown reaches 0, they both snap to attention, faces schooled with calm determination. Well, Aizawa thinks this'll be interesting. Fighting Nibiru is almost always fun. Her quirk is actually a decent counter to Midoriya's usual style of full cowl, with spikes ready to stab at him at a moment's notice whenever he gets to bouncing. She also learns quickly from failure, ending Midoriya's first tactic of tackling from behind in the first week of class. She's a quick thinker, too, using her own uniform as restraints and reacting to attacks quickly with spikes to dodge or counter. Her quirk is also strong if she has an iron-rich diet, which, considering that she was able to rip a net to shreds earlier, she had definitely taken a couple of supplements the past week. And of course, there's the new development of her quirk. She could move the spikes. Midoriya had gotten a brief look at it in the first fight, but it was over far too quickly for him to piece together. It was only in the semifinal that he saw it clearly. He has a plan, though, and a backup plan or 7. Though if Mr. Aizawa is to be believed, plans often go down the drain the moment they are put in use, so maybe he'll have to think on the fly. As Midnight screams for them to fight and the crowd roars, Midoriya and Nibiru lock eyes. He knows he's at a disadvantage. The style he took from Gran, and therefore the style he's the best at and the most familiar with, relies on enclosed areas with walls or other solid objects to bounce off of. Nibiru, by contrast, doesn't need anything but a solid floor to work with. Midoriya rolls his shoulders, and Nibiru tenses. The volume rises, even with those basic actions. He slides a foot back and lowers one arm closer to the ground. He lets one for all creep into his legs and up his torso and all the way to the tips of his fingers. Once his skin is glowing and crisscrossed with red lines, he moves. He goes high, jumping into the air and trailing green light. He preps float, waking the quirk so it's ready for the sharp change in direction that will definitely be rough and wild but should catch her off guard. Nibiru, however, isn't going to have it. She throws herself on the ground, belly up and spread eagle. The largest spike she could manifest is extended from her stomach. Midoriya, not wanting to be impaled, lets his jump come to a natural end and lands. The moment his feet touch the ground, he hears the telltale sign of a pair of metal rods piercing the ground. He spins to the side just in time to dodge an attempted grapple and strikes Nibiru's ribs with his left fist. She stumbles, and Midoriya moves to exploit, but she steadies herself with another spike too quickly. They begin to circle, Midoriya making sure that he keeps his right hand, still bandaged tight, closer to his chest than his left. It might not hurt for the moment, but he'd be an idiot not to realize that hitting someone with it would hurt, or worse, re-break it. Midoriya also keeps a close eye on Nibiru's stomach. She has a habit of flexing her abdominals a second or two before she shoots a spike out of her back, and watching an opponent's hip and waist area is a good idea in general. After a couple long moments of circling, Midoriya sees it. Nibiru flexes her lower abdominals, and he's immediately kicking off. 5% isn't enough to catch her off guard, so he pushes to 8% and dives right for her legs. He overshoots slightly, only managing to grab her ankle instead of her lower thigh like he wanted to, but that's fine. Midoriya plants his feet and pulls, taking Nibiru off balance and dragging her through the air at about shoulder height. Instead of immediately slamming her on the hard ground, Midoriya takes a split second to switch off one for all. It's all Nibiru needs. A sharp pain suddenly erupts from his left palm, and Midoriya pushes Nibiru away instinctively and dives away. He looks at Nibiru and sees that she's hurriedly kicking off her shoes, the left one having a large hole in the sole. Midoriya is torn between breaking down what just happened and looking at his hand, but is forced to study his injury once he feels something drip down his fingertips. The cut's not bad, or at least it isn't, since Recovery Girl is a stone's throw away. It's a couple inches long, running from the base of his index finger all the way to the base of his wrist. It's somewhat deep and definitely needs to be bandaged, but Nibiru is already pressing the attack again, rushing forward with her arms outstretched and spikes coming from her feet this time. Grimacing, Midoriya moves forward as well, applying 6% full cowling and going high this time. Desperate to make time to bandage his hand, Midoriya kicks at her chest. Nibiru tries to block by crossing her arms, but the angle makes it impossible, and his foot slams into the center of her chest. Activating float mid-leap, Midoriya takes to the air, rising to about 20 feet above the ground. He rips off a strip of cloth from the bottom of his shirt and hastily ties it around his hand with his teeth. He lowers himself back down to the ground, a decent distance from Nibiru. Her stance is slightly more wary now, and there's a large, ugly bruise forming just below her collarbone. Midoriya is slightly more cautious too. Nibiru is yet to show that she could grow spikes from her foot, so he could only guess what other tricks she has. It doesn't interfere with his plan, though, so Midoriya decides to press again. Instead of going low or high, he aims right for her stomach. Nibiru predictably stands her ground, letting a massive spike grow as she takes a stronger stance. Midoriya bounds forward, seemingly unafraid of being stabbed. Once he gets within inches of the spike, he sidesteps and grabs her arm. He pulls, dragging her over his shoulders so she hits the ground face up. Immediately, he pulls up again, exploiting her empty lungs and looping his arms under hers and back up to put his hands on the back of her head. Midoriya throws her to the ground again, feet first before she can manifest a spike, though much more gently this time. He makes sure to keep hold of an arm so he can put her in a hold for a pin. She goes rigid, and a spike breaks through her shoulder right at Midoriya's face, forcing him to let go. Separated again, they begin to circle. Midoriya's mind begins to run wild with theories. Nibiru's quirk originates in the stomach and is therefore best suited for targets level with her waist. It's an obvious limitation, so it isn't all that surprising that she's worked around it, but the way she does it is something he can't quite understand. Her spikes have to push through her body. It sounds gruesome on paper, but it's actually painless and doesn't do any damage to the body. However, her organs have to temporarily shut down to make room for a spike if one passes through. Nibiru had even made a show of holding her breath and pushing a pair out, with one passing through a lung and the other going out by her hip. Then she acted like she was impaled, and Oda laughed so hard water came out his nose. Every time she'd used her quirk in the past, it always went through her torso. But is that a rule? Midoriya needs to find out. He presses the attack again, winding up to throw a straight punch to the face, but backing off once Nibiru steps out of the way. He keeps going, hoping to bait her foot or shoulder trick out again, but 5% isn't doing it, and neither are his slow punches. Midoriya backs up, hoping to flick up to 8% and go for a tackle, but Nibiru moves first, catching him on the back foot and forcing him to dodge a flurry of jabs and spikes as she drives him back further and further. He manages to break her attack with a non-superpowered cross to the face and loops around behind her at top speed. Midoriya barely catches it. Barely a pair of spikes exiting her body from the middle of the back of her thighs and piercing her ankles to poke out of heels. He immediately knows how she'd been moving and a weakness. While her legs are still locked in place by the spikes, Midoriya attacks again, jumping up and tackling her. He activates float and carries her up by her arms, trying to arrange her in the position he wants. She struggles, doing a sit-up midair and nearly poking his eye out, but he dives back down as though he'll use her as a landing mat. She freezes up, and Midoriya manages to land on his back so his legs are wrapped around her upper chest with one arm pressed against her ear and the other pinned her side. He leans away, not using his quirk anymore for safety, tugging on her arm and at the same time squeezing her ribs and driving her shoulders into the ground. Nibiru fights to break free, pushing along the ground and trying to curl up so she can shoot a spike out at his face, but it's useless. Midoriya knows he's won before almost anyone else. In this position, with her shoulders resting in his hips and pointed away from his body, Nibiru can't hit him with a spike without also disrupting her brain and slash her heart and maybe even her lungs. Midoriya has held Nibiru in a submissive hold for 10 seconds. Midnight screams into her mic, barely drowning out the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of UA First Year Sports Festival. He immediately lets her go and helps her up. Midoriya reaches out to shake her hand, and Nibiru takes it. As she pulls him into a hug, patting him on the back, and whispers, "Good fight," in his ear, Midoriya feels like he's on top of the world. Oi, brat, get down here and get me and your father some more drinks from the fridge. Fuck off, you damn hack. Don't make me come up there. Katsuki shouts back another curse, but gets up from his bed anyways. He sets his phone down on his desk, still open to the live stream of the third year UA Sports Festival, though the medal ceremony is long over. He walks through the hallway and down the stairs, making sure to stomp extra loud to annoy his mother. Katsuki doesn't even bother looking at the TV as he enters the kitchen and opens the fridge. Everyone knows that only the seniors are worth anything, even though most of them had fuck all talent and B-list quirks. The fuck do you want? Katsuki barks, scanning the fridge. Like always, it's tidy and stocked full, with a shelf in one of the doors dedicated exclusively for hot sauce. I want a lemonade and you dad wants a ginger ale. And make it fast. I've been sipping on melting ice cubes for 20 minutes. Katsuki pours a glass of lemonade with ice and snatches a can of soda. He walks out to the living room, intentionally standing directly in front of his mother to block her view of the TV. He hands his dad the can of soda and ignores the polite thanks. And there we have it, folks. The top 3 first years. Subconsciously, Katsuki turns to look at the screen, curious to see who'll be the upperclassman worth keeping an eye on next year. He nearly drops the glass when he sees him. Green eyes, messy green hair, freckles, and that stupid fucking smile. Been a while since I've heard about Midoriya, his mother says, clearly enjoying the shock on her son's face. He certainly grew up. Totally sweep the vents. Katsuki ignores her, unable to look away from the screen as Deku jokingly bites into his gold medal. His hand starts to shake, rattling the glass as explosion itches in his palm. He squeezes the glass. It shatters. He doesn't bother to register his mother's screech as she's drenched in lemonade, nor the way a few shards of glass dig into his hand. That fucking liar. 14 Midoriya smiles to himself as his foot splashes down into a puddle. The cloudy sky continues to pour rain as he runs, cooling his body and refreshing him. It's technically his day off, and everyone he knows has insisted that he stays home and relaxes, especially since the festival was barely 2 days ago. But he can't sit still for long, and since the gym is locked up, he decided to run. The watch on his wrist buzzes, letting him know that he's run 10 kilometers. He slows to a stop, taking shelter under the canopy of a shop. Letting his heart rate slow, he thinks. A tink is usually his limit, but since he hasn't lifted in a couple of days, going farther won't be too difficult or tiring. In lieu of a water bottle, he steps out from under the canopy and cups his hands, letting some water pool in his palms. Some spills, landing on his already soaked t-shirt and splattering on his track pants. He stares up for a while, letting the rain hit his face and run through his hair. Then he starts to run again. Midoriya runs for another 2 kilometers, not really paying attention to where he's going. He knows this part of the city like the back of his hand after over a year of morning jogs, so wherever he ends up, he can make it back home fine. He's just turned into a narrow alleyway when it happens. Something melds out of the shadows and shoves him against the wall. One for All activates instinctively, and he pushes back. His assailant stumbles, but Midoriya doesn't let them recover. He decks them across the face at 1% before grabbing them by the collar of their hoodie and pinning them against the wall. Their hands claw at his wrists, but he holds firm and shakes them a bit. He's just about to readjust his grip so he can call the police, but then he sees it. A little spike of ash blonde hair peeks out from under the hood. Midoriya feels his heart stop. It can't be. He quickly releases one of his hands and uses it to shakily pull the hood down. Red eyes. A shock of spiky blonde hair. That all too familiar permanent scowl. A crooked, bloody nose. He feels himself go numb. Bakugo. He drops his attacker. Midoriya wants nothing to do with whatever he wants. Bakugo growls, taking a swing at him. It's his old right hook Midoriya has seen him use 1,000 times in 1,000 schoolyard brawls. He ducks under and turns away. He starts to walk out of the alley. Bakugo isn't an idiot. He shouldn't do anything out on a public street. Then again, they'd avoided each other like the plague for years before this, so Midoriya can only hope. He's halfway out when he hears. There's a pop, pop, crack, and Midoriya turns in time to be blinded by a blast of light. They were never friends. Not truly. Perhaps they may have been close once, but never in a million years would they have called each other friends willingly. But that didn't mean that they didn't change each other. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Yeah, Kakin? That's what, 10. The high-pitched voice of a small black-haired boy echoed through the near-empty playground, the sound of a rubber ball bouncing trailing behind. PSH, try 30. Kakin bragged, kicking the ball up with his foot before letting it hit the top of his head. This is way too easy. You losers could probably do it, too. He caught the ball on the top of his foot and lowered it to the ground. The 2 other boys, one with dark hair and another with bright red wings, cheered. Hey, could I play? A timid voice said. Kakin and his 2 other friends all turned to look at another boy roughly the same size as them, if a bit skinny. He rubbed his arm nervously and couldn't quite meet their eyes. Only if you don't suck, Kakin said, happy with the prospect of getting another person to mock or show off to. Here he kicked the ball over, and the boys stopped it easily enough. Get above 10 and we'll have enough for a game of football. Okay, the boy said. He placed one foot on the top of the ball and rolled it back and forth. Then he flicked his foot back, causing the ball to land on the top of his foot. Tentatively, he began to juggle, first just using his feet, but eventually adding in his thighs as well. At one point, he tried to head it like Kakin did, but the ball smacked him in the face. Everyone laughed, including Kakin and the new boy, though he was unsure. You can play with us, Kakin said, but if you're a crybaby, then you have to leave. Got it? Got it. The boy nodded, a bright smile overtaking his formerly wobbly frown. The 4 of them played with the ball for hours and hours, only stopping once the sun began to set. Right before everyone left for home, one of the boys asked, "What's your name?" "Oh, I'm Izuku," he said. "I hope we can play again tomorrow." They did play the next day, and then the day after that, and the day after that, and every day for all of summer break. It wasn't all happy games of football, however. A stone skipped across a river once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6, before sinking. "Wow, Izuku, you're not too bad at this," a boy with draconic red wings said, turning his own stone over in his hands. "That's nothing," Kakin said, picking up his own stone. "Watch this." The stone was thrown, hitting the water and bouncing across 10 times. "That's really amazing, Kakin," Izuku said, picking up another rock. "I wonder if I can do that." He threw it and got 9 skips. "How you suck." Kakin roughly punched Izuku on the arm. The green-haired boy flinched but pretended that nothing was wrong. But I only got one less than you, Izuku said, kicking a rock into the pond. And 10 skips isn't even that good. My mom can do 20. Kakin rolled his eyes. That sounds like something a loser would say. He looked at the other two boys. Let's go play heroes in the park. Last one, there's the villain. Come on, I bet I can swing higher than you. Izuku pumped his legs back and forth, easily rising higher and higher. There's no way anyone could go higher than me, Kakin replied, rapidly swinging his legs. The two were at about the same height, and the frame of the old swing set was beginning to teeter. Feeling afraid, Izuku let his legs drag on the ground, slowing to a stop, and urged the other boy to do the same. But Kakin didn't listen. He continued to swing higher and higher, and once he reached the maximum, he leapt from the swing and landed in the grass below with a grunt. Whoa, Kakin, that was awesome. Izuku got up from his swing and rushed over. Ha, that was nothing. Kakin brushed him off. You're just too much of a coward. That's why you'll never be as good of a hero as me. You don't know that. Izuku held firm. Heroes need caution, too. How can you win if you never think? You're such a nerd, Kakin said, taking a playful swing at Izuku with his right hand. Let's go do something else before you bore me with your nerdness. And then they passed a law so quirkless people could carry tasers. Not many do today, though. I guess it's just super hard to get one. Izuku carefully climbed up the tree, recounting a documentary he'd watched the previous night. Whoa, I never knew that. One boy exclaimed as he looked up at Izuku. Where did you hear about this? They don't tell us about the kind of stuff at daycare. Oh, my mom records stuff for me so I can watch them after school. Did you know that 20% of the world is actually quirkless? Izuku perched himself on a branch and swung his legs back and forth. No, I didn't, Tsubasa chimed in. I don't think I've ever met a quirkless person actually. Did you know that only like 0.5% of people in Japan are quirkless? Kakin said from his branch a couple feet above Izuku. His expression was as condescending as a 3-year-old could be. God, that must suck. Can you imagine not having a quirk? You'd just be a drag on everyone else. Kakin, that's mean, Izuku said forcefully. Quirkless people matter, too. PFFT, no they don't. Without a quirk, you're nothing. You're wrong, Izuku insisted. They matter even if they're a tiny minority. It said so on the news. Kakin rolled his eyes. Yet right. You can't be a hero without a quirk, and if you can't be a hero or even a villain for the heroes to beat up, then you shouldn't even exist. Kakin, stop. Izuku's voice cracked, and he fought back tears. What you're saying could really hurt someone. No one cares, Izuku. Kakin laughed, not even quirkless people. And that one means dog, Izuku said, pointing to a sloppily drawn character. It was in a row with a couple others, mostly the names of prominent heroes and basic nouns. You can really read that, Tsubasa said, looking back and forth between Izuku and the lines in the sand of the playground. Yep, my mom helped me learn them, and now I know what a lot of names mean. Izuku spun his stick around in his hand, but it was quickly snatched away. I can write kanji too, you know, Kakin said, hurriedly scratching something into the sand. What does that day? He asked Izuku as though daring him to guess correctly. Izuku scrunched up his nose and thought for a bit. Music, he said after a while. And I only know 'cause my mom helped me read the newspaper once. Kakin kicked away the sand. Yeah, well, I knew because I'm better than you. He snapped the stick and tossed it aside. Not like that's a challenge. One of the boys snickered, and Izuku looked down, refusing to meet anyone's eyes. Kakin allowed himself to bask in victory for a moment before going back to look at Izuku's writing. He saw it. It was almost too perfect. Oi, look at this. He got the attention of everyone there and copied the characters in Izuku's name with his foot. You can read Izuku's name as Deku. Do you know what that means? Everyone looked at each other, then to Izuku, whose lower lip began to wobble. Someone who can't do anything, Izuku mumbled. Kakin smirked. I think it sounds like a great name for you since you'll never be as good as me. It caught on, much to Izuku's annoyance, and to his despair it proved to be true. Deku, 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 Deku. The boys taunted as his rock sank and Kakin skipped 12 times. Deku. They laughed as he fell from a tree that Kakin had climbed oh so effortlessly. Deku sucks, they said as he tripped over a ball he tried to kick. Izuku tried not to let it get to him. Really, he did. He followed the instructions on the bullying tutorial videos his mom made him watch after that day. He tried to ignore it, tried asking them to stop.